recurring thing.
So this was a total ambush, taken by surprise.
After several hours,
looking for something.
The SWAT team discovered the
On my
body
way.
of a man. He was dead.
Where
There was
to
a
now?
weapon nearby.
I'll find a
At
way.
that point, the sheriff
far
declared
away?
that there was no longer a threat. And just to repeat the breaking news, the Associated Press reporting that the shooter has been identified to them by law enforcement officials
on Twitter
as a
after
young
this about
man
it.
called Wes Rowley. As for the condition
Control group
of
created.
the wounded firefighter who was also evacuated from the mountain, he went through emergency surgery last night. The sheriff at that point described him as fighting for his life. We are told this morning that he is in stable condition. One small piece of good news in this terrible tragedy.
Based firefighters.
Indeed. Thank you so much. Rosanna, I cannot imagine.
Where do you need me? All packed up and ready to go. Ahead slow.
Rushing to a fire to put it out.
A sound plan.
Ambushed, totally unprotected, and now to learn that likely the fire was started to lure them in. It's just abjectly terrifying.
So, Emily, you know, I'm glad they have the suspected gunman in custody.
Well, he dead, right?
He's now passed.
Yeah.
I don't care about him. I don't want to know his motive. I don't want to know
All
his name.
hands,
I don't wanna
prepare
know
for
his
phase jump.
background, his childhood, nothing.
Scouts have found a colonizable planet.
Firefighters who will.
I think that you have to figure out, like, I think reading these people's manifestos, I agree with her perspective. And I would even agree with not
Brace
showing
for
their
combat.
faces. But I think understanding who they are and knowing
Mining
why they
upgrade
did it
complete.
helps create a profile for other people that do this in the future.
Our
Because
fleet
I'll be
is under
honest,
attack.
I think that a lot of the same people, like it seems pretty easy to profile these people.
What now?
running towards
Let 'em
danger.
have it.
They are
Civilian
unsung
structure
heroes.
complete.
I see her
The people
perspective,
in that
though.
community
Of course I do.
lined the roadways yesterday
to.
as they brought their bodies to the morgue.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to know about this guy. I want to know
Reporting
more
in.
about those unsung heroes.
thanks for 10
That's who I want to know about this morning.
Yeah, Harris, I spoke with a few of my friends there in the Pacific Northwest who are part of the firefighting community, and they are just absolutely devastated and in shock. This is totally
Give the order. I'm on it.
Yeah, and when you hear the
Reporting
real-time
in.
call for help and that the firefighters on the ground believe
Hold
that they
tight.
set
This'll
and they were
only
drawn
take a
in.
minute.
I mean, that's
Just
so
a
jarring
short
to know that they're
detour while we
taking
clear a
incoming
path.
fire and they're telling the world what they think has happened. If you'll allow me, Emily, I want to save some of my time for you, John.
How can I be of service?
Is this domestic terrorism?
Civilian research tier complete.
We don't know yet. I think what we need to.
I find it to be unlikely that it's
Mining
domestic
upgrade
terrorism.
complete.
Terrorism is generally for a political means.
Got a job
shooting
for me?
Firefighters, it seems
How can I be of
unlikely.
service?
Yeah, and also, by the way,
Hold tight.
terrorism is very
This'll
simple.
only take a
It's
minute.
violence for a
Just
political
a short
means.
detour while we clear a
I don't
path.
think that, like, because firefighters are one of the least politicized
Civilian
groups
structure
in
complete.
terms of a government apparatus, I think that
Planet item
making-
complete.
Like, assuming that it's because
Scouts have
of
found a
there being
colonizable
firefighters
planet.
is terrorism, I think that's just illogical. That's all. And also, like,
Additional
I'm not ruling it
credits
out, but I'm
required.
saying you shouldn't start with that as a premise.
Have is a full investigation. Unfortunately, we
That
have to
wouldn't be
know
where I
everything
start
about
with.
him. and
Got
his
a job
background.
for me?
In the short term, we need to understand is it
This should be a
terrorism? Is
routine
anybody helping
combat
him?
mission.
Is anybody working with him? That's why the FBI is there, to see if this is part of a larger
What about Antifa?
conspiracy.
Of course they're
And then I
terrorists.
think we have to figure out ways to punish people like this to stop them, because I totally agree.
Well, he's dead.
We have people
Problem
going,
solved.
rushing in to save people's lives. Now they have to worry about people shooting at them. So we have to figure out ways to deter people from ever doing this in the future.
can't.
If there are people helping him, he's 20 years old apparently. If
This
his
should be a
parents should've
routine
known,
combat
then
mission.
Unfortunately,
This
they have
should
to
be a
investigated.
routine
You
combat
cannot
mission.
expect
This should
the
be a
parents to know,
routine
like,
combat
come on.
mission. Where do you
Reminds
need
of
me?
cases of minors
Civilian
who have guns
research
and gun school
complete.
shootings.
He's
And
not-
Ahead
they have
slow.
had to punish the parents
2
for not
years of not
reporting
being a
them
minor.
if they've stolen guns, if they shouldn't have had weapons. I think we have to do that kind of full field investigation here too. In the longer run, we have to think about culture. Shouldn't people be condemning the shooter and praising
The
the
firefighters.
firefighters?
Right. Well,
All of that is
We're going
not-
to talk, I think, later about people who won't condemn terrible speech. At the very least, our politicians should be able to condemn.
Whoa, what are we doing? Whoa.
This kind of conduct.
Well, and you hit the reason why I asked that question. Are there add-ons legally if it's a certain category of crime? And you're right, it's too soon to know.
Civilian research tier complete. A new colony has been founded.
And there's always enhancements.
Scouts have found a colonizable planet.
And I note, too, first of all, it's a smaller community there, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. It's
Where
rural,
do you need
it's
me?
a tight-knit community.
Hold tight. This'll only take a minute. Just a short detour while we clear a path.
The firefighters from the fires a few years ago. So
Commerce upgrade complete.
Suffering from that, and then to have an ambush occur,
That's
it just
bad.
absolutely defies logic, and it really shocks the conscience, Marie.
Emily, I agree. That was the first thing I thought of when I saw this. Think about what the firefighting community has been through. In Idaho...
I mean, look, I'll pull up this guy, and I'll find out and see if there's any information about what's this guy's name. I want to go ahead and look at it. His name is fucking retard? Yeah, I guess so. Man, let's see if there's
Where
any
do you
information
need
about
me?
this. Here's your anti-law enforcement connection. Wes Rowley's father is a member of the Hooligans Outlaw Biker Club. The suspect is shooting, killed 2 Idaho firefighters, and injured is a 20-year-old Wes Foley. Okay, let's see.
Where do you need me?
And again, this is all suspected. We're not, I mean, it's not 100% certain yet. He's had a prior arrest for assault in 2024.
Civilian research
The
complete.
incident involved him allegedly attacking a woman with a knife, in which he was in charge with a felony assault with a deadly weapon.
Where do you
Guilty
need me?
For misdemeanor assault.
How can I be of
Received a sentence
service?
of 180 days in jail with 150 days suspended. He was ordered to undergo a mental health evaluation and complete anger management classes. Social media activity, particularly on X, revealed disturbing content. He posted about his disdain for authority figures, including police and firefighters, and expressed radical views, and posts included threats and general hostility towards society. Additionally, he was known to have made threats against his family, leading to a no-contact order being issued against them. See, this is what I was talking about. This person should have been locked up as soon as they went after a woman.
Reporting
with a knife.
in.
And then
We're
you have,
underway.
Like, you have a person that, like, and these are two, like,
Ahead slow.
this is exactly what I'm trying to talk about, right? Is that this is a person who, you know, went after and tried to stab somebody with a knife, and also has a no-contact order with their family. This person should have been locked up in a padded room. And this
Scouts
should
have found a
never happened.
colonizable planet.
And now 2 people
Mining
are dead
upgrade
because of the
complete.
supposed empathy that we have for psychopathic parasites like this freak. And luckily, he killed himself.
Civilian
so we're not
research
gonna have to
complete.
pay for him to stay in jail for the rest of his life. He did us a favor. But the problem is that there's going to be another one like this, and it's going to happen again.
Where do you
Until
need me?
people can stop these problems and have the
Give the order.
unedited photo.
I'll
Yeah,
do
this
my
is the
best.
person, right? I mean, I
Got
don't
a
know,
job
like,
for me?
I had hair like this whenever I was, you know, a teenager, kind of, or like 20. You know,
Where
like the
do you
photos
need me?
Like, I think domestic terror. You think? No,
A
I don't
sound
think so.
plan.
Press conference happening? Well, I don't know if there's that. Let me see if I can pull it up right now, and I'll see it. And
All hands,
same.
prepare for
exactly,
phase
right.
jump.
I would have hair like that now, but that's not really the case. I'm sorry to say. And what is this here? Let me see if I can find it. But yeah, I don't know where the rest of the information is on this. So yeah, discover I'm age and not be posting about his family unless I need to.
A sound
So where's he
plan.
headed and for how
This
long?
should
This
be a
part matters really
routine
how long.
combat mission.
I don't know where this is here. This is some other bullshit. He has a tree service.
A new
Okay,
colony
that's not
has been
really
founded.
relevant. And since it's public, May 2025, mom and new boyfriend take
Our
a trip
fleet
to
is
DC
under attack.
A trip to DC without Wes Rowley. I'm thinking this kid might have had problems with mom's new life. All I can tell you is mom.
Our
is
planet is under
posting
siege.
Facts. So this is like his mom, and then like I guess like his new stepdad. Okay, wow. And just set a compound.
Insufficient metal.
Bombs. Oh my god. His dad.
How can I be of service?
Outlaw. Oh jeez.
Scouts have found a colonizable planet.
And,
We're
stepfather of
underway.
The Idaho shooter Wes Foley in a recent trip to Washington D.C. Oh boy, and wow. This guy. So his parents had a restraining order on him.
Civilian
and he went to
research
jail for
complete.
Attacking someone with a knife. See, I want you guys to see this. This is
Mining
the kind
upgrade
of person
complete.
you let run wild in
How can I be
society.
of service? All hands, prepare for phase jump.
This is
I'll
it.
do my best.
And now 2 people are dead. Many such cases. What could go wrong? Yeah, mental asylum. That's right. Absolutely. And yeah, well-adjusted human right there. Yeah, 100% has to stop. The problem is, here's what the problem is.
Where do you need me?
The problem
Ahead
is
slow.
weaponized and anti-altruistic, selfish empathy. People think that they're being a good
Hold
person.
tight.
by
This'll
letting an
only
individual
take a
like
minute.
this live a life of freedom. But what they don't realize
Our fleet is under
that
attack.
Their life of
Where do you
freedom
need me?
takes the freedom away from everybody else. And now the entire world and society has to live inside of the threat and the fear of these animals living among us. Until we can recognize problems before they happen, and we can treat them like they need to be treated,
Commerce
we will
upgrade
continue
complete.
to see these tragedies until we bring back mental asylums and we put people like this away. It's the tolerance paradox. It's not tolerance paradox. It's people doing this because they think it makes them feel good and they think they're being a good person. That's the reason why Asmongold is trying to radicalize us. If I became president, I would at least triple the amount of people in jail. I would triple the amount of people in jail and I'd force them into labor. We'd solve every problem in society in 6 months.
Scouts have found a
We wouldn't need
colonizable
guardrails
planet.
in front of subways. We wouldn't need to have everything under glass cases. No, all those people be in jail, and they'd be in mental asylums or somehow locked away, and everybody else can live a life of freedom. Yep, the solution. Vote Asmongold 2028. I'm gonna put everybody in jail. And we're gonna bring back slavery.
Reporting in. Civilian research
Now,
complete.
When you act like this, when you say things like this, you wonder why you're losing relevance. You are ruining your own industry. You're deleting your own job.
They are.
You know, not long ago, I made a video that was titled, "These game developers are ruining their games." And in it, I showcased a bunch of different interactions of game developers talking down or attacking their audience, espousing their ideologies, political ideologies, social political ideology, whatever it might be, and crashing out, making themselves look like a fool, and by extension, making their employer look like a fool.
What makes people not buy the game? Yeah.
That same issue is happening in games.
Scouts have
journalism
found a
today.
colonizable planet.
What's the saying? Don't talk politics or religion in polite company. That's professionalism. I am here because I'm trying to buy a commercial product.
Commerce
I've always
upgrade
found it really
complete.
odd that people say that, because I remember at the government, ironically,
How can I be of
we
service?
used to sit around. There was like me and like 4 other dudes, and we would just sit around because obviously it was the government, so nobody was working. And so like after like the, you know, like the surge of documents is like kind of over, we're just sitting around for like, you know, 5 hours a day doing nothing. And I remember like one day
Where do
one
you
day
need
I
me?
asked if we were going to be able to have overtime today, whenever it was like 12, because I clocked out at like 12.
A new
And
colony
I'm like,
has
"Can I
been
stay till 4
founded.
and you guys keep paying
A
me?" And,
sound
like,
plan.
The manager just like got up and just shut the door in my face. He just didn't want to talk to me. He's like, "Just get the fuck out of here." And like, to be fair, I was doing it to be annoying. I was. But like, it's just how it is. Go the fuck on me. Get the fuck out of here. No, and I gotta pay you another $50, $100 for this, costing us millions. Yes. And we used to always talk about politics, and there were never any problems. Nobody ever got mad about this stuff at all. I think it's people that can't control themselves that need the world to be bubble wrapped so they don't end up getting themselves hurt, which is very annoying.
Or force feeding information to me that I don't want, nor am I interested in. You know, I talked about this where when the Avowed director started screeching at Elon Musk online,
Oh, God.
I lost interest in a game that I was otherwise really excited for.
Yeah.
I was looking forward to Avowed. Not anymore. Because why would I be? If you're this unprofessional and messy on a public platform,
Yeah.
using your employer's name that's attached to it, using the influence that that company gave you to talk about these things and act that way, well, why would I think that you would be professional at your job? Better yet,
It's a good question. It's a great question. Yeah, if you act like a goofball everywhere else, you probably act like a goofball here too. True.
Reporting
if you're
in.
that ideological
All
capture,
packed up
that
and
likely
ready to
means it's
go.
going to reflect directly into your game. And guess what?
Where do
I
you
don't
need
wanna
me?
pay to be
We're underway.
propagandized.
Yeah.
Ahead slow.
Thought.
I think people also just don't want to be talked down to, and they don't like being insulted. They don't like being treated like they are the unwashed masses, etc. And I think that when you don't
Reporting
respect the
in.
intelligence of your
Control
audience,
group
even if you
created.
think your audience isn't intelligent, you do lose out on a lot of people.
All hands, prepare for phase
It's
jump.
the same for games
Scouts have
journalism
found
as
a
it is for games.
colonizable planet.
I do not want to pay you with my attention to be propagandized. I'm here for a critical opinion about a
Brace
video
for
game
combat.
so I can make a smart purchase.
Imagine that.
That's what I'm here for.
Wow.
But the
wow.
only thing that they have continued to do year over year is prove that that is
Mining
not what
upgrade
they're here to
complete.
do. They are here to change your mind.
Yep.
By now, it should be clear to just about anyone that games journalism isn't about covering games anymore. They have
Civilian
tried to
structure
shape
complete.
The industry itself. They don't just report on trends, they are trying to create them. They don't just review games, they want to define what is acceptable for game developers to make. And worst of all, they reinforce each other's narratives.
Got
to
a
make sure that
job for
no
me?
dissenting voices
I
can
won't
be
let you
heard.
down.
This is how the
How
gaming
can I be
media
of
and
service?
Yeah, they create a set of criteria.
Our
that
fleet is
everybody
under
else has to
attack.
adhere to, and
Got
then
a
they
job for me?
basically
I'll
create
do
a
my
cartel
best.
with other people
Yes, sir.
that are in the same area as them.
I'm on it.
And then they
Where
try
do you
to
need me?
adhere to this by creating like a apparatus that
Scouts have
everybody
found a
believes in
colonizable
acts the
planet.
same way. And this is the same reason why they don't like
Civilian
YouTubers
research
and
tier
content
complete.
creators on Twitch, like me, for example, is that we provide a window around that apparatus. We're not part of the apparatus, and so we put them at risk, basically. Yeah, monopoly.
Where to now?
Yes.
I'm already there.
Chamber works.
And
They
oh,
don't
by the way,
Preparing
the
for
Oscars
phase
does
jump.
this. I think.
How
that
can I be
the
of
government
service?
Does this. I think
Civilian
that the
structure
mainstream media
complete.
Does this. This is not something that is the reason.
Planet
why I
item
talk about
complete.
games media is because it's a microcosm of something that is present in a lot of other places as well. It's like one of the easiest examples that you can use. But
Where
it's
do
not
you need me?
necessarily the only one.
Give the order. I
operate
won't let you
as
down.
Independent critics
Attack!
or journalists, they function as a collective, a hive mind of right think, a singular
A
voice for
collective,
people.
I would use a different word that starts with C. I would say cartel. This is a cartel. These are people that are
Additional
collectively
credits
trying to,
required.
push some sort of agenda.
Mining
and
upgrade
negatively
complete.
impact people financially if they don't follow that agenda. And it's not enough that they think that, it's that everybody else around them thinks that.
Eating the same talking points, pushing the same perspectives, and shutting down any form of real discussion.
They're in every
Dragon
industry?
Age:
Yeah.
The Veil Guard is a return to form.
Where
for
do you need
BioWare.
me?
A return to form for BioWare. A return to form.
How can I
for
be of service?
BioWare. Gone are the
We're
days when gaming
underway.
outlets had distinct voices.
Civilian
perspectives, and
research
approaches.
complete.
Today, almost every major gaming site feels the same. The reason? Well, most of these guys are owned by the same corporate entities, staffed by the same writers, and beholden to the same ideological framework.
Yep.
Ziff Davis owns IGN, GameIndustry.biz, Eurogamer, Rock Paper Shotgun, and VG247. Geo Media owns Kotaku, The Verge, Gizmodo, and Deadspin. Future PLC
What now?
owns PC Gamer,
I won't let you
GamesRadar
down.
Plus, and
I'm
Attack!
not going to complain about this either.
Got a job for me?
I feel like
Let
all
'em
of these
have it.
companies, like people are complaining, like, oh, it's being monopolized. It's been monopolized.
How can I be of
Everyone has the
service?
same opinions.
A
Like, you
new
could just
colony has
combine
been
every single
founded.
publication
Just a
into
short
one,
detour while
and
we
there
clear
would
a
be
path.
no
Scouts
real
have found a
difference in
colonizable
messaging.
planet.
They're
Ahead
all the
slow.
same.
Reporting in.
When the
This
same
should
few
be a
corporations own
routine
nearly all
combat
the biggest
mission.
gaming sites, you don't get any real diversity of thought. You get
No.
a unified, self-reinforcing narrative. That's why our needs are never understood or met, because we do have
Commerce
the diversity of
upgrade
opinion.
complete.
When players say something
Civilian
along the lines of,
research
"We don't
tier
want politics
complete."
in games, they purposefully misinterpret that and start writing articles like "Metaphor ReFantazio's success is further
How can
proof
I be
that
of
politics
service?
are good in games." Actually, no matter what reactionaries tell you.
It's so stupid that it's actually sad.
Civilian research complete.
And if you
Just
wanna
a
know
short
what really-
detour while we clear a path. A sound plan. Hold tight. This'll only take a minute.
The undertones of
Reporting in.
and I apologize if I'm spoiling a little bit, but I hope that I hope that this won't be, is that the utopia that is apparently that's like being tried for
Ahead slow.
is something that previously existed but wasn't as perfect as people had imagined it. So like all of the high-minded ideas and everything were subverted by that at the very end of the what do you call it? Of the story.
Where do you need
again,
me?
This is the same, and what I find to be funny about this.
Scouts have found a
this is the
colonizable
second
planet.
Self-report that we've had.
How can I be of
Because
service?
The first self-report was that Black
We're
Myth
underway.
Wukong didn't have any women in it, and this is the second self-report. Now, what do I mean by self-report? I mean that you didn't finish the game. You didn't play it. Because if you
Commerce
had played
upgrade
the entirety of
complete.
Black Myth Wukong, you would know that there are a number of women in the story, and they play a large role in the story going forward after about like Act 3 or so. But if you didn't play the game and you played it for 5 hours, then you wouldn't know that.
All
It's
hands,
the same thing as
prepare
Metaphor.
for phase
Because
jump.
in Metaphor, that realization that doesn't happen in until like the last 5 hours of the game, basically. Even I think less.
This should be a routine combat mission.
They only played Act 2? Yeah.
A sound plan. This should be a routine combat mission. Our fleet is under attack. Ahead slow. This should be a routine combat mission.
One way or another, Trump is the person not to vote for if you like video games. Let me guess.
Scouts have found a colonizable planet. A new colony has been founded.
And showed exactly which
Insufficient metal.
their audience. Tell me, why is a video game journalist and gaming outlet trying to tell me how to vote? Better yet, did IGN even
Mining upgrade complete. Reporting in.
In any sort of an enthusiast magazine, obviously enthusiast magazine.
Just a short detour while we clear a path.
Social topics affect
Our
that
planet is under
enthusiasm.
siege.
And I think it's completely okay. The problem isn't that they discuss politics. The problem is that they do it in a one-sided way that's inauthentic and inaccurate and biased. That's actually the problem.
How can I be of service?
Like this? Because they didn't even actually attribute this to a single writer.
A sound
They just said
plan.
This was written by staff. Look at how often they
Smart.
inject the same political opinions
Reporting
into
in.
video games where the discussion doesn't even belong. The players do not care about these things. Only
Where do you
they
need
do.
me?
And God, are they obsessed with Elon Musk? Elon Musk branded right-wing Karen. Why is Elon Musk lashing out at games for being too woke?
I wonder why.
Elon Musk somehow became the
Where
top
do you
ranked
need me?
Diablo 4 player in between cheerleading for
Ahead
Donald
slow.
Trump. Then we watch as they unilaterally turn around and start bashing game designers
Civilian
and
research
developers for making
complete.
decisions that clash with their ideology. When Dragon Quest III designers mentioned that they didn't like the removal of gendered characters in the game's
Oh my god. I forgot all about this. Holy shit. Yes. So they had an interview
Where do
with
you
two
need
of
me?
These fucking 60 or 70-year-old Japanese guys that made Dragon Quest and a lot of
Hold
old
tight.
JRPGs.
This'll only
And
take a minute.
They were
Our
asking
fleet is under
questions
attack.
about these topics. And then these guys are like, yeah, all that stuff is really stupid, like body type.
Commerce
A,
upgrade
what does that
complete.
even mean? I don't even understand it. Yeah, the West really wants to do a lot of weird stuff, and we just try to do what makes sense to us. And everybody was like,
Scouts have
super
found a
happy about it.
colonizable
They
planet.
deleted the
How can I
entire
be of
video.
service?
It
We're
got taken
underway.
off the internet. The only way you can watch it probably is through my.
You've won us over with your fancy words
Didn't they end up
and
issuing
your
a
coin.
statement saying the translation was misinterpreted? Yeah, they did. And then 15
Ahead
other
slow.
people went
Place
back
your
and they
bids,
said,
you
"No,
scallywags. Civilian research complete.
Yeah,
A
no, it
sound
was
plan. A new colony has been founded.
outlets called them weird for even mentioning
How
it
can
or
I be of
caring because
service?
it's so normalized
Reporting
nowadays.
in.
When
A
Lords of the
sound
Fallen's
plan.
publisher polled their audience, they asked them if they wanted to keep body type A and B or go back
We're
to male
underway.
and female. They changed it based on the audience's vote. PC Gamer then says they are embracing the fear of the DEI boogeyman. This isn't journalism. This is narrative management. Where is the diversity in thought?
Mining
Where's the
upgrade
critical
complete.
thinking? Why is it a creative freedom when developers make something that aligns with what journalists have for their own personal ideologies and the players don't like, yet it's fear-mongering and hateful when they
Let's
choose to
see
do
if we
something
can
different?
scrape our way out of
This
this.
has gone unabated for so long because nobody's holding them
Secure
accountable.
the passengers.
Well, I think that people do hold them accountable. And the thing is that they do get held
Our
accountable.
fleet is under
and
attack.
as time
Scouts
goes
have found a
on,
colonizable
that
planet.
accountability becomes less and less and less. And that's the problem. Like, if I was, I'm very much an antisocial person. But if I could clone myself and then put myself in charge of this, I think that I could make a publication website.
Next time, place a bid. What now?
Than what they do, because I think that
ahead slow.
I think that print
Give the
media
order.
in general
I'm on
is
it.
basically a dying media.
Attack!
And it's a dying media because the people
Attack!
that are using it are killing it.
Attack!
They're actively killing it by trying to
Reporting
extract
in.
as much influence out of it as possible without
A
trying
sound
to put
plan.
any value into it at all. So they're trying to basically like take
Civilian
control of
research
places,
complete.
like publications,
Commerce
and then
upgrade
use them
complete.
as effectively
What now?
a loudspeaker
I'll do my
for the way
best.
that they view the world.
Reporting in.
Hire me.
What now?
Guys, I just got out of
I'm on it.
fucking like 15 different entanglements.
Let 'em have it.
Companies. The last thing
Attack!
I would be
I
fine
won't
with
let you
being an
down.
advisor
How
or,
can I be of service?
like, if you want me
Ahead
to
slow.
build the machine,
Scouts
I
have
can
found a
build the
colonizable
machine.
planet.
I just don't want to run it. Okay? Would you work for Doge? Yeah.
Still need to cool down.
Sure, if I
A
could
sound
stream it.
plan. Brace for combat. A new colony has been
Nobody's
founded.
pushing back on them
Reporting
other than the
in.
players. They've created a self-sustaining system where journalists just prop up each other's careers, reinforcing the same narrative and shutting out dissenting voices. That's the reason why you always see them citing one another in their articles. They're effectively...
And then this is also another really good point here is that Kotaku
How can
was
I be
right
of
to go
service?
public when they were blacklisted.
Civilian research complete. We're
This is
underway.
actually something that I agree with, and I think that nobody should be blacklisted.
Commerce upgrade
I don't think
complete.
anybody should be denied
Reporting
a
in.
copy, even if their opinions are regressive or stupid. And unfortunately, that also includes people that I disagree with and who I think are regressive and stupid. But the problem is that
How can I
when
be
these
of
people
service?
create a environment that's so unpleasant and so dishonest.
Where do
have
you need me?
people that are
Brace for
celebrating
combat.
effectively access journalism and corporate censorship. We've created a world where access journalism
Got a
and
job
corporate
for me?
censorship like this is
I'm on
considered a
it.
good thing, which I find to be very dangerous.
voices. That's the reason why you always see them citing one
That's
another.
why you're the fairest of them all, and the most humble, and the most modest. Yes, that's true.
in their articles. They're effectively retweeting and reposting the same websites to flood the internet with their beliefs and their ideas.
Civilian research complete. Give the order. Our shields are compromised.
Look like their opinion is the dominant one, when in reality,
Commerce
they're just
upgrade
trying to drown
complete.
out everybody else.
Reporting in. Scouts have found a colonizable planet. How can I be of service? I'm on it. You've made a fine purchase. No refunds. Reporting in. We're underway. Call the shot.
But the problem
Whatever
is that
you
can't
say.
do it because the admins will just ban it. Like, if we could make a movement to like really create a counterculture on Reddit to like push back
Range
against
locked
some of the
in.
crazy
Got a job for me?
like just insane shit that's written on them, then
Give the order. I'll do my best.
the admins of Reddit
Reporting in.
who are actually running the show, they agree with it and they enable it. So it's like I'm not going to play a rigged game.
Just a short detour while we clear a path. What now? I won't let you down.
Such a hostile environment for players and developers, and I would
Give
argue
the order.
That's what's led to so
I'll
many
do my
games
best.
being ruined over time. Developers believe that the media has influence. At least that's what it looks
Got
like
a
to
job
them.
for
That's
me?
why you always hear them.
This is actually
Yes,
a
sir.
very good. I don't know if he's going to bring this up, but
Where
so
do you
a
need
really
me?
Great example of this.
Where's
is
the target?
CEO of
Scouts have
Ubisoft.
found a colonizable
He
planet.
tweeted, he said,
This
"I
should
don't
be
know
a
if our games
routine
are doing
combat
well."
mission.
The Metacritic scores from the critics said that our games were an 83. So you have these, like, so it's
Commerce
I don't know what's
upgrade
going wrong.
complete.
And it's like the game has an 83, and then the audience rating is like a 3.8 or something like that. It's like, oh my god.
Got a job for me?
It's out of touch. Yeah. They
I won't let you
completely don't
down.
understand the problem.
Talk about how happy they are that games reviewed well before they even ever talk about
Yeah.
how the players like the game.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's more of a call sign for me to know that the game probably isn't any good. I think that we've had years of games being made for journalists
Where
rather
do you
than the
need me?
players because there has always been this unspoken threat. If your game doesn't align with our worldview, well then we're probably going to dock points from you. If you're-
Exactly. And I think this threat was exercised in Kingdom Come Deliverance 1, and it was also exercised
Reporting in. Hold tight. This'll only take a
I
minute.
think those are two
What now?
examples of it happening.
I'll do my best.
And I think the inverse was exercised.
How can I be of
in
service?
something like Concord, and also in Dragon Age Veilguard.
Got a job for me?
Then we're gonna write
Yes,
negative
sir.
stories about you. If you refuse to engage with us,
What
well,
now?
then we're gonna have
See,
to.
I'll
this
do
is
my best.
Also another thing too.
Yes,
is
sir.
that You guys know this with me. Even when people are rude to me,
Give the order.
I still
Scouts
try
have
to
found a
provide fair
colonizable planet.
coverage and
Commerce
fair,
upgrade complete.
like
Got a
fair
job for me?
viewpoints to them.
Attack!
Even if it's somebody
Give the
who
order.
I don't
Got a
like
job for
or
me?
who's been, like,
I won't
hostile
let
to
you
me,
down.
I always try to be fair.
Where do you
These
need me?
people don't even try.
Right, controversy around you, even if none exists. Think about how it changed the games that we get. Why do some free-to-play games be all because the devs are designing the games and critics
Got a
are
job
biased
for
against
me?
players? Why
I'll
do
do my
games
best.
increasingly have
Give the order.
corporate-approved political messaging? Well, that's because journalists will punish them if the game doesn't.
Reporting in.
Why do so many devs?
I know everybody didn't like Black Myth Wukong, but to say that it was a 6 out of 10 game.
Civilian research complete.
About that one. I really, I just don't know about that one.
Grovel and
like a little-
apologize
Ahead
is the
slow.
first sign of controversy.
This should be a
Because they
routine
know
combat
games
mission.
will not give them a fair shot otherwise. The funny thing is, this
Scouts
is what
have found
has
a
become deciding
colonizable
factor
planet.
When it comes to whether or not a game
A
does
sound
well or it
plan.
doesn't.
Yeah.
The games that
Hold
ignore
tight.
the media, they are the
This'll
ones that are
only
finding
take a
success.
minute.
The studios that haven't, the people that still believe the media holds power and influence, well, they're creating games for a non-existent audience.
Like Ubisoft.
I think it's developed a creative wasteland where developers are walking on eggshells, forced to cater to a small group of ideologically aligned journalists, and they're making games for them rather than the people that actually buy their games in the
And
first.
the way that you solve this problem is that, and by the way, do you see how Armored
Upgrade
Core's
logistics to
graphics
unlock
don't
more
have
civilian slots.
fidelity at all? You can't see any sort of like damage on Balteus here or anything like that. It's just a really good quality game with a great art direction, great basic art design. Yeah. Gameplay first. Distinct, it's amazing. Yeah. The way that you go against this is that you create alternative forms of media that push an agenda that basically eclipses the existing one. Because
Ahead
companies
slow.
are going to have to go somewhere in order to get
We're
community
underway.
feedback or to get any sort of feedback about their game. So the best thing for you to do is for you to create another platform that you can effectively cancel out and suppress the platform that is pushing the agenda that you disagree with, like me. That's actively what I try to do. You're 100% right. Like my perspective is that I'm not always like a high roader. I am with some things, but I also realize that in order to win a
You've
game,
made a
sometimes you have to
fine
play.
purchase. No refunds.
Place.
Civilian
This is why
structure
games feel less
complete.
daring, less risky,
How
and
can
more
I be of
formulaic.
service?
It's because these
Logistics
people with
upgrade
soft
complete.
Power in gaming don't reward creativity; they reward compliance. For many years, gaming
Right.
journalists held a very privileged position within this industry. They were the gatekeepers, the tastemakers. They could make or break a game by covering it. They could promote them.
And now they're mad because
All
nobody else
hands,
has to do it.
prepare for phase jump.
So it's not that this power has been given
Military
back to the people.
research tier
In a way
complete.
it has, but it's also just been given back to the it's been given to a different group.
And they were the ones that brought them to an audience. They could dictate who was worthy of praise and what was destined to fail. They could control the flow of information, shape public perception, and for a time, it worked. Developers listened
Exotic
to them, and
resources
players
have been
trusted them.
located
That
by our
trust is
survey
gone,
teams.
not because of gaming
Exotic
journalism
resources
as a
have been
whole, but
located
because
by
of
our
toxic
survey
few that have
teams.
compromised their
Ahead
integrity,
slow.
built an echo chamber, and
Civilian
alienated the
structure
very people
complete.
that they're supposed to serve.
Civilian research
I think
complete.
that a lot of people also have taken part
Civilian
of this
structure
and allowed
complete.
it to happen too. It's not just the people that were doing it. There was a lot of passive compliance and people that kind of carried water for it to justify it and say that it was okay, even though they didn't necessarily participate in it themselves.
All hands, prepare
And,
for
like,
phase
you could say,
jump.
like, okay, that's guilty
Exotic
association
resources
with
have been
unfair,
located
like,
by
you
our
can't
survey
fight.
teams.
But I mean,
Military
wasn't fair
research
what they were doing
complete.
either.
reporting for the
We
audience,
need
they
more
started reporting for
Endurium.
each other. Instead of informing the players, they started lecturing them. Instead of reviewing games, they started enforcing ideological purity tests. And the result,
How
a
is this
slow,
game so
painful
good, man?
collapse.
It's so
Website
good.
traffic is dropping every year. Social
A
media
sound
engagement
plan.
is shrinking. The only thing that's keeping some of these sites afloat is the ad revenue that they're getting from monetizing game trailers on YouTube. But
He's
even
talking
that,
about IGN. That's what IGN does.
All right.
that's starting
You
to
twisted
slip.
me,
Publishers are starting to cut out
Mining
the middleman
upgrade
and just
complete.
post it directly to their own channels. Players don't need gaming journalists
IGN
anymore.
reposts
They've
it.
ruined that relationship with their own egos. They watch YouTubers who actually engage with the games. They follow Twitch streamers whose reactions
What
are real
now?
and not scripted.
I'll do
They
my best.
find independent
Military
reviewers on
research tier
Substack or
complete.
Patreon who aren't
How can I be
beholden
of
to
service?
corporate interests.
Ahead
The
slow.
media doesn't dictate the conversation anymore. The players do. More game developers are starting to make games for players, not
We're
critics. More
underway.
Eastern studios are breaking into the global
Got a
market,
job for me?
immune to Western
Yes, sir.
media's influence. More publishers are starting to realize
Yeah, that's my favorite part about this is that
Military
like, I
research
remember there was,
complete.
Like, one of these interviews with Black Myth Wukong.
Civilian
and they asked
research
some, like, weird
complete.
Question about gender stuff.
Where do you
And,
need
like,
me?
The Chinese people didn't even really understand.
A
it. They
sound
were like,
plan.
okay,
How can I be of service?
I don't know.
Our fleet is under attack.
Next, I don't know what this is.
Scouts have found a colonizable planet.
is diminishing and word of mouth is
This
thin.
should be
The
a
players are not
routine
using it.
combat mission.
They can scream, they can cry, they can double down on their activism and their echo chambers. It won't matter. The audience is gone, and these outbursts that we're seeing from the IGN writer are only pushing the audience further away. Their influence is shrinking, and the future of gaming belongs to the people who actually care about games, not the people that are trying to spend all their time controlling them. If you're a games journalist and you made it to this part of the video, I highly doubt that's the case.
You're very upset right now. Your blood pressure is at least
Commerce
117.
upgrade complete.
I don't think any of them actually watched.
Yep.
The only time I've ever seen them talk about me is
You're
with
mad.
This should be a routine combat mission. This should be a routine
That's
combat
what
mission.
happens. So, like, he makes a video, I react to the video. All of the journalists have a meltdown because of my reaction. And
Got
it's
a
like,
job for
it's
me?
crazy because, like, the same thing happened with Elon. Like, I react to the video. I get fucking, I get kicked off the gaming
Yes,
fucking
sir.
group in X.
I
get
won't let you down.
unverified. Meanwhile, fucking Quinn doesn't
Where
even
do you
have
need
anything
me?
happen.
Our shields are compromised. Scouts have found a colonizable planet. You pick 'em, I'll stick 'em. Let 'em have it.
Great writers, great journalists,
Reporting in.
toxic few that have taken control and they have ruined the entire industry for you. I love
We're
Eric
underway.
Cohen's work over at Forbes. There's a ton of articles of his that I completely disagree with, and a bunch of them that I really agree with. But it's the way that things are framed, and it's never trying to preach to an audience, and it's never the same voice that you hear from so many other outlets. The same thing goes. I've been really enjoying the work of
Civilian
Lisa
structure
DeForest,
complete.
works at IGN. She's been covering Monster Hunter Wilds, doing an incredible job. On topic, relevant, informational, a Monster Hunter veteran that is talking about their experience with Monster Hunter
Imagine
Wilds and
that.
covering the game and doing a fantastic job. of it.
Civilian
And it's
structure
exactly what
complete.
players are coming
Military
to us
research
for. This is
complete.
what we want.
Civilian
More
research
of.
complete.
If you did more of that,
Civilian
you'd
structure
see a
complete.
big bump in engagement and just people genuinely enjoying your content. But you have a circle. You have a cabal. You have a bunch of
Scouts have found a colonizable planet.
Also, a lot of the articles written are
Civilian
written by
structure
theaters.
complete.
There are people that think
All
that they're
hands,
clever with the
prepare
way that
for
they use
phase
language,
jump.
but they're actually just stupid. They're stupid and it's hard.
Civilian structure complete.
Yeah, the retards. Yeah, it's people that are like slightly above average intelligence that think that they have the right to talk down to everybody because of that. And so they use words and language that are like slightly above like,
Ahead
the
slow.
average education
Where
is,
do you need me?
and they
A
forget that
sound
their goal
plan.
is to communicate, not to show
Got a
off
job
the
for
words
me?
that they know
I'm on it.
or some sort of like
Let 'em have it.
literary
How
technique
can I
that
be of
they're
service?
using.
This should be a routine combat mission.
sad.
Our fleet is under attack. Reporting in. Ahead slow. A sound plan. A new colony has been founded.
And
How can I be of service? Hold tight. This'll only take a minute. We're underway. Got a job for me? I'm on it.
And that's
How
the
can I
reason
be of
why there are
service?
so many issues with games journalism today. It's the reason why people just don't want to pay attention to it.
Reporting
By the
in.
way, I'm not going to pretend like there aren't issues with some of the more right-leaning media that's out there as well. Okay, because I've seen
the only thing that's good about the problem is that people
What
project
now?
themselves
Yes, sir.
as being
How can I be of
unbiased,
service?
and then they're biased.
We're underway.
That's the problem. A lot of the right-leaning media, like if you go to InfoWars, you know that you're gonna get
Mining upgrade
you're gonna get a
complete.
specific opinion.
Where do you need me? Ahead
If you go
slow.
to Hassan's
A
store,
sound plan.
you know that you're
How
gonna
can I
get a
be of
specific
service?
opinion.
We're underway.
But if you're looking at trying to find out what's really fucking going on, you're not going to be going.
You've
to either one of
made
those
a
places. In
fine
a lot of
purchase.
cases, you're gonna be
No
looking at, where's an
refunds.
article that's going to show me the facts of what happened and give me the fairest shake on it in a very even-handed way.
seen some of the articles that have been posted. You would think that
become
Kingdom Come
biased, too?
Deliverance
Not
2 was
biased.
Dragon Age the Veilguard Part 2.
Yeah.
It's fucking embarrassing.
It was embarrassing.
I want to be critically clear about something, and I think this is probably the most important thing to bring up here.
I'm the least
Is
biased.
that I don't include my personal politics in videos. One, because I don't really have any, to be honest. Like, politics just don't really interest me all that much. It just bores the shit out of me. Oh, they affect you. I know. I play video games. I'm here to talk about video games. I'm here to talk about games that I love and talk about games that I hate. I'm here to talk about news that I find relevant or something that I'm interested in or something that makes me angry. This is my confessional.
We need more Endurium.
I get cathartic relief from writing essays and making videos and doing those kind of things. I am here to provide a service. I do not lose sight of that. I am a content creator that is making content to be consumed by you for your entertainment or for your insight or whatever it might be. That's it. That's as far as this relationship goes. I don't need to teach you nothing. I don't need to make you be something.
Where
I don't
do you
change
need me?
The world. I'm just here having a good time.
This is
And-
the thing of like you got too many Redditors, man. You got these Redditors and revolutionaries.
Mining upgrade
that are
complete.
Sitting there on Blue Sky.
Civilian
writing
structure
articles
complete.
To like make people look bad because they don't see the world the same way that they do. And I think that there's a lot of just average people that see that.
How can I
It's
be
like,
of
this is
service?
so
Civilian
weird,
structure
it's so
complete.
cringe, it's
Military
annoying.
research
Why does
complete.
anybody wanna
Give
see
the
that?
order. Yes, sir. Where do you need me?
Not the same thing.
Civilian research complete.
No, I think
This
that I'm-
should be a routine combat mission.
I think
Where's
that
the
I'm
target?
very fair.
Range locked in. What now?
I actually, I
Attack!
legit, well, let's
How
talk
can I
about
be
that
of
afterwards.
service?
Needs to be. And I think the vast majority of the industry and a lot of these
Got
writers
a job for me?
lost sight of that. And instead, well, they just think
Attack!
it's a vehicle to drive
Call
whatever
the
their
shot!
ideology is. And that's what they've been using it
How
for.
can I be of
They hijack
service?
The industry to use it for that.
Our
purpose.
fleet is
And
under
that's a
attack.
problem. And it's the same in games as it is in games journalism.
And in politics
Because
and in every other form of media.
Your stance, this is not
and
your place
movies.
to make a stance.
This
for
is
your
like, remember how movies said like some of these like, you know, shows like that Velma show or Ghostbusters 2016.
Done and dusted.
Or that Witcher Netflix show, Blood something. All these shows were good. The Acolyte. All of these shows.
Our
it's the
shields are
exact same in other
compromised.
Media too.
Reporting in.
ideology or your political leanings or whatever it might be. These are commercial products. This is a service. This is a product and service industry.
Civilian
We're buying
structure
video games,
complete.
and then we are going to somebody else to hear about those games. or-
Exotic resources have been located by our survey
have them
teams.
reviewed or whatever
Survey
it might
teams
be.
have found
You're the
something
quality control.
interesting.
Journalists are the quality control.
Exotic
That's
resources have been located by our survey teams.
They're the quality enforcement now.
That's a problem. You know, call me a traditionalist, call me a prude, but when I see people like Lena go out on social media and say shit like that,
If you're going to deduct points from a game because they use the Gulf of America, but you're not going
How
to
can I be
deduct
of
points
service?
from a game and write articles about games that are made in China that actively suppress conversations about genocides and different types of cultural appropriation. Or sorry, not appropriation. That's
Got
the
a
one that
job
doesn't
for me?
matter. Cultural
I'm on
oppression.
it. Where do you
And,
need me?
Nobody should take you seriously at all. Really. Like nobody, like you've automatically disqualified yourself from any sort of opinion that has any weight at all. Like if you really think that the Gulf of America has even 1/100th of the impact of Chinese games coming
Commerce
out
upgrade
that prevent
complete.
you from saying the words Taiwan.
Your
It's a
influence
level
is
of
undeniable.
delusion
You've made a
and
wise
hypocrisy
acquisition.
that I think even the most reasonable and uninformed person can immediately see. That was crazy. Yeah, it was.
The lack of professionalism just really bothers me. Like, I feel like people really crave that. It's not even crave. I think people expect it. They don't expect people in positions of authority to act like that. And when you're a game reviewer, you are in a position of authority because you do, in a way, shape the discussions around these games. You shape the reception of those games.
Upgrade logistics to unlock more civilian slots.
Studios in some cases. Well, yeah, I know game reviewers aren't as relevant as they were, you know, many years ago.
How can I be of service?
They do still have some relevance.
This should be a routine combat mission. Military research complete. Exotic resources have been located by our survey teams.
If you guys enjoyed the video, found it useful in any way, like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it with your friends, comment down below.
Reporting in. Civilian research complete.
Anyway, stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe.
We're underway.
Peace.
There it is.
Family.
Do you think game reviewers will ever be able to recover as a whole? No. I think that once an ideology like this encapsulates a group of people, I think that it is impossible to get rid of them. And I think that the only way that you can get rid of them is to completely remove
Reporting in. We're underway.
You have to cut the entire
Ahead slow.
That's what I would say. You're spamming. I know I am spamming. Give the video a like. I totally fucking agree with the video. I absolutely do. And I think that every single time that person, that Lena, wherever the fuck it is, person writes an article about a game made in China, I feel like if they ever give it anything more than a 1, people should absolutely go fucking ballistic.
Exotic resources have been located by our survey teams.
Every single company, you have to keep in mind, every single company in China has...
All hands, prepare for phase jump. Logistics upgrade complete.
And it's mandatory, right? It's not like this is just incidental. It's a mandatory connection. And so when I see people like that, I see...
Civilian research tier complete.
That is just absolutely insulting. And it's insulting to the intelligence of everyone. Yeah, there's the video right there.
Military research complete.
I've been trying, like,
civilian research complete. Our fleet is under attack.
And
we are entertaining offers.
To hear why, but I think that as much as I can,
what now?
I try to be
I won't
fair.
let you down.
And more than anything, how is this a threat? Well, it threatens their money because nobody wants to buy garbage.
Reporting in.
They don't have to.
You need to stop what you're
doing.
This
should
right
be
now.
a routine combat mission.
I saw what you said. You should not.
What did I do?
Stop celebrating the success of these 30-person studios that are doing more with
Just
30
a short detour while we clear a path. Hold tight. This'll only take a minute. Just a short detour while we clear a path.
Make you feel sorry for us.
This should be a routine combat mission. The strength of the coalition. This should be a routine combat mission. Hold tight. This'll only take a minute. Where do you need me? We're underway.
You need to deprofessionalization of the games industry
Ahead
is on
slow.
the horizon. At least that's what they're calling it. And that means that there are fewer roles in marketing, cultural consulting.
What?
Brace yourselves for this one.
HR.
Less roles in middle management.
Oh, God, the horror. Oh, jeez.
So today we're going to be talking about
people with useless bullshit jobs that add no value to the product or the company whatsoever are losing them. Oh, guys. Oh. Oh.
How apparently it's
a new colony has been founded.
Making games on their own because that means less opportunities for the real professionals. Oh yeah, this is going to be good.
There it is.
Once success starts happening outside of the system, all of a sudden it's not about whether or not games are good. No, it's
You've made a wise acquisition.
Them. Accountability is a rare thing in the games industry. I've noticed that more times than not. And so many people want to shift the blame
The
on
reason
this.
why they want accountability
You opted out of bidding.
displaced is because they are products of an apparatus that displaces accountability. What people that are lazy love doing is they love
Give the order.
displacing fault between so many
What
people
now?
that nobody can actually be assigned blame
Attack!
when something goes wrong, because it's just a
I'm on
failure
it.
of an
Our shields
apparatus
are
that is
compromised.
too large to deconstruct. And it
How
is
can I be of
designed that
service?
way on purpose.
Exotic resources have been located by our survey teams.
Somebody else who would have created
Hold
enemy
tight.
out of
This'll
thin air,
only
or they
take
want
a
to
minute.
appeal to empathy
Got a job for me?
job security.
I'm on it.
And now we
Call
need to
the
be careful.
It's
shot.
like, here's a really
This
good personal
volley's got
example.
your name
Have
on
you
it.
guys ever had a problem
Military
with somebody,
research complete.
and whether it's
How
a
can I be of
girlfriend or a
service?
toxic relationship,
Military
something
structure
like that,
complete.
and they say, oh, well, we both made mistakes. It's like, bitch, you made 98% of the mistakes, and I got mad at you for it. That's basically what they try to do. But in a corporate level with 150 people.
Our planet is under siege.
How much we
Mining
enjoy these
upgrade
indie games
complete.
Because it could hurt AAA. You need to put down that Expedition 33.
Yeah.
Poke somebody's eye out with that thing. But before that, a word from today's sponsor.
Reporting
If
in.
publishers are willing to charge $80 for digital
A
games
sound
that you don't
plan.
actually own, track your behavior, and lock content behind online-only DRM, what do you think they are doing with your data? Yeah,
I know what they're doing.
That's why I use NordVPN, and you probably should too. NordVPN encrypts your internet traffic, blocks trackers and malicious websites with its Threat Protection Pro, and it helps you stay private no matter where you are or what you're doing on.
I don't trust these internet companies. I only trust Big Tobacco and Big Oil. They've never steered me wrong.
Line. It's fast, reliable.
Where do you
and
need me?
Doesn't log any of
Ahead
your
slow.
activity, which is more than I can say for a lot of other companies on the internet these days.
And-
It also lets you access region-locked content from anywhere in the world,
Big
whether
Pharma?
that's a
No.
documentary that's only available overseas, a site that's blocked on your network, or you're just trying to avoid price discrimination. NordVPN gives you the
Martin.
freedom to browse without borders or restrictions.
Make some
Whether
good
you're sick of
bombs.
targeted ads, censorship, or you just want to take back control of your digital life, NordVPN gives you the tools to do it. Go to nordvpn.com/LDrops or click the link in the description or pin comment below to get a
He's
major
got to
discount.
change this to W drops. You have to change it to W drops. Like, come on.
On a 2-year plan plus 4
L
extra months
drops,
for
like,
free.
come on.
And if you find out that it's not for you, well, there
L-
is a 30-day
yeah.
money-back guarantee. Thank you to NordVPN for sponsoring today's video. Indie games haven't just found success in recent years, they have dominated, not just as
Mining
underdogs, but as some of
upgrade
the most
complete.
beloved and talked about
How can I
titles
be
in
of
the
service?
industry. And indie has become a bit of a spectrum. On
Civilian
one hand, you have
research
studios like
complete.
Larian with Baldur's Gate 3 or Sandfall Interactive with Expedition 33, well-funded, still
Well,
operating.
indie games are just simply games that don't have a publisher. That's it.
Done and dusted.
Outside of the
Times of
That's
war
exactly
are
what
upon
On the
us.
other end, you have solo developers.
A sound
like Tyler,
plan.
Schedule One, or Local Thunk, the creator of Balatro.
Yeah.
Completely different scales, but the same result. Self-run,
Civilian
and most
structure
importantly,
complete.
Unrestricted by AAA. As tools
Dude,
become
it's so funny for me to watch people play this game the way it's supposed to be played. God, how embarrassing.
more accessible and these games keep hitting both critically and commercially, more creators are jumping in. Some are seasoned veterans that are finally breaking free to go make something they actually want
All
to.
hands,
Others are
prepare
just
for
complete
phase
newcomers.
jump.
But the point is, they're doing it, and they're doing it on their own. and
Ahead
that's where the
slow.
friction starts. Because every new success story from the indie world exposes just how bloated and inefficient the
Military
traditional
research
system has
complete.
become. And for some
Logistics
people,
upgrade
that's
complete.
a threat, especially if you're
This is inside of all corporations. I think that this is a problem of corporate bloat that's happened inside of all tech companies. And this is why, like, I think that there's a form of organizational and managerial entropy that happens inside of these companies where more management begets more management. and
Hope
before
we're
you
up
know
to
it,
the
all
task.
you get is management. And that's the problem.
Could be risky with these passengers
Middle
aboard.
management, Yeah, exactly.
job exists within a 500-person pipeline.
Yeah,
These
like
all
look at Twitter before Elon. Look
Hope
at
we're
Meta,
up to
look
the
at all these
task.
companies, and think about how many people that
Could
like,
be
they let
risky
go,
with these
and think
passengers
about the
aboard.
fact that the product did not change. That should say a lot.
Let's get there safe and
Developers
sound.
are doing to AAA what YouTubers did to network television,
That's
what
right.
streamers did to cable news. They are proving that you don't need 10 departments and 1,000 employees to make something that people actually care about. And just like how content creators are often branded as unprofessional by legacy media, indie developers are now getting the same treatment from the AAA establishment. In an article written by
Unprofessional means unwilling to work within the imagined confines.
You've made a
that have been
wise
invented
acquisition.
for you. Oh, you're being unprofessional. How is that? Well, you're not playing by our rules. Yeah, that's because your rules are bullshit. It's pretty simple.
Bryant Francis of GameDeveloper.com titled "The Deprofessionalization of Video
Hope we're up to the task. Commerce upgrade complete. Civilian structure complete. Could be risky with these passengers aboard.
The kind of guy that, yeah,
Let's get there safe and sound. Could be risky with these passengers aboard. Let's get there safe and sound.
And small teams are great, but it could lead to the death of vital specialists. He writes,
Civilian structure complete. Could be risky with these passengers aboard. Civilian structure complete.
As A16Z marketing partner,
We'll have to fight our way out of this. Where's the target? Whatever you say. Civilian structure complete. You got it.
It's like a
This volley's got your name on it. Let's see if we can scrape our way out of this.
The most successful venture capitalist firm in the entire world. But this random idiot video game journalist is being scared by this. And also, by the way, I've interacted with people that work at this company. They're smart. They know what they're doing.
Is a phenomenon driven by the overperformance of older
They're
titles.
getting paid a lot more than he is, too. I guarantee it.
Particularly
There's a
free-to-play
reason for
live
that.
service games, large studios struggling to drive sales, and the outsized success of some solo developers and small teams. These three forces, he argues, will
Reporting in,
combine to
and
drive
it doesn't
career
look good.
professionals from the traditional professionalized
Let's get there
side
safe
of the
and
games
sound.
industry.
Drive career professionals from traditional professionalized sides of games? Yeah, that's the goal. Because they're worthless and they add no value.
You pick 'em, I'll
Yeah,
stick
that's the
'em.
point.
Sounds good. Secure the passengers.
Duh.
Commerce upgrade complete.
Yeah, now you
Military research complete. Brace for combat.
People will decide
Where
to
do
go
you
indie,
need
he
me?
continues. Others will leave gaming altogether, and in between,
You
there is
pick
a
'em,
vast
I'll
spectrum of
stick 'em.
irregular working
Yes, sir.
arrangements available. Yeah, I'm gonna have to stop you right there. The idea that indie success is driving career professionals out of the industry is such a
I'll do my best. Reporting in.
It's because why is it
Call
that you
the
need
shot.
all these people?
This volley's
like
got
Iron
your
Man
name
1.
on it.
Tony Stark built this in the fucking basement.
Reporting
and
in.
You can't build this with a lab.
You
What
pick
the
'em,
fuck do I
I'll
need you
stick
for?
'em.
And I'm gonna be honest, he wasn't really wrong. That's a great point. Floating door, holy shit! Thank you for the subs. And Luke, the pizza guy, Jesus, you guys are gifting subs like crazy. Thank you, I appreciate it, guys.
Take that it's almost impressive.
I'm serious.
Let's just ignore the last
box of
5
scraps,
years
yes.
of layoffs, project cancellations, and ruthless studio consolidation, and instead blame the one guy who made a viral hit in his bedroom.
Yeah.
That's the villain now? Major studios have been pushing these people out long before indie would even come into this conversation. Specialized talent wasn't being nurtured, it was being discarded. Projects
Reporting
were being
in.
rebooted mid-development.
Our fleet is
Plays
under
being
attack.
outsourced, and artists are being chewed up and spat out like they were nothing more than replaceable assets. Indie
Well, they
success
are.
didn't
You
create
pick
this
'em,
brand
I'll
awareness
stick
that
'em.
gave
Problem with the
people a
companies.
reason to leave willingly or a place to go if they didn't. So if those same professionals now look at indie devs and think, yeah, I'd rather take the risk and make something real, that's not deprofessionalization, that is liberation. And
That's
honestly,
reprofessionalization because their job is to make video games,
What now?
not exist inside of a bureaucratic Karenocracy.
How
that's
can I
been
be of
created
service?
In order to make sure that people get
Commerce
payroll for
upgrade
doing something
complete.
that creates no value.
that's a good thing.
That's the
and this
reason.
industry needs more of it. Because the reality is the parts of this industry that this article feels are being threatened, the corporate monoliths like Activision, EA, Ubisoft, Epic, are the same companies
You've
that are
made a
responsible
fine
for most of
purchase.
what's broken right now.
And
Their
no
budgets, monetization,
refunds.
Design copycat games that are designed to mimic Fortnite or Call of Duty. If those studios are shedding talent, maybe that's because they've become the worst place to put it. And if those same
A
professionals
sound
that have
plan.
been kicked out of the industry
Brace for
go on to build
combat.
the next Larian, the next Supergiant, or the next Sandfall Entertainment, that's not a loss. That's the start of something better. The writer goes on to say, wandering through these booths, I found a mix of truly excellent and inspiring games, but also found myself bubbling with frustration. Few developers on display were working with teams larger than 3 people.
Military research complete. Comlink active. Civilian research complete. How can I be of service? Brace for combat.
What the fuck is this problem?
Where do you need me?
People fall victim to the idea that the way things are. Let me see if I can find it.
You know, throughout the years in business, I found something, which was I'd always ask why you do things.
You pick 'em, I'll stick 'em. Range locked in.
That's the way it's done. Nobody knows why they do what they do. Nobody thinks about things very deeply in business. That's what I found. I'll give you an example. When we were building our Apple I's in the garage, we knew exactly what they cost. When we got into a factory in the Apple II days, the accounting had...
We have wiped out an enemy colony. Good day, Commander. Yes, Commander. At once. Where do you need me? Ahead slow.
Sounds like a job for somebody else.
And I kept asking, well, why do we do this? And the answer was, well, that's just the way it's done. And after about 6 months of digging into this, what I realized was the reason you do it is because you don't really have good enough controls to know how much it costs. So you guess.
Insufficient metal.
You fix your guess at the end of the quarter. Right. And the reason you don't know how much it costs is because your information systems aren't
Bringing
good.
out the big guns. Reporting in.
But nobody said it that way. And so later on, when we designed
That's more like it.
Macintosh,
Where do you need me? Easily done. Reporting in. A sound plan. Call the shot. Sounds good.
So, in business, a lot of
civilian structure complete.
We are entertaining offers. You've made a wise acquisition.
So
you got it. How can I be of service? Military research complete.
Work really hard. You can learn business pretty fast.
Call the
It's not
shot.
hardest thing in the world.
I guess you just can't say
Reporting
the same
in.
thing for journalism.
Secure
though,
the
right?
passengers.
I just want you guys to hear it from the guy himself. Okay? Apple's literally overpriced. Well, Steve
Can I do
Jobs
out?
had a picture for a while. The last transcendent product that Apple made was oversaw by Steve Jobs.
How can I be of service?
Wanting ever more expensive offerings as a part of their pitch deck, short-term contractors seem to be the best way to plug gaps.
You think about it.
Where's the target? Sounds good. Exotic resources have been located by our survey teams.
Except for 3 or 4 of you guys, they're probably drug dealers that are using a flip phone. That is crazy.
Apps. Why did it feel like
Research
so
rate
many
upgrade
proper
complete.
businesses were fighting to get their games in front of players at PAX? Speaking with Rigney and other developers, I sense that deprofessionalization isn't just a catchy phrase to describe the demand side of economics.
Steve Jobs would have 100% fired this guy. Yep, this guy would have been fired by... Bro, Steve would have had this dude out on his ass. He would have had his shit in a box. Ooh. In an instant,
industry hiring.
Call the shot. Civilian research complete. Reporting in.
Rigney offered some extra nuance.
How can I be of service? Hold steady. We're going in.
Right. You opted out of bidding.
At studios to be the first on the chopping block.
Good. The people that run marketing campaigns at most publishing studios and development studios are retarded. They are. They're stupid. And I'll tell you, like, so whenever I do sponsorships, they'll tell me
Systems
what
calibrated.
to do, and I'll be like, okay. And then I just
Need
don't
something
do it. I just do it
destroyed?
my way's always right.
Affirmative. This is how space junk is born. Time to kick some ass. They're as good as dead. Where do you need me?
This article exists. The writer walks through PAX, sees a wave of exciting and inspiring indie games made by teams of 3 or fewer, and comes away frustrated. Why? Because there weren't enough proper businesses represented? What does that even mean? You just admitted that these indie teams are doing great work, but then you're upset because they're not expensive enough because the teams are so small? And then you go on to quote
Just a short detour while we clear a path.
Bro, like, and the thing is that the reason why he's upset is he knows what this means for everything else in the industry.
Exotic resources have been located by our survey teams.
Bigger budgets to take their pitches seriously. And somehow, that isn't the problem. You don't see the connection. The developers at PAX didn't create the system, the publishers did. This entire bloated mess is a natural result of an industry obsessed with scale, overspending, risk aversion. These indie devs are simply surviving despite it. But of course, now
this should be a routine combat mission.
Deprofessionalization.
Exotic resources have been located by our survey teams. Hold tight. This'll only take a minute. Our shields are down, Commander. Just a short detour while we clear a path. Good day, Commander. Call the shot.
No, and they don't either. Just a it's a retard, worthless position that adds
Civilian structure complete. This volley's got your name on it.
Just a worthless position. Put it in the garbage.
Military research complete.
Curator.
No. Wait.
Whatever you say.
The thing is that live streamers,
shields
I think,
down. We should take evasive action. Reporting in.
Are the most capitalist and the most.
You've made a fine purchase. No refunds.
Chooses to watch somebody or not watch somebody. So if you fail as a live streamer or you fail as a content creator, you have failed.
A sound plan.
You went into the free market.
Yes, Commander. At once. Affirmative.
That's it. That's on you.
Carrier at the ready.
Guys, I've said this before, and I'm going to keep saying it. One of the biggest issues in AAA development is bloat. Bloated teams, bloated budgets, bloated management structures where nobody knows what the person next to them actually even does. You end up with departments that are built to manage
item complete, Commander.
Timelines that are so tangled that you can't even see the final product, and a burn rate that is so high it is a miracle that any
research rate upgrade complete.
And they warn us, brace yourselves, marketing might be the first roll on the top of the block.
Brace yourself, guys. Video games are going to become more expensive. Yeah. Sure.
Good. Most marketing departments in this industry are completely useless. It has never been easier to get your game in front of players if your game is actually good. You can't fake that kind of traction anymore. You can spend millions of dollars plastering Avowed on trains and buses, put an ad in Times Square, but it won't
maximum
matter.
Civilian orbit slots
reached. Expedition 33 has people screaming about the soundtrack, the story, the characters, the combat, because the game itself is worth talking about. You don't need a 30-person marketing team if your game hits. You need a game that deserves to.
You need a
civilian structure complete.
You need a good game.
Brace for combat. Times of war are upon us.
And I think marketing pushes do help certain games, but
item is complete and online.
You can't put lipstick on a pig. It doesn't matter.
This should be a routine combat mission.
And also, like, I have a huge problem with the way that companies and marketing agencies handle promotions for streamers. I think that they are creating
civilian research complete
by how badly they handle them. I unironically think that I could do a way better job. They're wasting, I'm not even kidding you guys, $2 to $10 million on the regular. Imagine example. I don't want to make an example because
civilian structure complete. Military research complete.
Company, I would want them to work with me in the future, and so
civilian structure complete. Commanders on deck. Coming about.
There.
How can I be of service?
Right now, that's what's going on, and it's not deprofessionalization.
Insufficient metal.
This industry has been top-heavy for too long, and that weight is finally starting.
Whoever was in charge of that marketing campaign should never be in charge of anything ever again.
To shift towards the people who actually build the damn thing. The article then pivots to acknowledge a different kind of success story, the creative renegades, the ones that are making weird, original, impossible to greenlight games that traditional publishers would have laughed out of the room. Rightly praises them, calling them out as this is the only creative industry on the planet where one person can make $100 million making something by themselves, which, yes,
what about crypto?
True, but the tone here still drips with discomfort, like it's a cool fluke and not something to build around. Now, to the author's credit, they go on to clarify that small teams aren't obligated to hire anyone. They are doing what they can with what they have, and better tools have made that possible. But here's where the framing starts to slide sideways. They say what feels wrong is that so few people benefit from this new status quo. Not that small teams.
Let me get this straight. The millions of gamers that now don't
Civilian
have to pay
structure
$80
complete.
for video games.
Shields down, Commander!
Count,
What now?
but
Reporting in.
it's the
What's the plan?
400
We'll need to act
useless
fast.
garbage
This won't be
jobs
so
that add
easy.
no value. They're the ones that we need to care about. So the customer just isn't even considered. Well, it's no wonder this guy's a journalist.
Are succeeding, but that too many people aren't a part of it. They then go back to Rigney and bring up a new
Done
example.
and dusted.
Aaron Rutledge, former lead designer of League of Legends, Black
Where
Ops
do you
4,
need
and
me?
Apex Legends. Now
Prepared to
running a consulting
engage,
firm called
but we
Area
might need some
Denial.
backup.
Basically a higher
Proceeding
gun.
as
The
ordered,
writer admits that
but
his
I don't
career
like
sounds
this.
romantic,
How
but
can
then
I be
calls
of
this
service?
model a structure that celebrates the few over the many. One that elevates
Can we
roles
still
like
turn the
design
tide
and
in our
programming
favor?
while leaving
Our
out
shields are
non-essential
compromised.
positions.
We have
What
wiped
is
out
this?
an
How do you
enemy
go from
colony.
saying
You just self-reported.
Keep your eyes open. A new colony has been founded.
You
What's
self-reported.
the plan?
You said
We'll
it
need to
yourself.
act fast. Reporting in.
Non-essential. Then why are you there?
This is the only creative industry on the
my
planet where
God.
one person can make $100 million by themselves, to immediately following that with what feels wrong about this is how so few people
You've made a
seem to
wise
benefit from the status
acquisition.
quo. Do you hear yourself? This is the benefit. That is the shift.
No
We are no
armor!
longer living in an
Prepared
era
to
where you need to
engage,
be agreeing
but we
about
might need
while
some
publishers
backup.
sit in a
Let's
cubicle
hope we're
farm
not
for 6
walking
years
into a
and then
trap.
get your name buried
Treading
in
carefully.
5 layers of
Item
paper.
complete.
They think this way. A lot of
Let's
people
hope we're
really
not
like
walking
the,
into a trap. Moving
I
into
think that a
certain
lot of
danger.
people don't understand the comfort that a large
Treading carefully.
brings, because people can be comfortable and safe inside of it without having to worry.
We're falling
that
apart
they're at
here.
risk,
Need
they're gonna
immediate
lose their
assistance.
job, It's the
What's the
status
plan?
quo,
We'll need to act
it's normal,
fast.
There's not
Keep
gonna
your
be any
eyes
big
open.
problems, Everything's going to be okay.
Moving
Mediocre
into
people
certain
are against
danger.
meritocracy. Yeah. If you want to find out who the real losers are, figure out who doesn't wanna work
Insufficient
on
metal.
commission.
Witnessing one of the
Shields
most
down.
democratizing
Repeat.
eras
Shields
in video
down.
game development history,
Stay
and
alert.
somehow your takeaway is, but not everybody gets to enjoy the ride. Of course they don't, but that's always been the case.
Tight
But now
spot
the door
here,
is
Commander.
actually open. Look at Path of Exile and Grinding Gear Games, a tiny studio in New Zealand.
Following
that grew to a
orders,
200-person
but we'll need
powerhouse
suppressing
working on
fire.
2 full-scale
Stay
games.
alert.
Look at Expedition 33.
Treading carefully. Armor down! We're taking direct hits now! Military research tier complete.
Private equity investor who just wrote what might be this year's
Moving
game of the
into
year.
certain danger.
The indie boom is not excluding people. It is including people that AAA would have never hired in the first place.
That's what scares them. Is because they've built up an
Anxiously
entire
awaiting orders.
network
Times of war are upon us.
that
Stay alert.
and isolates them and makes them the sole
We're crippled!
beneficiaries of this, of
Mining
this
upgrade
industry.
complete.
And now that the industry is becoming more democratized, now that it's becoming
How
more
can I be of
open,
service?
those traditional avenues are becoming antiquated and vestigial. And now you see these companies that
Civilian
operated
research
like,
complete.
the Titanic. Well, now they can't afford to move away from the icebergs anymore. And they hit them over and over, like with Concord and Marathon and all these other games that are going to come out and have the same problems.
Military
That's
research
decades long.
complete.
This new era is
the way it
tearing
is.
them down. What you're seeing isn't exclusion, it's a healing process, a long overdue correction of decades of bloat, overreach, and creative stagnation. I'm going to get some people that are going to disagree with me on this, and that's fine. I do not believe in supporting these bloated structures, systems, and bureaucracy more than anything else, all in the name of job preservation. I think that it is a pathetic narrative.
No. If you can't earn your
Civilian structure complete.
then they don't need to pay you. Nobody owes you a job. That's not how the world works.
Commerce upgrade complete.
That's it. It just doesn't. That doesn't.
You've
work.
got the
Like,
full
I mean,
weight of a
nobody
star
thinks that.
base
The
at
only
your
people that think that are
disposal.
people that want
A
to get
sound
money for free
plan.
for doing nothing. And also, by the way, the only people that are
How can I
disagreeing
help
with me
you, Commander?
are disagreeing with me
Understood.
because they're not in a position to have to lose money.
That is driven by
Civilian
people that
research
resist
complete.
progress. And in a lot of cases, because they don't want to adapt, they want to make it everybody else's problem.
Times of war are upon us.
Dawn of industries in trade. Anytime there are changes in the market, anytime new technologies introduced, old jobs go out, new jobs come in, some jobs get displaced, and in some cases,
that's more like it.
Industry, well, the industry gets decentralized. That's why we see a private equity investor starting to write for video games.
Well, how do you think somebody starts writing for video games? Do you think they have to go to school for 4 years and read Mario scripts and then finally they understand how to write for video games? They have to read every Shakespearean novel and then get a degree.
Hostile forces have arrived.
Now they're qualified to write for video games? Who the
Tight
fuck
spot
decided
here,
this?
Commander. Following orders, but we'll need suppressing fire.
It's ridiculous.
This won't be so
It's
easy.
totally made up.
Where do you need me? How can I be of service? Ahead slow.
You wouldn't have a guy that worked 8 years in construction that has no
Prepared to engage, but we might need some backup. Proceeding as ordered, but I don't like this.
I think the real problem for these people, and what really scares them, is that average everyday
Item
people
complete,
are getting
Commander.
involved in
That's
these
why they're
industries,
afraid.
and in some cases getting rich because of it.
Can I do out?
It hurts,
Aye.
their bureaucracy.
Is scale-weak. On top of that, these people do not have the credentials.
We must take down the enemy or die trying.
Sounds like a you problem, not a me problem.
Yes.
Commerce upgrade
They
complete.
have $40,000 of student debt.
Shields
Well, if
are
they
down.
would, they wouldn't
We're
anymore 'cause
done
they just made $1
for.
million
Where
selling
do you
the
need
game.
me? Anxiously awaiting
That's the
orders.
problem.
Can I do
Is that
out?
You do need to go to college for certain things, but the majority of things you don't probably
Call
need
the
to go to
shot.
college for, except for a few specific
You
things.
got it.
I learned more about business from World of Warcraft than I did from business school.
How can I be of
sans
service?
Accounting. Accounting
Good
was
day,
important.
Commander.
Everything else was a
Yes,
waste of time.
Commander. At once. Shields down.
Let's be honest, this article, especially coming from
Aye.
media's point of view, this is more about control.
Yeah, of
Indie
course it
games
is.
are harder to predict, they're harder to market, and for them specifically, it is much more difficult for them to monetize from the outside. Not for
Done and
everybody else,
dusted.
but it definitely is for them. No more guaranteed
Aye.
preview cycles, no more demos behind closed doors, no more getting cozy with their PR team. No, you're on even footing with guys like me, and I bet that keeps you up at night.
Well, that's not what keeps them up at night.
Anxiously awaiting orders.
Making sure that they get all their
We're losing ground. Let's make every shot count. Defense upgrade complete. You got the full weight of a star base at your disposal.
Because this reality already hit them 2
Our
years
planet
ago.
is under siege.
But this argument is going to
Where's
shift.
the target?
Now instead they want to talk about who does not benefit from going indie, because
Welcome
indie
home.
developers do not hire these specialists that only do one thing. And it's
Let's
really
see
funny
if we can
because it
scrape
feels
our
like this
way
is
out
the
of
only
this.
industry where
Hope we're
doing
up
more
to
than
the
one
task.
thing is
Our
a
fleet
threat
is under attack.
instead of just doing your job.
Is efficiency.
The writer then goes on to say,
The
"My past
strength of the
validated my theory that
coalition."
3 professions are especially vulnerable in this deprofessionalized world. Artists, writers, and those working in game audio or music.
That's not true. Way more than 3 are vulnerable.
These roles seemed vulnerable
Comm
because
channel
on
open.
these small teams, they were roles that developers mentioned doing in some sort of shared or joint fashion. All 3 risk compartmentalization
Fire
as
at
asset
will.
creators. Their
The
work
item
treated as
is
products
ready.
purchased off of
This is the
stores.
Akan battle
Writer
cruiser.
expands on this
My
here by
shields
pointing
are
to broad
down.
industry shifts.
For the home
That
world.
in-house art positions
Reporting
are
in,
disappearing as
and it
studios are
doesn't look good.
increasingly
We're in a
outsourcing
tough
asset
spot.
creation
How can I
overseas
help?
to cut costs.
Reporting
This movie
in,
suggests
and
it's
it
being
doesn't look
reinforced
good.
by the rising use of AI-generated art.
Yeah,
Let's get there safe and sound.
Look like dog shit. What's really funny to me about the people that complain about AI art,
We're in a tough spot.
is that
How can I help?
nowadays, my understanding is that a lot of AAA game development studios do use AI.
This won't
art
be
and
so
they use
easy.
AI technology.
Reporting
nobody
in,
knows it.
and it doesn't look good.
They're already doing this.
Proceeding with extreme caution.
Yeah, it's already happening.
Defense upgrade
so
complete.
stupid, you don't even know that you're
Commanders
stupid.
on deck. Coming about. Shields down, Commander. What now?
In his
The
view,
strength
value
of the
artists is being eroded
coalition.
Not because their work is bad, but because it's now seen as something that can be
What
cheaply
now,
replicated or
Commander?
bought off of a shelf. Even art directors, he noted, are surviving not on creative output, but on their ability
Reporting
to
in, and it doesn't look good. We'll have to fight our way out of this.
Industry layoffs point out that writers made up the highest percentage of reported job losses in the last year. He attributes this to two diverging trends: the success of games that minimize storytelling altogether, and the increase in tendency for story-driven titles to be written by a select few, usually the creative director or maybe one or two trusted collaborators. Leaving
the reason why a lot
Good
of
day,
story
Commander.
games are dying is
Easily
because they're
done.
written by fat, boring, lazy,
Yes, Commander.
stupid,
At once.
over-entitled theater kid.
Let's see if we can
millennials.
scrape our
And
way out
the
of this.
stories that J.R.R.
Civilian
Tolkien
research
wrote
complete.
after his
Who needs
trauma
air support?
inside of World
You heard
War
the
I
Commander.
versus the trauma
An excellent
that this
plan.
person had because their parents wouldn't let them have a nose ring at age 14 are simply not equivalent.
You got the full
These
weight of
people
a
can't
star
write
base at your
stories. They
disposal.
don't understand
Military
trauma.
structure
They
complete.
don't have any sort
How?
of relatable
They're through our armor.
personality in
We're
any
wide
facet.
open.
All
Armor's
of
been
their
breached.
stories are basically
Item
coming
complete,
down to,
Commander.
what if every stupid thing that we thought
Military
when we were
research
14 was
complete.
actually true,
Shields are down.
and all
I
of
won't
the
last long
were
out
wrong,
here.
and
Can't shake the feeling we're being watched. Let's see if we can scrape our way out of this. Our shields are down, Commander. The item is ready. Armor down! We're in serious trouble! I don't want to be space junk.
That's who they
Our fleet is under attack.
That's the reason why. The reason why stories are being written that are garbage is because the people writing them are garbage.
For roles for dedicated narrative teams. He also then reflects on long-standing frustrations
Can I do
that writers
outs?
face in game development, many of them brought in late, treated as an
That's
afterthought,
it?
or positioned in
Mining
conflict
upgrade
with broader
complete.
design goals. Some studios have tried to bridge this gap by rebranding writers as
Civilian
narrative
research
designers,
complete.
combining them with implementation.
Our fleet
but
is
the
under attack.
implication, he
How can I
argues,
be of
is
service?
clear. Being just a writer is no longer enough. As for music and sound design, his concerns are much more structural. Audio work, he says, is increasingly handled through asset libraries, with implementation often falling on the other team members. While some composers prefer the freedom to work across multiple projects, he sees this shift as another sign that audio
Comlink
professionals like
active.
artists and writers are
Ready
being
for
treated more like
battle.
support staff than essential contributors. And there it is, the famous
Done and
self-insert, the
dusted.
emotional reveal, and honestly, probably the real source of this article's frustration. It's kind of hilarious that they still can't see the correlation. Small teams prioritizing design and programming, and those are the games that are succeeding. I hate to be the one to say it, but artistic roles are less essential, at least at the start. If a game isn't fun, if it doesn't play well, it doesn't matter how pretty the lighting or how cinematic the game feels.
Oh, well, if you look at the wrinkles on the character's skin, and oh, wow, look at this. See how their eyebrows are? Oh, my God. Why aren't people why? Hey, wait a minute. Wait, you got laid off too? What the hell is happening?
Commerce upgrade
It's so
complete.
ridiculous.
Where do
These
you need
people are
me?
So delusional.
Indie is thriving right now because it's the exact opposite of AAA. It's gameplay and performance first.
Where do you
everything
need
else
me?
After. That's what players care about. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you guys that there's no value in talented artists, musicians, or writers. Hell, they're some of the most celebrated people in the industry. There absolutely is value
It's
in them.
again polishing a turd.
Civilian structure
Like,
complete.
For example, I was never interested in playing Skyrim, but I loved the music in Skyrim.
Civilian structure complete.
It matters, but it's not going to sell a game.
But let's be real, those roles only exist because of programmers and designers. Yes. Without their core systems and mechanics, you're not making a game, you're making a slideshow with music. These creative roles, no matter how skilled, are built on top of a foundation that they didn't pour. They're contributors, not cornerstones. And those roles can only thrive if the studio
Logistics
is stable
upgrade
enough,
complete.
profitable enough, and able to actually invest in things that aren't essential to core gameplay. What's wild to me is the complete lack of accountability here. This article paints it like it's some sort of injustice that small indie teams often share roles, where creative directors also write, animate, and score the game, where people that are rigging the characters are also building the gameplay systems that they move through. But that's not dysfunction, that's adaptability. That's what a general...
That's smart. Of course,
Civilian
you have
structure
synthesis
complete.
Inside of the different marketing teams and the different teams that you have. Why the fuck would you not want
Times
that?
of war are upon us.
Obviously, you want that. You want to have cohesion. Yes, the more that one person can do, the more cohesion you're going to have inside of a product. Like, of course that's a good thing. How could you think that?
List is. That's how most industries work outside of gaming. Hell, I would bet almost everybody that is watching this video right now does way more than their job title suggests. When I worked in construction, I was constantly operating outside of my role, handling HR things like hiring and firing, writing environmental reports, coordinating with government agencies, researching equipment, contacting suppliers, creating and fulfilling purchase orders, even learning to read P&IDs and mechanical drawings. I got more involved in the process because that's what my job required. That's what being useful meant. Wearing multiple hats isn't a threat to job security. It's a privilege. It's a responsibility. And in most industries, it's expected. Look at Ubisoft. They are bloated with specialists right now, yet they are completely directionless.
You remember whenever that guy, they had like a specialist for Skull and Bones, and he spent like 15 minutes talking about the water? I wonder how he's doing.
The first Assassin's Creed trilogy was made with around 150 developers. Now they have over 1,000 people working on a single entry, and every release gets further away from what made that series special. Guillaume Broche, Sandfall CEO, is also the creative director of Expedition 33. When that team started with just 8 people, they all had to become generalists, taking on roles that they had never done before just to make it work. And in some cases, they ended up excelling at things that they had never tried. And you know what? That made the game better. It made it cohesive, because when people are designing systems that are also touching the visuals, the animation, the design, you start to get alignment. You get purpose. You don't get this Frankenstein project where nobody knows what somebody else is building or how this whole thing fits together. That's the real problem with over-specialization. It turns game development into a game of telephone. The longer
it becomes too granular. And this is a problem that I think Diablo 4 had too, is that no problem in the game could be solved because every single thing in the game was abstracted through so many different levels that nothing could ever happen. That's the problem, is that whenever you create a product, if you don't have one person at the helm of this product that understands what they're doing, you're going to fail 100%. Like every single time you will fail. It becomes too bureaucratic. Everything takes 4 times as long. Yeah, exactly. Like, think about even like making a phone call to check something with somebody. That's going to take time.
Pipeline, the more distorted the message. What the designer envisioned at the very beginning gets twisted by the time it reaches the animators, then further when it gets to VFX, and it's lost entirely by the time marketing gets their hands on it. The more segmented the roles, the more disjointed the final product. Maybe the uncomfortable truth that this writer doesn't want to hear is that this industry was never meant to fully support specialists, or at least to the degree that they have been. Maybe it's time for more people to take on more roles, because the industry got into this mess that they're in right now precisely because they put too much weight on how things look and not how they play. We've got studios that are dropping.
Yeah, video games are over-designed, and basically, like, I think this happened, whenever this started, like, it probably started after the success of probably Halo 3 and Gears of War, but it really started with The Last of Us. And ever since then, people have started trying to treat
civilian structure complete
movies, and I think that the process
ahead
of doing
slow
that has been overall negative to video games.
Hundreds of millions of dollars on
civilian structure complete. A sound plan.
Optimize their games to run above 30 FPS. We've got devs
civilian structure complete.
While the combat feels like it was designed by an intern.
Additional credits required.
The story's a joke. What does a beautiful world mean if the systems inside of it are broken?
Civilian research complete. Item complete, Commander.
Role and take a step back and ask how they are actually contributing to what matters most. Whether these games are
done and dusted.
So no,
defense upgrade complete.
Imagine wondering, guys, is the game fun?
Into this narrative of deprofessionalization, not for a second. What we are seeing isn't the decay of the games industry; it is its
civilian structure complete.
And honestly,
can I do out?
It's not even new.
Reporting
this
in.
Is what the industry was born from: small teams, self-starters, people that knew how to build the whole damn thing, not just a piece of it. Is a professional
military research
that only
complete.
knows how to do one job? Or is it someone who understands the entire process and can bring something to life from start to finish? because I know which one I would hire.
Civilian
This
structure
conversation
complete.
feels less like a warning and more like job preservation for the sake of job preservation. And look, I get it. Transitions are hard. Watching your field change around you is hard, but we're not entitled to the status quo. The reality is,
you're not entitled to have this.
Our fleet is under attack.
Life support indefinitely.
Proceeding with
while
extreme
you've
caution.
overstayed your usefulness.
Times of war are
That's just
upon
the way
us.
It works anywhere.
Is shifting, you have to shift with it. That's not cruelty, that's life. Dust yourself off, learn something new, expand your role, and if you believe that your skill set is so valuable, then you need to go out there and prove it in more ways than one.
Yeah,
Before
just go
every
do
studio
it.
wanted to balloon to 20,000 employees, most of this work was contracted. Teams were leaner, production was tighter, and when one game had ended, well, those people then moved on. But over time, these companies got greedy. They scaled up their output. They held on to these massive headcounts, and instead of letting people go when one project ended, they slid them on to pre-production of the next project, over and over until the
Item
weight of this
complete,
all
Commander.
collapsed. That is not Indy's fault. That is your leadership's fault. Indy is not a threat. It's the path forward. It's the path out. Unless you genuinely believe that your entire career...
He's completely right about this, by the way. Like,
just on
the whole thing about like these big studios making these massive games, I think that you're always going to have GTA 6s and like these like really big games, but the future is smaller scale games that are
Logistics
designed
upgrade
with
complete.
less people in general. Like Gravy
Military
Train
structure
Riders, exactly.
complete.
People are taking notice.
Shields
Yeah,
down,
it's become
Commander!
so
What
obvious
now?
that it's happened.
Let's see if we
And I
can
think that
scrape
also,
our way
like,
out of this.
so it's kind of like how
Prepared to
esports has had
engage,
this happen
but we
too,
might need some
where
backup.
people keep
This won't
investing
be
more
so
money
easy.
into esports,
The
thinking
item
that one
is
day it'll
ready.
pay off.
Shields
But
down,
now, I
Commander!
think what's
What
happening is
now?
that the chickens
Can
are
we
coming
still
home
turn
to
the tide
roost,
in our
and there
favor?
are no eggs.
This won't be so easy.
There's no fucking
Shields
eggs.
down, Commander!
And so you
What
go
now?
around and you're
Prepared
like,
to
well,
engage,
okay, well,
but we might need some backup.
$800 million in
This
the
won't
game,
be so
and we
easy.
made $90 million.
Shields down, Commander! What now?
Where the
Can we
fuck
still
did my
turn the
$700
tide in our
million
favor?
go?
This won't be so easy.
Into the fucking void. It's gone.
someone else giving you a cubicle and a title, there's an opportunity for you out there. People are buying these games. They are selling, and they're not just passion projects anymore. Many of them are growing into sustainable, expanding studios with the resources to be able to hire new specialists when they scale. That's the natural cycle. That's how a new forest grows, not from keeping dead trees
What's the plan?
standing, but
We'll need to
planting
act
new ones
fast.
and giving them the
Proceeding
space
as
to grow.
ordered,
So if you're
but I
standing
don't
around
like
waiting
this.
for AAA to save your
Shields
job,
down,
I have bad
Commander!
news.
What
They're not
now?
going to.
You're not going to have a job.
Your influence is undeniable.
Let's see if we can scrape our way out of this. Military structure complete.
Yelling is Not Journalism by Brendan Sheffield. And
The item is ready.
essentially saying that, you know, the whole Baldur's Gate 3 drama when that was going on was an opportunity to tell players why they get unfinished games. And basically
Civilian
why we
structure
should get away
complete.
with it, and we need to be empathetic, and we need to
Military
buy
structure
microtransactions
complete.
and DLCs, and how it's not the developer's fault. But the funny thing is, we're customers. We don't have to be empathetic.
This is
And
the
entire
Akan
thing
battle
gets
cruiser.
agreed.
My
Like,
shields
why
are
we're-
down.
But empathy doesn't make
Reporting
better
in,
video games,
and it
better
doesn't
video
look
games
good.
need to be made for these companies to be able to make.
Nobody gives a shit. Literally no one cares. If you can't offer a product at the price that people want it, and it's a worse product, you're going to fail. Like, how is something so simple, so obvious, so plain? How is this so like how are so many people being confused by this? Gamers know better? Yeah, they sure do, don't they? And it's funny to see, but it's also a pretty big truth. The audacity of this, so shameless. I know, they're so entitled.
The money to be able to keep these specialists employed. Jobs follow the money. So regardless of how necessary you think your job is or how much it needs to be protected, at the end of the day,
What's the
we are
plan?
the ones
We'll
that
need to
decide
act fast.
What's necessary and what's not.
Customer's always right.
Inflation keeps going up.
This
Price
won't
of-
be so
cost of
easy.
living continues to increase, and now these game companies want to increase prices on video games.
No
Players
armor!
cannot gamble. on
Times of
$70
war
games.
are upon us.
And those are the kind of
Let's
games
see if we can
specialists are
scrape our
involved
way
in.
out of
Why do you
this.
guys think that Doom the Dark
Shields are down. We're
There's
done
the man
for.
in chat. Legendary drops and the 10 gifted subs. This is a good video.
Civilian research complete.
Isn't doing well in sales. It's because the game does not deliver.
What's the
on
plan?
value
We'll
of
need
the
to act
price
fast.
that it's being charged for.
It's also not as good as the old ones. That's what everybody has been saying. Like, I played it and it was boring. How the fuck do you get bored playing Doom in an hour?
Prepared to engage, but we might need some backup.
Like, fuck.
Shields are down! I won't last long out here! Can't shake the feeling we're being
They
watched.
have to charge that price, otherwise.
Can we
they're
still
not gonna be
turn
able to
the
make money
tide in
back
our
from the
favor?
Specialists that they have working on the game.
Right.
Industries and the world itself is constantly evolving, and you.
This won't be so easy. We're in a tough spot. How can I help?
Back the last BlizzCon, where the entire Overwatch panel was about
Feeling
deciding
exposed
what
out here.
tattoos the Samoan like tank character,
Proceeding
I
with
forgot his
extreme
name,
caution.
with the machine guns would have. Malga, yeah.
Comlink active.
And they're talking
Yes,
about, like,
Commander,
those
at
tattoos
once.
and, like,
Armor
the cultural
down!
relevance
We're in serious
and
trouble!
everything like that.
We're in a tough spot.
Samara,
How
yeah,
can I
don't know
help?
exactly
Can we
specifically, but,
still
like, I
turn the
think that was
tide
it.
in our favor?
And it was just like,
Reporting
what are
in,
you, like,
and it doesn't look good.
Who's asking
Hope we're
for this?
up to
What
the
are you
task.
doing with this?
No
What is this?
armor!
Who cares? Yeah, it's so weird.
Job will be protected, or that your job is somehow
Nobody
more valuable
cares.
than others. I think that it is
All
incredibly
hands,
narcissistic.
prepare
So
for
essentially,
phase jump.
The world needs to capitulate or protect you because you are only good at one thing, or you only want to do one thing.
Too bad.
You can do
Our
that. You
fleet
can
is
be
under
that person,
attack.
but if you're going to be
Times
that person,
of war
you
are
have to
upon
live
us.
with the consequences of your
We
lack
have
of.
to be really good at it. That's the That's the reality. Is that like there are still people who paint portraits for rich people. There's just hardly any of them.
Ahead slow.
But the ones that are
Aye.
there still are really fucking good at it. That's the problem. Is that these people don't make the cut.
Flexibility. If you do
Being
not
mediocre
bend,
is not
you
acceptable
break.
now? Yeah.
And I think a lot of these folks are going to break. You are not gonna get
Military
anything
research
from
complete.
the average consumer. It's just not going to happen.
Item
Well,
complete,
especially
Commander.
or not, whenever you're working in an entertainment industry perceived as a luxury job, inside of a world where people are being paid, I don't know, like video game development's very weird because like some people get paid a really good amount of money and some people don't get paid shit. So it's hard really for me to say. But it's going to be very hard for you to explain to a firefighter, a policeman, a lineman, a garbage man, a grocery store worker, a stalker, a
Military
warehouse
structure
worker,
complete.
why playing video games is some sort of like sacred calf. That
We are
cannot be
entertaining
defined.
offers. Your influence is
Look to
undeniable.
them to
Times
see,
of war are upon
please
us.
give me sympathy. Please feel sorry for me. It's a luxury. Yeah, it's seen as a luxury job.
Exotic resources have been located by our survey teams. Comlink active. Yes, Commander, at once. That's more like it.
We all know
People
that if
just
we
don't
say
see it.
something like "that's not my job," that almost leads to, that almost always leads to not having a job.
Yeah.
And when it comes to writer, artist, or musician, these are things that in common society that we view as hobbies. And you guys have the opportunity. No, you guys have the privilege of making that your job. It is up to you to protect it.
See?
Not
Yeah.
the world.
Reporting in.
Entertainment
Hope you guys-
jobs are also valued the most. They're valued the most and respected the least.
Guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did enjoy the video, make sure to share the video. with your
Civilian
friends. Make
research
sure to
tier
Like
complete.
the video, share the video. I already said share. Subscribe to the channel. Comment down below. And follow me on Twitch. Follow me on Twitter. I'll catch you guys in the next one. Stay cool. Stay righteous. Stay safe.
There it is.
You opted out of bidding.
Well, I pretty much agree with everything he said, honestly. And I think really what's going to keep happening is
Civilian
that these
research
companies are going
complete.
to continue getting smaller. Give it a like, give them a sub. I've been watching Legendary Drops videos for a very, very long time, and it is great to see these videos popping off, man. It is amazing. Look at this.
We're underway.
Over 500,000 fucking views. That's nuts. How can someone say sharing roles is a good thing? In small companies, it's insanely stressful. I get the upside. But the
Research
it sounds
rate
like a
upgrade
dude who,
complete.
wrote the article has never worked at all. Well, the dude who wrote the article said that sharing roles was a bad thing. And so I'm assuming that, like, this guy, you're referring to the guy that made the video. He said he worked in construction for 7 years and he did shared roles all the time. at the IRS, I did 3 or 4 different jobs. Like I did basically.
Where do you need me?
Well, I guess I can say like 2 years since I had 1K subs.
Exotic resources have been located by our survey teams.
A while ago, right? That was a bit. And so, like, back then...
All hands, prepare for phase jump.
I was doing the processing, I was doing batching, I did security, and
You've made a wise acquisition.
What was loss prevention, where it was like, make sure that you don't throw away anything that was garbage. I would literally go through the garbage at night because they were paying me at the time like $20 or $15 an hour. And I said, if you're going to give me $15 an hour, I will dig through whatever garbage you want, because that was a lot of money back then. And so, yeah, that's what I did, right? In that job. Yeah, and you did. I was doing all 4 of those things, sometimes in the same day. Sometimes 1, usually 2, and at some points, all 4. That's
What's
crazy.
the plan?
No, it's not
We'll need
crazy.
to act fast.
That's just the way it
This
works.
won't be
That's the
so
way it
easy.
is. And
Research
so,
rate upgrade
yeah,
complete.
garbage has
Reporting
worked
in.
out, yes. And so if you can't do that, that's normal in my opinion. Yeah, everybody was doing this, by the way. And the people that weren't doing it were just seen as annoying fucking losers doing nothing, sitting on their phone, complaining. There's always drama with the lead. There's always drama
Hold
with the
steady.
manager.
We're going
You're
in.
complaining
A sound
constantly.
plan.
Like,
Our fleet is under attack.
I hated those
Secure the
people. They were
passengers.
awful.
Brace
And
for
so anyway,
combat.
if you are
Secure the
getting paid a good
passengers.
amount of money and you're being treated the right way, this
Where
is
do
my
you
opinion.
need me?
I think that most people will volunteer and enthusiastically take on extra responsibility.
Military research complete.
Because they enjoy their job and they have a shared vested interest in its success. And
How
they
can I
have
be of
pride
service?
in the extent of that success. But if you demoralize,
Hold steady.
you take
We're
away
going in.
people's accountability, you remove them from the fruits of their labor.
Brace for combat.
That
Our shields are
disrespect
compromised.
them, you pay them not enough money. That is when you have people.
Brace for combat.
That's
Secure
when you
the
have
passengers.
people that show up, and that's it.
Brace for
And-
combat.
and that's the
Our
problem.
shields are down, Commander.
Treat people
Secure
right
the
way,
passengers.
They will meet
Our
you
shields
halfway.
are down, Commander.
This is just f***ing
They
crazy.
keep trying to trick us into
Yeah.
believing something is popular, so then we
Yeah.
go out and buy it. I'm getting so sick and tired of
We're
watching
wide
game
open!
developers and
Armor's
games
been
media
breached!
gaslighting the audience
Where do you
and
need me?
themselves rather than
We're
just calling
underway.
things out for what they
Research
are.
rate upgrade
Dudes who
complete.
grow up
A
with signal
sound
flow when
plan.
there's an issue, but they want to keep
Exotic
handing out
resources have been
consolation
located by our
prizes,
survey
and then they wonder
teams.
why studios closed down. How do you not recognize that you are exacerbating this issue? Avowed.
The reason is that the people that are running these studios and the people that are in media, they don't have any risk of the studio shutting down because they're not going to lose their job. if the
Times
studio
of
shut down.
war are upon
Is
us.
one of the biggest hopes I have
How can I
ever
be of
seen.
service?
Game developers
All
enjoy the
hands, prepare for
self-congratulating
phase jump.
when the numbers and the player sentiment are telling a completely different story.
Where
It
do you
doesn't
need
make any
me?
sense to me. I'm struggling to tell the difference between article and advertisement.
Civilian
this week.
research
That's
complete.
because there is no
Ahead
difference.
slow.
People, and the problem with a game like Avowed is that the game got positioned in, you know, what you would say the culture war, and because it
Good
got
day,
positioned
Commander.
in the culture war, everybody decided that Avowed is either
That's
good or
more
bad
like it.
based off of their
Our
position
shields are
on that.
down, Commander.
So, like, if you're one of the quote
No
woke
armor.
people,
We
you're going
won't
to talk
last
about Avowed
long.
being good.
I've
and
got
if you're
your
not,
back.
Then you're going to talk about Avowed being bad. That's the reason.
We're underway.
It's completely fucking
Reporting
trial.
in.
There's no actual logic behind any of it.
They want to wish success into existence. That doesn't work.
Yeah.
I'm getting Dragon Age the Veilguard deja vu all over again. Look, I don't think that Avowed is an objectively bad game. I've played it. We're gonna end up talking about that, but it's just a fine game. It's an okay game, but okay isn't acceptable from a studio as storied, experienced,
Comlink
or
active.
as prestigious as
Military
it's-
research complete.
We should-
I'll make short work out of them. This shall be our finest hour for the home world.
This difficulty.
Research rate
I had
upgrade
fun playing
complete.
the game.
Our shields are down, Commander.
I did. I'm sorry. I had fun playing the game. I would I say it's a 7 out of 10? After looking at other RPGs, it's probably closer to a 6, but my experience was probably closer to a 7. That's how I feel.
How can I be of
expect more from
service?
them. They should expect more from themselves. But the funny thing is that they don't. The industry doesn't want you to
Civilian
expect more.
research
The studios
complete.
don't want you to expect more. And this studio specifically doesn't expect more from themselves. This is a growing issue in the games industry. It's poisoning the culture of some of these studios because they're not just accepting mediocrity.
Shields
They're
are
aiming
down.
for it. Not my words, theirs. But before we get into that, a word from today.
No armor!
That's a good way to say it.
Good day, Commander.
Exit lag.
Easily
Them
done.
getting outplayed
Where do
losing
you
because
need
of
me?
lag. Nothing
They
kills
should do. You know what they should do ads for is aimbots.
so match faster.
Shields
High
down.
packet
We should
loss
take
and
evasive
random
action.
disconnects.
Yeah.
That's
Make
where
it
exit
fast.
lag.
Sick of losing
Exit lag
matches.
optimizes your connection with AI
No
route
armor!
optimization, a dynamic
Good day,
stabilizer, and a
Commander.
diagnostic center, ensuring that you get the best connection to over 2,000 games.
That's more
worldwide.
like it.
It works by finding the fastest, most stable route to game servers, reducing ping and eliminating stuttering, so you can focus on actually playing
Comlink
the game
active.
instead of fighting your internet.
This
Setting
is
up
the reason why I don't
Easily
like
done.
the game in Marvel
Times of war are upon us. Time to bid. Place am I. How can I be of service?
Before using exit lag, my ping was all over the place. After turning it on, stable, smooth, and no more lag spikes.
No,
Right now
probably
you
not.
get
You guys
50%
are
off an
coping.
annual
It's
plan,
just
so
me.
there's no reason to deal with bad connections ever again. And they also offer squad plans, letting you and up to 4 friends optimize your connections together so the entire team can stay lag-free.
Exotic resources have been located by our survey teams. We're falling apart here. Need immediate assistance. Shields down, Commander. What now? Good day, Commander.
Because when it was first announced, the hype
Prepared to engage, but we might need some backup.
A month before the game came out, everybody started rumoring about it being delayed. Everybody thought the game was going to get delayed, and then they said, "Oh no, it's actually coming."
Military research complete. Armor down! We're taking direct hits now! Item complete, Commander. Stay alert.
RPGs from a studio that's known for one of the best in the genre. But as the release date crept closer, something strange happened.
Let's
The buzz
hope we're
just
not walking
vanished.
into a trap.
Nobody seemed to care about the game anymore. The game barely got marketed, conversation among players was dead silent, and then by the time it launched, it felt like nobody actually even cared about
Armor
it.
down!
There's nothing
We're in
that was
serious
appealing
trouble!
about the game.
Comlink
That's the problem this game
active.
had, is that, like, at least Dragon Age the Veilguard.
I
had
don't
been
want to be space
non-binary,
junk.
Right? It's
All
like
right,
that's a reason
but
to
it's
talk
looking
about
grim
it
out
now.
there.
Or, sorry,
We're
to talk about
crippled!
Dragon Age is like,
Can we
oh,
still
so
turn
I'm
the tide in our
non-binary.
favor?
There's nothing that's even interesting enough in Avowed, or like.
Can't
dynamic
shake the
enough in
feeling we're
game
being watched.
In order to get people to talk about it in the first place. It was just a very vanilla.
Let this be a
boring,
lesson.
passive game.
Next time, pay up.
The combat was
Trouble on the horizon.
The
Stay
story
sharp.
was-
Shields down,
I guess it was
Commander.
okay.
What now?
I thought it kind
How
of
in the...
sucked, but
They
I mean,
crippled us!
overall, it's like,
Phase
alright,
jump
fine.
on my mark.
The gameplay was
Civilian
okay.
research
Like, everything
complete.
about it was okay, right? It was
Prepared to
aggressively made.
engage, but we
like,
might
at
need
least
some
with Dragon Age
backup.
Veilguard,
Proceeding
or with
as
a number of
ordered,
games, like,
but I don't
there's
like
either
this.
something really
How can I
cool
be
or
of
really
service?
stupid that people
A
can talk
sound
about.
plan.
But Avowed is like that
Reading
perfect
you loud
middle
and
ground
clear.
where there's
Times
nothing that's
of
compelling
war
or
are upon us.
noteworthy enough to talk about it one way or another.
Shields down, Commander!
Other than
What
maybe a couple
now?
of really stupid
Moving
character
out.
creators.
Can we still turn the tide in our
Stay
favor?
interested. I've enjoyed
Where do you
Grounded,
need
I
me?
love New Vegas, and while I haven't played Pillars of Eternity, I was excited to see
Shields
what Obsidian
down,
could do
Commander!
with a
What
first-person
now?
fantasy RPG. I wasn't expecting Skyrim, but I was
Prepared
expecting
to
something that would
engage,
at least
but
try
we
to
might
stand
need some
alongside
backup.
it. But as time
Shields
passed,
down,
my
Commander!
optimism
What
faded.
now?
The warning signs were
Item
all
complete,
there.
Commander.
Xbox barely
This
promoted
won't
the
be
game
so
with
easy.
the general
Can I
audience
do
showed
out?
no real excitement, and it was
Well, I think that it can't be downplayed the amount of damage that was dealt to the game by the that art director talking about like white people. I think that a huge amount of negative sentiment that the game had came out of that and the pronoun stuff. And so like you basically like I wouldn't be surprised if that caused the game to lose millions of dollars. Because there were so many people talking about it, no one cares. So if no one cares and nobody cares about that, then why is it that companies keep paying streamers a bunch of money to play games and make YouTube videos about them? Why? So if nobody cares, why, like, how does that work, right? I wonder. Maybe because people care.
set to launch in the same month as Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and Monster Hunter Wilds.
Yeah.
From my perspective, that looks like you're trying to hide the game. And it looks like that's exactly what happened, because Avowed's $90 early access period peaked at just 13,000 players
Commander.
on Steam.
What
That was
now?
the launch hit. That
Research
number
rate
barely
upgrade
crawled to
complete.
17,000 players.
I was shocked, like absolutely shocked to see that the game didn't even go up that much in players when the full release came out.
How can I be of service?
That means that, and this is my opinion,
Ahead slow.
if you have the core release of the game, and then you also have the early access release of the game, and they're about the same, maybe this is like a hot take or not, but I think that you did a really bad job marketing. Because what that means is
Comlink
that
active.
you activated your core fan
Yes,
base.
Commander, at
you
once.
Didn't activate a greater fan base.
Ahead slow.
You didn't actually market it to a wider audience at all.
Military research
that was
complete.
the issue, because like I was expecting that this game would have, because mini games, whenever they hit their
Times of war are upon
the
us.
game usually about doubles in popularity, right? You can look at Lost Ark, Hogwarts Legacy, Space Marine 2. Those are three that I can think of right off the top of my head, right? There's probably another one that I can think of as well. And so ignoring Game Pass just shows you're trying to push an agenda. Well, Game Pass is a big factor, you're right, but there are other games like, for example, Stalker 2 that were available on Game Pass on day one that put up way better numbers than this game did too. So I don't think Game Pass is a perfect argument.
You've
And
made a
also, we're talking
wise
about
acquisition.
numerical sample
How
size
can I be of
trends.
service?
So we're
Come
not
in,
actually looking at
TACOM
the raw
over.
number. We're looking at how the
Comlink
numbers work
active.
in terms of percentages compared to each other.
Fleet
in themselves.
created.
So,
Reading you
you're
loud
wrong
and
on
clear.
two different ways. And so
Where do you
anyway,
need me?
What I think is
Control
gonna
group
happen-
created.
Sorry, what I think happened is
Reporting
that
in.
Avowed hit its
Civilian
core
research
audience.
complete.
It hit its core audience.
How
down.
can I be of service?
17,000 players bought it early access, something like that.
Research rate upgrade
It
complete.
did not hit a mainstream audience at all.
The excuses I'm seeing are, but it's on Game Pass, as if that somehow invalidates the reality.
Idiot.
You got the full weight of a star base at your
Doesn't tell the whole
disposal.
story, true, but it does indicate a trend. And if a game is a massive hit on Game Pass, well, it's going to be an even bigger success.
Item
on
complete,
Steam.
Commander.
We've already seen plenty of games
Ready
launch both
for
on Steam
battle.
and Game Pass while pulling huge numbers. Power World had 15 million copies sold and 10 million players on Game Pass.
Yeah, it's
over
just-
2
it's a
million
stupid
concurrent
argument.
players on Steam. Stalker 2, 100,000 concurrent players on Steam, despite also launching
Military
on Game
research
Pass.
complete.
Starfield, over 300 concurrent players on Steam, even with day one Game Pass availability. If a game is truly
Reporting
successful,
in.
it's successful everywhere.
That's
and right
right.
We're
now,
underway.
Avowed is not
True.
doing well. That's
That's a
obvious to
fact.
me, to most players that are paying attention, and to anyone that's looking at the numbers without blinders on, but
Ahead
that's
slow.
not the narrative that games journalists are pushing right now. Instead, they're trying to manufacture success with articles like, Avowed is already a big hit on Steam, celebrating
Planet item complete.
Come on, guys.
celebrating a measly 17,000 concurrent players on Steam, as if that's something to brag
Ready
about.
for
Tops
battle.
bestsellers list on Steam despite backlash, pretending that the chart
That's what it's all about.
Yes,
All
Commander,
of the
at
positive
once.
feedback and
Reporting
sentiment
in.
about Avowed is totally socially and politically motivated. It has nothing to do with the game itself at all. It's just totally
Research
based
rate
off of
upgrade
that.
complete.
I bet a lot of these people
It
didn't even
somehow
play the
means
game.
anything, despite the fact that the competition that's
Propaganda,
on
yeah.
there are weeks-old releases and games that
Item
aren't even out
complete,
yet.
Commander.
Avowed hits impressive Steam chart milestone before its release, hyping
And
up
I
a
bet if
Ahead
you look
slow.
at a lot of these writers and you go
Comlink
back and you look at
active.
what they said in the past, they were probably saying things that were hypercritical and
Civilian
like, complaining
structure
about, like,
complete.
people that didn't like woke video games. It is absolutely a team sport for them. And
Civilian
Avowed is on
structure
their team,
complete.
so they're supporting Avowed. The same with Wukong, right? They did the same thing with Wukong. They did the same thing with Veilguard.
Reporting in.
I mean, again, how many points on a line do you need?
Comlink active.
meaningless number that's
We're
outweighed by a
underway.
complete lack of
Ready
long-term
for
engagement.
battle.
I'm so tired
Times
of
of
seeing
war are upon us.
See how much they
Military
suck compared
research
to my build.
complete.
My build was so much
Civilian
better than this, it's not
research
even close.
complete.
Anyway.
All this media spin. You're not my GameStop.
Planet item complete.
Your media outlets that are supposed to be covering industry news. It's the same pathetic gaslighting we saw with Dragon Age: The Veilguard, a game that was supposed to have topped the Steam charts and was declared a strong seller despite completely failing to gain any traction.
Civilian structure complete.
Even EA acknowledged that it was a failure. But let's be real.
And do you remember how much that the games journalists tried to push out and the media tried to push out that Veilguard was a success? They
reporting in,
hard, and it was completely politically motivated.
The item is ready.
It had nothing to do with the game.
Avowed's failure isn't just about the weak sales numbers, it's about how this game got here in the first place. Xbox's marketing for Avowed was non-existent. It felt like it just got dumped onto the market with no fanfare, no build-up, and no attempt to get the players excited or involved. If you haven't followed the news closely, then you barely even know that Avowed was coming out.
And that's why it didn't sell a lot more. That was the one piece of the puzzle. I was thinking about this a lot. That was the piece of the puzzle that I misunderstood whenever I gauged Avowed. Is that I didn't understand how little marketing the game had because I'm so much involved in video games. So like I'm always hearing about it and talking about it. And I think that
one of our enemies has finished a Titan.
I made a mistake. Now also because like I don't have a good frame of reference for RPG games because I haven't played a lot of them. But it's also because I didn't understand
civilian structure complete
or the lack of marketing had on the game. You're the only reason I knew about it? Yeah, exactly.
Makes matters even worse is the only real marketing that this game has got over the last year, well, it came from the art director torpedoing the game. Instead of trying to build hype for Avowed, the art director Matt Henson took to Blue Sky to rant
military
about
research complete
identity politics in video games. And not only did he make it about himself, he dragged Avowed into it, turning it into a political talking point instead of an exciting RPG. This is the first time.
It's crazy. Like, I hope that Obsidian is happy that almost all of the sentiment about their game was totally turned sour by one bald retard at your company. Like, if I was working at whatever company owns Obsidian...
We have wiped out an enemy colony. Comlink active. Like, a new colony has been founded.
Let the bidding commence.
Done, you're fucking out of a job. Damage control? Yeah. They should... And also, here's the truth. Do you want to know why he wasn't fired? It's because the rest of the people in the studio agree with him. That's the reason why.
Civilian research complete.
I'm in months that people were even talking.
That's not true. Enough of them share his viewpoint to where they're not comfortable firing him. I'm sure not everyone shares
Item complete, Commander.
Talking about Avowed, and it was actually because
times of war are upon us.
He did. I've talked about this before, but this is a growing problem in the industry. Developers don't seem to understand what they say impacts their games. We live in a world where half the audience is terminally online, and alienating a portion of that audience can completely derail any momentum a game has. This is a leadership issue. You have your key creatives out there, and they feel comfortable using your game as a soapbox for their personal beliefs. This is telling me
mining upgrade
no
complete.
Control over your employees, and you do not care how players perceive your game. When the only
third thing, you don't care about your game. Because the creative integrity of your game
insufficient metal
to the game
no bid. You missed out.
That's the other third thing. And that's an important one right there.
Notable thing about your game before launch is controversy. You're setting yourself up for failure. The uncomfortable truth that no one in the media wants to talk about or say out loud is that Obsidian and Xbox set themselves up for failure. Not only just allowing one of their developers to hijack their product for personal reasons, but also for a failure to manage expectations and genuinely trying to connect with their audience. This isn't just marketing and management incompetence. It's a
how can I be of service?
Studio leadership.
Planet item complete.
For it. No, it's a breakdown in the studio having viewpoints that are just completely antithetical to
your influence is undeniable.
That's the problem.
Done and dusted.
If you guys really want to know why Avowed isn't selling, let me go ahead and
military research complete. How can I be of service? Civilian structure complete.
I've always known war.
I'm turning it down a little bit. This was nothing like the game. Absolutely nothing like it.
It forged our
reporting in. Ahead slow.
Turned heroes into queens and kings.
A sound plan. Times of war are upon us.
Now our oaths are lost.
Yeah, this is a game
Commerce
made for men.
upgrade complete.
And you must face the monsters.
Reporting in.
So people thought that they were about to be Gandalf, about to square up with a Balrog, and it
Yes,
turned
Commander,
into
at once.
fighting some sort of
Easily
like
done.
magic green coven
Civilian
with a
structure
bunch of
complete.
furries. Yeah, it's a bit of false advertising. Huh?
Civilian research complete.
Things have borne.
Military research complete. Maximum civilian orbit slots reached.
Of a crown.
And even the music hits. So good.
Plotting jump coordinates.
We were teased
Maximum
a dark,
civilian
broody,
orbit
gritty
slots
world, and now
reached.
we're reading a tale of conflict and high-stakes adventure. Yet years later,
It's
it's
such Lord
sitting.
of the Rings bait. It is absolutely.
Commerce upgrade
being revealed that
complete.
The game's actual art
And by the
direction is
way, I love being baited. Great.
Ready
Great.
for
Yeah,
battle.
yeah.
Reporting
All right,
in.
Let's do more of
This
that.
should be a routine
story didn't really
combat
line up
mission.
with players' expectations. Instead of a mature, grounded fantasy RPG setting like people had imagined, we
Yep.
got yet another pink, purple, neon-soaked game using a soft modern art aesthetic that has infected so many games today. Instead of immersive, distinct character designs, we got the same androgynous, feature-muted male and female characters.
Comlink
that we just keep seeing
active.
audiences
How
reject.
can I be of
Who's
service?
lining up for that?
Who the fuck
Ready
wants to look
for
at a bitch that
battle.
looks like that?
Yes, Commander,
Who wants to
at
look at this?
once.
What-
Reporting
go back
in.
to the- who's the
We're
blue
underway.
guy?
Civilian
Who's the blue
structure
guy?
complete. Civilian structure complete.
Who the
Good
fuck
day,
wants to look at
Commander.
that?
Civilian structure complete.
Really? It's fucking weird.
Who's lining
Civilian
up for that?
structure
Who's getting
complete.
excited for that? Nobody. And I would bet good money that Dragon Age the Veilguard's disastrous reception probably led a lot of players to be a
Commerce
lot more
upgrade
cautious of Avowed
complete.
because of how similar these games look.
Civilian
You have
structure
game developers and
complete.
journalists whining that
Military
players need to
research
respect
complete.
creative freedom and expression, but where the hell is that creative?
They
Good
are
day,
respecting creative
Commander.
freedom, but developers
Civilian
need to
structure
respect other
complete.
people's financial freedom to not support it.
I'll make short work out of them.
That's what happens.
The strength of the coalition. Times of war are upon us. Fire at will. This shall be our finest hour.
The issue here.
Our fleet is under attack.
3 years, followed by a bait-and-switch reveal that left players confused and disinterested.
Where do you need me?
People just tuned out.
Ready for
Yeah,
battle.
Especially not today. And this isn't just an Avowed problem. This is an industry-wide
Civilian
problem.
structure complete.
Games with their audience
How can I
to
be
see
of
how
service?
players are responding.
Comlink
Feedback
active.
working on validation of industry
For the
insights
home
and
world.
developers, especially
Reporting
when they're
in.
taking radical shifts in
Civilian
art
structure
direction, tone,
complete.
and atmosphere.
Shields
Larry
are
Singer's
down.
publishing director made a really great point about this. While they didn't mention
Comlink
Avowed specifically,
online.
let's be honest, they're talking about Avowed. Or
Good
at least
day,
Dragon Age.
Commander.
There's a lot of games, but he said, you can't wait to see if a game resonates with players. It's insane. Why wait and see? It's a strategic play.
Where do you
Build
need me?
resonance before
Ahead
set
slow.
expectations,
Civilian
underpromise,
research
overdeliver.
complete.
The latter may
Commerce
sound
upgrade
crazy, but it's
complete.
far less crazy than saying
Ready
something
for
resonates
battle.
with a financial
I'll
report
make
like
short
that's a
work
surprise.
out of them.
It shouldn't be a surprise. It should be a process. And this is exactly what Xbox and Obsidian didn't do. Developers need to be direct with their vision, be transparent. Imagine how different the reception would have been if Obsidian had communicated these changes earlier, when player feedback actually could have meant something. Instead, they just dropped the
It
trailer.
wouldn't have meant anything because the developers were so dead set on making the game based around some kind of like weird, it's like a form of like cultural rot that I think this game was a victim of. It's like instead of things being dark fantasy about oaths and responsibilities, it's now about doing what you want to do and everything is purple and
Good
pink.
day, Commander.
That's it.
How can I be of service?
Actually, like,
We're underway.
I keep seeing games like this over and over and over. I'm sorry, but I'm seeing a pattern.
Military research
I'm
complete.
seeing a lot of patterns.
That players immediately rejected, downvoted, and yelled at, and then they launched a game to an audience.
Good
that didn't
day,
even want it.
Commander.
Look at the difference in viewership
This
from
shall
the initial
be our
teaser
finest
trailer,
hour.
1.8
Our
million
fleet is under
views,
attack.
to the actual launch trailer of.
And look at the down dudes.
Fleet deployment acknowledged.
Look at that. That's a lot.
Comlink
People will
active.
see that and they'll say, you know what, this game doesn't look very good.
Brace for combat.
What does that tell you? You know, on top of that, and
Let the bidding commence.
Obsidian had held their developers accountable. If they had fired Matt Hansen and disavowed his use of the game as a weapon in a culture war.
Our shields are down, Commander. Good day, Commander.
Their focus is on the game, not
Logistics upgrade complete.
It's going to be so funny the day that I make the video.
Comlink
Obsidian
active.
has to do layoffs and maybe studio closures. It's going to be so funny. Because it's going to happen. Like, I don't think this game did well enough for them to justify
Planet item complete.
I think it did okay, but probably not enough.
Game players would have rallied behind the game out of respect. How can they not see these easy layups here? You need transparency and you need respect to build trust with your audience. Xbox and Obsidian had neither. I don't understand how these companies think that they can continue to be successful while excluding their audience and remaining silent. Or worse, mocking them.
It's because they're in a complete echo chamber of people that agree with them. And anybody who doesn't agree with them is seen as a bad person and ostracized. And if you even begin to question them or question the way that they look at things, you're also seen as an enemy. Yeah, it's like basically the entire culture around like video game development has turned completely fucking toxic. And nobody wants to be the person
Hold
who calls
tight.
it out because
This'll
then they get
only
called
take
all
a
the bad
minute.
names. And then their political
No
or
bid.
their,
You
professional
missed
career is
out.
damaged. So you have a world where nobody in the professional space is willing to call this out, while everybody in the entertainment space is calling it out, but nobody.
Military research complete.
And alienating them. The games that resonate that build a dedicated player base.
Think about it like
Logistics
this.
upgrade
Imagine being
complete.
the guy that's
Military
working on the
research
Avowed
tier
team
complete.
Who says maybe
Can
we
I
should
do
add
out?
pronouns to the game because people seem like they really don't like that right now. It's just going to add unnecessary controversy, and it's not worth it.
Planet item complete.
You get called out.
Good day, Commander.
Phobia, you can get called into HR, and you might lose your job. So why would you do that?
A sound
so you
plan.
have a culture of toxic positivity that protects these people, and it just very naturally progresses into
Civilian
the most
research
extreme version
complete.
of this content.
The ones that developers are actually engaging with their fans, setting clear expectations, and delivering on their promises. But Obsidian, Xbox, they did none of that. They refused to listen, they refused to market, they refused to control their own people, and now they're learning the hard way that if you ignore your audience, well, your audience is going to ignore you.
That's right.
This might sound
It's
like
that
it's
simple.
coming out of left field, but I think that game developers need to disconnect from politics.
Military research
some people
complete.
are gonna agree
They
with-
completely.
The item is
And I
ready.
think that they don't. Actually, I think that game developers need to. I'm going to be more specific.
Civilian
They need
research
to
complete.
Disconnect from divisive left-wing American Western-focused
Times
politics.
of war are
This
upon
is
us.
not the way most of the people in the world
Military
think,
research
and it's
complete.
not even the way most of the people in America think. We just had an election that proved that. So if you're still focusing on
Hostile
that
forces
and you're
have
still
arrived.
thinking about putting that
Ready
into your
for
game,
battle.
you are poisoning your game.
Good day, Commander. Ahead
Where
slow.
you're coming from, but what I'm actually
No, we
saying.
want to hear the opinions of people like Kojima and the people that wrote
Research
Battlefield.
rate upgrade
We wanna hear
complete.
their opinions on
Aye.
politics because they're good opinions. We don't want to hear the opinions of some weird freak
Done and
that
dusted.
has like 18 different mental disorders that are all advertised in their bio, 3 different flags, and they used to be a furry artist before they got hired at a game company. I don't want to hear about their politics because their politics are stupid and annoying and weird, just
Comlink
like they are.
active.
That's the truth. That's the absolute.
One of our
that-
enemies has
that's the
finished a
bottom
Titan.
line.
Is that,
All
like, in
hands,
general, it's just
prepare
not good
for
you.
phase jump.
Whatever your political leaning is. Look at the news cycle given any channel. It's constantly you're doomed, we're doomed,
Yeah.
we're doomed, we're doomed, we're back, we're doomed, we're back. You're going to be
Good day,
spiraling
Commander.
all of the time if you're constantly dialed into that stuff. That's not healthy. And eventually you're going to feel like the walls are closing in on
Aye.
you, like the world is on fire. And in some cases, the world is on fire, but
You got the
what are you
full
gonna do
weight
about
of a
it?
star base
Make
at your
video games.
disposal.
So then you start putting it into your video games, your opinions, or your beliefs, or the things that you're afraid of, or what you're trying to fight against. And since this industry has a lot of people that
Civilian
share the same
research
opinions,
complete.
well, all of a sudden, all these
Ready
games start
for
looking
battle.
the same, playing
A
the same,
sound
sounding
plan.
the same. They're destroying the relationships with their studios. They're destroying the relationships with their audience. It's just not good for the industry. At least that's my
Brace for combat.
You're welcome to disagree, but I think it's something that these studios need to route out. Well, I think
Our
the
planet is under
controversy-
siege.
They have to get rid of these people. Like they
Aye.
like if they don't get rid
Weapons
of them,
at the ready.
then the studios will get rid of
Comlink
themselves.
active.
Because more and more, I think that like there's this.
Our
meme
fleet is under
that
attack.
I think that average people don't really care about this stuff a whole lot. And while that is true sometimes, I think that it's not true in a general sense. And I do think that average people will go and they will look at game trailers and things like that and think to themselves, yeah, this does look really bad.
An effect on the game's reception. I think more than anything, it's just the tonal shift and the art change
Ready
from the first
for
trailer to what
battle.
the game actually became. Because players came and they were like, oh, you know, I went to the butcher and all they were selling was Wonder Meat. It's just not what players were expecting. It's not what they're excited for. It's not what they're asking.
Brace for combat.
Realize that Obsidian is not the studio that you think they are. Most people are basing their
Brace for
opinions on
combat.
Obsidian off of
Brace for
New
combat.
Vegas or Pillars of Eternity. It's been 7 years since Pillars of Eternity 2. It's been
Our shields are down, Commander.
Since
Comlink active.
Mrs. Huffman, you have such strong opinions.
Good day,
people
Commander.
with zero experience in game development, game playing, is not game
No
development.
armor!
Because I don't need to have any experience in game development to be able to
We're
understand
underway.
that people don't like
Military
certain things in
research
video
complete.
games.
Research rate upgrade complete. A sound
I don't
plan.
need to have any experience
Shields
in game
down.
development. Like, I just need to have experience in games, and I need to look at what people are saying. Why would experience in game
Civilian
development
research
give you
tier
any additional
complete.
insight into if people like pronouns in video games or not? These two things are completely unrelated. They're not even close.
Things have changed. Look at their last few games. They're competent, but they're forgettable.
Yeah.
Outer Worlds, it had style,
Ready
but the
for
writing was
battle.
bad. The world felt static. The RPG mechanics weren't all that good. Grounded was a fine game.
Can I
Infinite
do
was
outs?
a thing. But that's the thing. They aren't failing to
Aye.
live up to their expectations.
Weapons at
I
the
think
ready.
that- Or, sorry, they're not failing to live up to their potential. This is their potential.
The item is ready.
They're not.
It's not a bug, it's a feature.
Shields down. We should take evasive action.
Yeah, no, yeah, because we're customers, retarded chatter. Yeah. Well, a lot of people think that, like... I
Could
mean,
be
for
risky with
example,
these passengers aboard. Item complete, Commander.
This is the same thing I say
Shields
about
down,
streamers.
Commander. What
Like,
now?
when you're a streamer
Prepared to
and
engage,
content
but we
is
might need
bad
some
because of
backup.
Some sort of exterior
Shields
reason,
down, Commander.
that's
What
sad.
now?
But don't
What's
expect
the
your
plan?
viewers to
We'll
just be
need
like,
to act
"Oh, okay."
fast. All hands,
now I'm just gonna
prepare
have to
for
walk through that
phase
content.
jump. Civilian
The
research
only
complete.
thing that really matters is
Shields
the
down,
customer.
Commander. What
And if you're
now?
not making your
Can we
customers
still
happy,
turn the
that
tide in our
is-
favor?
That's
Research
it.
rate upgrade
And the reason
complete.
why my
Civilian
stream is
research
successful,
complete.
My YouTube channel is
Shields
successful.
down,
One of
Commander.
the reasons
What
why is that
now?
I never forget.
Plotting jump
I
coordinates.
always put, and
No
this is something that I
armor!
did with
Comlink
everything that I tried
active.
to focus on with, like, you know, for example, like OTK. Do you remember whenever we announced Starforge, and we had a bunch of people that were really mad about the prices and the configurations of the PCs? You know, we had a meeting that night. It was like me, like everybody was there. It was an all hands on deck meeting. Like Charlie was there, Schlatt was there, obviously
Ready
everybody
for
from OTK
battle.
was there, the guys at Starforge were there, and we figured it the fuck out because it doesn't matter. Like, we were thinking, oh well, you know, they'll see that it's better or whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make a difference. Nobody gives a fuck. What matters is that if people are happy with it or not, and they weren't happy with it, we changed it, and the company improved. That's the way it works. And if you can't do that, you'll fail.
Military research
That's all there is to
complete.
it. If you can't, like, the thing is, like, for example, there are a lot of times where I have to take feedback from people, and I might not like that feedback. Like, some of the examples, like, right now is that, like, there's a lot of people that don't like the fact that I haven't been playing a lot of video games, and I think
Done
that
and
there is some
dusted.
truth in that feedback, and I have tried to consciously put more of an effort towards playing more games, especially
Another
because there's been
structure
more
is in the
games
way.
that I've been playing. And so, like, you'll fail every fucking time. But I listen to what the feedback is, right? Even if
Civilian structure complete.
To all of it, I still listen to what that feedback is because those are
Comlink
like the content.
active.
That's what matters.
This should be a routine combat mission. This should be a routine combat mission. This should be a routine combat mission. Our planet is under siege.
TVs, this is
Civilian structure complete.
If you're selling, like computers, this is the same truth. If you're selling guitars, that's the same truth. Everything, all of this
Civilian structure complete.
It's the
Research rate upgrade complete. Ready for battle. Our fleet is under attack.
Or try to make better than New Vegas. They're not chasing innovation or excellence. They're chasing okay.
Yeah.
So if they've lowered their standards that much, why should the players have any higher of expectations? We shouldn't. And they don't want us to. Now, initially, I thought that Avowed was underperforming for the quality it delivers. I played the game for around 15 hours, and there were a lot of things that I genuinely liked. I think spellcasting feels really good. Combat in general feels really good, which is pretty rare for a first-person RPG. The world is dense rather than...
The fact that robot didn't come to life and you didn't have to fight the robot after
Comlink
you all
active.
Was so fucking lame.
Good day, Commander.
Expansive, which I actually appreciate.
Biggest
exploration has its moments, and performance on day one is pretty solid.
Active.
On paper, this should be
Military research complete. We're underway. Civilian structure complete.
Lifeless.
Hostile forces have arrived.
But it's not reactive. It's Dragon Age the Veilguard.
So there's 5 zones, really 6 zones in the game. Yeah,
good day, Commander. A sound plan. The item is ready.
The exact same. By the time that I got to the 3rd zone in
An
the game,
auction is underway.
And I just applied that same principle. 4 big, 1 small, 1 quest. I don't remember the names of the zones, right?
In first person, exploration is not rewarding.
Yeah,
the environments feel static,
and
you quickly realize
insufficient metal
boils down to the same bandits, skeletons, bears, and lizards. After a few hours, you just feel stuck in place. There's no real variety, no sense of
This'll
discovery,
only
just
take a minute. This should be a routine combat mission.
And reading dull notebook entries. Let's be honest, nobody's playing an Obsidian game for the combat. People are coming for the writing, the characters, and the depth. Pillars of Eternity, the very foundation
Planet item
of this
complete.
world is built on that. But Avowed, there's just nothing. No urgency, no emotion, no tension. You crash land on a hostile island with only one other survivor, and you're both acting like it's just another Tuesday. The world is dangerous, but nobody seems to care. I knew I was in trouble when 3 hours in, I was already starting to skip dialogue. Modern RPGs have this obsession.
I sat through all of the dialogue.
Ready for battle.
I did. I did it.
Research rate upgrade complete.
For every game. I view it as like a...
We're underway.
It's like I have to do it. Because if I
more crystal is needed.
You failed to place a bid.
So, just so I can understand...
Military research complete.
Did you regret it, though? No, because, like, I now have a greater understanding of the way this game works and kind of like some of the, like, the functions and things like that. Did you do that for Veilguard, too? Yes, I did.
Ahead slow.
Gotcha game as well.
Comlink
like the
active.
More stories I know,
that's more like it.
Of these things that I
yes,
watch,
Commander. At once. Ready for battle. Comlink active. This should be a routine combat mission.
Did you do it for Yakuza? Yes.
With exposition dumping, constantly bombarding the player with highlighted phrases that they don't understand, giving zero context.
Our planet is under siege.
Exposition on top of that. Avowed is exhausting in that way. But I found myself
like I played a lot of gotcha games, so like Avowed didn't bother me in that way, but he's right about this segment. Let's introduce 5 proper nouns.
Ahead slow.
Fixating on the characters and the story, I had realized that Avowed is suffering from the same problem that Starfield did.
Let's be real.
A better RPG launched within the same window, and I just can't accept mediocrity anymore. If you go to play Kingdom Come Deliverance 2,
More crystal is needed.
The difference
Military
is
research complete.
Kingdom Come 2 characters react to you.
Times of war are upon us.
Wobbling about, he can barely hold himself together in dialogue scenes. If you commit
Civilian
crimes,
research
people
complete.
remember you. Guards hunt you down, and the world shifts to your actions. If I pick a lock, I actually pick a lock. If I steal, there
Civilian
are consequences.
structure
If I murder
complete.
an NPC,
Defense
I'll pay for
upgrade
it.
complete.
Then I go back to Avowed, and none of that exists. The game just feels dead.
That guy got
Hell,
fucked up.
NPCs don't even move around town. They just stand in place. Enemies don't free roam. They stay in static positions. It's just a world in stasis. Gabe Newell had a really good quote in a documentary where
he's right. I mean, like, he is. And what an unfair comparison. What's the point? Well, how's it an unfair comparison? You can buy one game or the other game. Why would you buy the game that's bad?
Said, if I go up to a wall and shoot it, it feels like it's ignoring me. I'm getting a narcissistic injury when the world is ignoring me.
He's right.
And that's exactly how Avowed feels. It's a game that doesn't respond to you. It ignores you. Now,
All hands, prepare for phase jump. Times of war are upon us.
Every single time, but when you're charging $90 for early access and $70 for full release, I would at least expect you're trying to reach for it.
Comlink active.
Warhorse Studios, the people that made that game, have less
Military
funding and less
research
development.
complete.
Tell me how it's unfair to compare these two
Civilian
things.
structure
Obsidian
complete.
should be the one that's the unfair comparison to make against Warhorse. The whole game feels front-loaded, like a rushed essay where the first few paragraphs get the most effort, but the rest is just filler.
Military structure complete.
One character that you get at the very beginning, he's a pretty solid character, but it's obvious that he was the one that was written first. Everyone else, forgettable. The deeper you go, the more Obsidian just ran out of steam. But come to find out,
I would actually argue that Kai is the most boring companion.
Good day, Commander.
I think Marius is the best
Defense
companion.
upgrade complete. Good day,
I feel
Commander.
Like Kai is the
Yes,
generic
Commander. At once.
Guy. Gyata is also good. Yeah, I mean, I would say I would rate Kai as number 4.
Item complete, Commander.
they didn't run out of steam. This is what they
Civilian
wanted to
research
deliver
complete.
because They want acceptable work, not exceptional.
Times of war are upon us.
That's his name.
Work. And that's how they plan to make their studio
Comlink
last forever.
active.
For PewDiePie. No, Kai sucks.
100 years, apparently. In an article written by PC Gamer titled, Obsidian won't chase huge profits or grow aggressively. That's how it's going to last 100 years.
Our
in the
fleet is under
RPG
attack.
business. Are we serious?
Reporting
Yes.
in.
Tyler Wilde writes, Obsidian's 100-year plan isn't, and I hope this isn't disappointing, a decade-by-decade
Ready for battle. We have wiped out an enemy colony. A new colony has been founded. That's more like it. Good day, Commander. Military research complete.
Beyond their lifespans. Are we serious? Yes. And Morgan said, why not? Nintendo was founded in 1889. One of the pillars
Civilian
of the plan is staying
research
lean and
complete.
invested, meaning small enough that none of Obsidian's employees feel like a cog in the machine. Morgan and Burt said in recent years they had considered opening multiple international
Military
studios,
research
but they decided
complete.
to partner with existing
Military
studios
structure
rather than
complete.
weakening Obsidian's culture by getting too big.
I
Linus
think
can
that Obsidian's culture might be a problem, though, when it produces products like this.
also refer to Obsidian's games. It doesn't aim for unprecedented scale or the most advanced graphics.
Times
And
of
before greenlighting
war
the
are
game,
upon
Burt and
us.
The studio spent a lot of time determining how
Mining
much to invest in a
upgrade
project
complete.
with the assumption that it will be a mild success, not a smash hit. Now, I'll be honest, on the surface, this sounds like a smart, sustainable approach.
It is. That does sound like a smart, sustainable approach. I agree.
What I've been asking a lot of these studios to do. Stay lean, keep expectations in check, and not sink into the same trap as other studios that are overextending themselves with bloated budgets and impossible sales targets. In an industry where companies
Military
are
research
collapsing left and
complete.
right, Obsidian's strategy makes sense. But then you get to the part where they assume that every game will be a mild success. And that's where everything starts to click into place.
I would say that Avowed was a mild success. I could say mild success. That's accurate. But focus on the two words there. The one that's emphasized is mild.
This is why Avowed feels so lifeless, because it was never designed to be
Good
anything
day,
more than
Commander.
good enough. The writing, the world, the mechanics all feel like they were built to be serviceable, not groundbreaking, and you can see that pretty much across the game. Obsidian isn't trying to push boundaries. They aren't trying to make the next great RPG. They're trying to make a functional, decent game that checks enough boxes to be playable, enjoyable, and forgettable. But from my perspective, that's not sustainable. Because here's the thing, if you assume that all of your games are just going to be a
Planet
success,
item complete.
that's exactly what they're going to be. That's exactly what your
Military
developers are
research
gonna aim for.
complete.
This isn't
Military
just playing it
structure
safe,
complete.
It's embracing mediocrity as a business model. It's one thing to be realistic about your sales.
Your
strategies and
influence is
expectations,
noted.
but when you start
We have a
putting that
deal.
mentality into your
Your
development
influence
process, you
is
create games
noted.
that aren't trying to
We
be
have a
great,
deal.
they're just trying to exist.
You are not
I want
worth
studios
my
to be realistic
time.
about their sales projections, but I
Civilian
don't
structure
want that to impact
complete.
how they actually make
Ahead
games.
slow.
I think that's what's going on.
Civilian research
Studios,
complete.
Sven Vinke talked
Aye. Times of war are upon us.
An auction is underway.
Mining upgrade
Nowadays,
complete.
You have so many other competitors in the
Civilian
gaming market
structure complete.
that it's very rare that people have to settle for average. There are always going to be games that came out maybe a year or two ago that have like really high quality gameplay. And why would you not just go back and play one of those? Like, for example, why would somebody choose to play Avowed if Armored Core is out? And I know these are two very
Ready
kind of
for
different
battle.
genres, but it's definitely a possibility. Or why would somebody want to play Avowed if, you know, there's Baldur's Gate 3 or something else? Just play older games. Yeah, or Skyrim, or Wukong, right? Exactly, or Witcher 3. There are millions
Civilian
of games
research
that are out,
complete.
And I think that being average is okay.
Military research
But I
tier
think also,
complete.
like, one thing that held this game back a lot is that the narrative of the game was very mediocre. Like, I would say that most gacha games have better stories than Avowed.
Commerce
there was only, in
upgrade
my
complete.
opinion, one interesting element of it, and everything else about it was boring.
But making sure how to keep
Can I
enough
do
money
out?
in the tank to be able to make your game, how to budget your game.
You
appropriately.
failed
But at the
to
exact
place a
same
bid.
time, all he's ever
Item
talked about is
complete,
wanting to make
Commander.
the biggest
One of our
RPG
enemies
ever,
has
and how
finished a
Baldur's Gate
Titan.
3 was a stepping stone to that goal.
Yeah.
So maybe this strategy keeps Obsidian alive for now. Maybe it helps them avoid layoffs or corporate disasters that we see happening at bigger studios. But what happens when the industry evolves? What happens when players' expectations rise? And when good enough stops being good enough? We've already seen that happen. Look how Kingdom
The
Come
item
Deliverance
is
2 made
ready.
Valve feel like an afterthought.
Yeah.
Look how Baldur's Gate 3 made Starfield look obsolete.
It's
The
a joke.
bar is rising, and the studios that aren't reaching for it at the very least are
It's Cyberpunk compared to Starfield.
Planet
too.
item
going to
complete.
get left behind.
Yeah.
Nobody builds a legacy on mild success.
No.
Managing expectations is important, but there's a fine
It's
line
like making
between
mobile
smart
games.
budgeting and outright surrendering to mediocrity. If you're so focused on avoiding failure that you never take any risks, you never push yourself, you never aim for greatness, then what's the point? And beyond that, how does Xbox feel about mild success? Because let's be real,
Comlink
Obsidian doesn't really
active.
have the final say here.
If you're Xbox, you would be celebrating mild success, I would say.
Arcane Austin dropped one single flop, and now they're gone. Hi-Fi Rush
Yeah.
had mild success, and Tango Gameworks got wiped off the map. Did Microsoft really acquire Obsidian just for them to be comfortably average? Of course they didn't. How do you think
Commerce
Microsoft
upgrade
shareholders will
complete.
respond to mild
We're
success
underway.
when it turns into consistently underwhelming results? Because here's the reality. Mild success
Military
isn't
research
stability.
complete.
No, it's a slow death march towards irrelevance. I realize that I have some detractors because some people really like the game. And do you know what?
Ready
That's great.
for
By the way, this
battle.
isn't a video smearing the game. This is just a video that is saying, hey, there's obviously a problem here. We need to discuss this because that's how these studios can stick around longer.
Yep.
I doubt that a lot of people want Obsidian to close. I want Obsidian to stick around, but yeah.
I think that a lot of people are probably unhappy with Obsidian after they let somebody like that work at their studio. I really think that people are downplaying the amount of damage that having people with like these really reductive
Ahead slow.
Has on average players. I think that a lot of average players, and especially like more plugged in players, I think that they're very much fatigued from this kind of stuff. Yeah, it's an insane amount of damage. It is. And I feel like when Obsidian eventually has to do layoffs or shut down, which I think is possible.
Civilian research
maybe
complete.
This game wasn't enough. Maybe it was. We'll have to find out.
What's
But
the
if that
plan?
happens,
We'll need to act
you'll
fast.
See a ton of people
Proceeding
that
is
are gonna
ordered,
be
but
massively
I don't
fucking
like
happy
this.
about it. I think it's more surprising Avowed was as successful
Comlink
as it was despite
active.
that guy. Yeah, it
Civilian
definitely
research
damaged them a
complete.
lot. Because if you
Research
read a lot
rate
of the
upgrade
comments
complete.
on, like, at least,
Prepared
like,
to
the videos
engage,
that Avowed
but we
put
might
out,
need some
coming
backup.
into launch, a lot of the comments were referencing
This won't be so
the
easy.
event of like that art director.
Proceeding is ordered, but I don't like
Let's
this.
have a thought experiment. We know that they're based in Irvine, California. They have over 300 developers. I'm going to take a wild guess and say they probably spent $100 million.
Ready for battle.
Maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less.
Hold steady. We're going in.
Pretty close, though.
Civilian research complete. Our fleet is under attack. Comlink active.
On Steam.
Yeah.
So, Dragon Age Surveillance...
Military research complete. Civilian research complete.
Probably right around about 400,000 copies sold. You take out Steam's 30%. Also, think about the fact that it's being played on Game Pass.
Yeah.
And you're looking at a game that likely made around $20 million. I don't know how much they subsidized.
You only lost $80 million. I think USAID has to come in and bail out Avowed.
Game Pass,
that's what they
how
gotta
long
do.
they get these games until they need to be profitable. But I'm going to take a wild guess and say that's not going to work. And keep in mind, Outer Wilds did sell 5 million copies, but it took them 4 years to get there. And also, at the same time, even though that game was on Game Pass, well, Game Pass wasn't as big then. Xbox hadn't spent $70 billion acquiring Activision Blizzard. Xbox is also dealing with the issue that Call of Duty is losing relevance at a wide rate. It is crazy. You guys need to go look at this.
Ready for battle. Our shields are down, Commander.
Money they're hemorrhaging over there right now. I just don't see this being
Civilian research complete. That's more like it.
Justify if it keep costing them money. Yep. Because mild. Imagine if you're always aiming for mild success, and then you miss. That's
Our
not
shields are down, Commander.
That's not good. You know, I like
Good day, Commander. Yes, Commander. At once.
The right way, but I think
Ready for battle.
You get too caught up in that, and then you're not giving your developers the freedom that they need. I should have brought this up, and I just had it pop into my mind right now. And the director
Research rate upgrade complete.
was one of the same people that jumped
That's
forward
more like
and was
it.
talking about how Baldur...
Yeah. I decided to buy. I was
No
excited for
armor!
Avowed for like 2 years. I'm probably the super minority.
Good
They did
day,
Season 2
Commander.
years ago, and I was like Skyrim by the people
Fire
who
at
made New
will.
Vegas. Fuck yeah. And I literally decided not to buy the
We're
game
falling
because I
apart
was-
here.
Yeah,
Need
I
immediate
think there's a lot of people
assistance.
that feel that way.
The item is ready.
And I think that people, there's just a general fatigue.
Our shields are down,
People
Commander.
like that.
Our shields are down,
So
Commander.
People play video games.
Can
to
we
get
still
away
turn
from
the
people.
tide in our favor?
They don't want to be
Comlink
around those people.
active.
That's why they're playing video games.
Civilian research complete.
You know, way back when they had that.
Now
big
they're into
drama
video
and how,
games.
you know, they don't really
Shit.
have a lot of autonomy.
Times
They
of
have a lot
war
choice
are
what they
upon
do with
us.
their games because of money. And saying that that's why Baldur's Gate 3 succeeded is because they got to put their money
Brace
in the
for
right places
combat.
and stuff like that.
Brace
Which leads
for
me to believe that
combat.
They don't really have all that much control over
No
their game or over
armor!
the, you know,
Good
creative
day,
freedom of the games they're
Commander.
making, which would lead to a lot of issues.
Yes, Commander. At once. Our
It's the
shields are
conclusion that
down,
I'm coming to
Commander.
at the very least.
Ready for battle.
But I still believe, you know, the other thing that I brought up is that, you know, studios and their obsessions with politics, especially with some of these folks, especially when it's your artist, it's your art director. That is going to be reflected in your game.
Yeah, of course.
And I think that Obsidian is now turning into one of those same studios that is walking down the wrong path, focusing on the wrong things, and not realizing what audiences want today. And you need to recognize
And it's important to keep in mind too. It's like he posted that on like his public profile. It's not like somebody went into his private Facebook and they saw him saying that. No, like he's putting this out as an announcement to the world.
that. Otherwise, you're going to lose them. And right now, Obsidian is losing them. Western studios, man. They just cannot get them.
Another structure is in the way.
Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. Thank you guys for watching. If you guys did enjoy, like the channel, subscribe to, or like the video, subscribe to the channel, follow me on Twitch, follow me on Twitter. I ran over there as well.
I'll link you guys the
really
video.
enjoying the random shit that I talk
Shields
about.
down. We should take evasive action.
You can hear me.
Time is short.
Outside of that, stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. Catch you guys later.
It's so funny for me to see all the people at Obsidian not repudiate the person who's actively making like basically racial escalations for no reason. Like making racial statements about the game, talking about like what he's going to put into
Good
the
day,
game and all that
Commander.
stuff. It's crazy that they would not
Research
just
rate
immediately
upgrade
fire
complete.
And here's the truth, right? Is that if he went and he said that...
Our
and it was
shields are
negative
down,
about
Commander.
innocent people that was
Planet
not
item
like him,
complete.
he would have
No
been immediately
armor!
fired and the studio would have put him to
Ready
sleep.
for battle.
Everybody knows that. And I think that what people are tired of is that
That's
double
more like
standard.
it.
They're tired
Good
of
day,
seeing
Commander.
that double standard repeated
Plotting
over
jump
and
coordinates.
over and over for seemingly no real reason. Like, these are very unforced errors. Nobody needs to have this happen. Why would this happen? So, yeah, that would have destroyed him if he did that. Yeah, exactly, it would have. And so the only conclusion that you can draw because of that is that the studio supports his viewpoints, or are at least ambivalent towards his viewpoints enough to where these viewpoints are acceptable. They want that.
Our shields are down, Commander.
They are that type of person. He has connections at the top. If they talk about it, they will be laid off before him. Maybe, right? I don't know. Seen this video, it's one of the skits I've ever seen. What is this here? Let me see.
Our shields are down, Commander.
I feel like it's a bit overblown reaction in this case. Midday News. Oh, I think I did see this earlier. Yeah, I did. The SNL skit. Yeah, at the beginning of the video, but I don't know if I watched the whole thing. We will go. The CEO retweeted the original messages. I don't know if
Comlink active.
I'm not sure if
yes, Commander. At once.
Saying people threaten for
Our
playing
shields are
Hogwarts Legacy
down.
because Harry Potter is made by J.K. Rowling. We'll say, imagine not playing because of someone's comments. Well, here's the
Our
thing,
shields
right?
are down,
I don't
Commander.
understand this perspective.
Times of war are upon us. Our shields are down, Commander.
I am fine with, what do you call it? I'm fine with people having that opinion.
Our shields are down, Commander.
You also need to be fine with people disagreeing with it. It's the same thing that
No
I said about like
armor!
Hassan going on trash
Good day,
taste,
Commander.
or people collaborating with me. There's a lot of people
Easily
that
done.
collaborate with me or with
Research
Hassan,
rate upgrade
or with
complete.
Destiny, or with Tectone, or with somebody else, right? It's like controversial because they just don't want to have anything to do with it, right? That's it. And so you can have your freedom of speech. That's totally fine.
Ready
At the same
for
time,
battle.
You can't expect everybody else to agree with it.
Yes,
and
Commander.
to
At
support it.
once.
That's the difference. Like, I'm not saying he should go to jail. I'm not saying any of that. But what I am saying is that, and also, this is a very important component that you're bringing up, is that it's not necessarily just him
Our shields are
saying this
down,
and
Commander.
expressing his political
Our shields are
views.
down,
And
Commander.
you can draw the comparison to this with, for example,
Plotting jump coordinates.
Ghost of Yotai, where the voice actress for that game is a massive fucking, like, SJW retard. Like, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna say it. She is.
Good
She's talking about
day,
defunding the
Commander.
Police. Get the fuck out of here. Defund the police. Like, yeah, what do you mean? Anybody that says that, that's like a beep beep retard alert to me. But I didn't criticize her for that, and I didn't say anything negative about her
Place
for
your
that.
bids,
And
you
the reason why I didn't do
scallywags.
that is because she's not putting that into the game. There is no evidence of her putting that into the game. Whereas with Avowed, there is
No
evidence of that
armor!
being put into the game.
Comlink
And so the
active.
difference with, for example, the director with
Yes,
Avowed
Commander. At
is
once.
that they were using the video game as a vehicle to push that message. And you're contrasting
Ready
that
for
with,
battle.
for example, Ghost of Yotai, where, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, or we'll burn that bridge when we come to it, depending on what happens. The
Our
point that I'm
shields are
making is
down,
that
Commander.
I'm not going to
Defense
shoot first
upgrade
and ask
complete.
questions later. I'm basing this off of what the video
Military
game is
research
and what's
complete.
there. That's all that matters. Gaming industry lost its mind. Yeah, true.
Recently, a nasty little conversation has reared its ugly head yet again, and it's that the video game industry believes that it's time for games
Our
to be
shields are down,
$100
Commander.
or more.
Jesus.
Mark my words. If this is the path that the industry chooses to follow, this will likely lead to the largest
The
collapse
strength of the coalition.
They
Good
did
day,
layoffs,
Commander.
canceled games, and bad
Easily
now.
done.
We haven't seen anything
No
yet. The players
armor!
already have a long list of reasons as to why not to buy games today, and you want to go and add an even bigger reason to that list?
That's more
Here's
like
an
it.
example, right? Is that you can use the inflation argument as much as you want.
Ready
but they make
for
Code
battle.
Deliverance for like
Yes,
40
Commander.
million
At
bucks,
once.
And Black Myth Wukong was for like 60, 70, or 80 million.
Comlink
So, like,
active.
really, all this is
Easily
gonna end up
done.
doing is it's going to make you non-competitive in the market.
Shields
because
down.
you're
We should
competing
take
in a
evasive
global
action.
marketplace with different currency rates and different rates of payment. And so if you have places on other parts of the world
Next time, place
that
a bid.
are making the product way cheaper than you are,
Our shields
and
are
the
down,
product is
Commander.
relatively similar, then, and you know, the problem here is that it's actually better.
Our shields are down,
is
Commander.
that, you're gonna
Ready
just
for
lose in the free
battle.
market. You're signing your own death warrant.
Our shields
That's
are
it.
down, Commander.
The vast majority of players, the reason that it will be at the very top of their list. You know, for years now, we've heard about how they think that the video game industry bubble is going to burst because there's just been so much investor interest.
Times
over the years.
of war are upon us.
The cost of
Good
development,
day,
the market has
Commander.
gone up, and the long development cycles that these games are in, 7 to 10
Defense
years
upgrade
in some
complete.
cases, is just not making these games financially viable. These big AAA, these big shiny AAA games are too expensive to make for such little return.
Yeah.
So they've gotten themselves thinking, well, how do we fix this issue? What's the actual problem here? I mean,
Military structure complete.
Useless jobs that contribute nothing to the actual product. You narrow down the scope of your projects. You take
Comlink
down the,
active.
you know, you look at
Yes,
the
Commander,
money
at once.
and you see
Hostile
what 80%
forces
of
have
the fucking
arrived.
money is going
Ready
like
for
water
battle.
physics. You
That's
fire
more
all
like
those
it.
People. You get rid of everybody there that has a job because they, somebody else says
Your
they need a
influence
job
is
to manage
noted.
somebody who manages
We have a
somebody else.
deal.
And you get people in
Times
there
of
that do
war
work.
are upon us.
That's the way you do it. The DEI, well, I mean, of course you fire them. They're done, right? But, you do that, you're going to have games. You're going to have no problems. That's it. You fire useless people that don't
Item
do
complete,
anything,
Commander.
create no real product.
Military research complete.
They're not doing
Our
anything
shields
about
are
adding
down,
anything to the
Commander.
game. You ask yourself, is this person adding value to the game at a rate that they're costing? The answer probably for a lot of these people is no. So get rid of them. It's so easy.
Can't be that our leadership is incompetent. It can't be the slop that we've been delivering to the customers. It can't be that we've been over-investing in these projects.
Remember when Seattle Iwata, I don't know if I'm pronouncing the first name right, one of the
Good day, Commander.
One of the main people at Nintendo took a massive pay cut when the Wii U didn't do well. I've never heard of a Western CEO or a Western leader doing that.
Military structure complete. You got the full weight of a star base at your disposal.
So today what we're going to do is we're going to
Comlink
listen to
active.
the industry's long
Our
list of
planet is under
excuses as to
siege.
why we need to be
Military
paying
research
$100
complete.
or more. We're gonna watch
Military
Honest
structure
Joe seal
complete.
clap the industry's death march into oblivion, and we're going to talk about why I think the players aren't going to buy. This isn't the first time we've had to have this conversation. Back in 2023, Capcom's president came forward at an event in Japan and explained that video game prices were far too low even after the price hike up to $70, explaining that video game development costs are 100 times more expensive than they've ever been, and games
Good
haven't
day,
followed
Commander.
inflation like other industries. And he's not wrong. In 1990,
Point
a
lit,
standard
let's
game would
go
cost around
with.
$50. Adjust for inflation, that would be closer to $100 today. Yet, even with the price hikes in 2020,
Comlink
$70 for
active.
AAA games, the reality is
you can justify it however much that you want, and I think that there are a lot of logical arguments that people can make for why a video game should be $100, but all of the logic in the world doesn't make somebody give you $100. A value proposition that is compelling causes them to give you $100, and the value propositions are simply not compelling. There's people like this don't know the
Ready for
fundamentals of
battle.
sales and the
Military
fundamentals of
structure
selling.
complete.
And because of that, they've been so
Ahead
lost
slow.
in the sauce of bureaucracy and
Ready
executive
for
management
battle.
that they
That's
forgot
more like it.
how to actually look
Comlink
at things from the eyes
active.
of the consumer. $100 for a video
That's
game
more
that's
like it.
problematic is just simply not going to work. The number is too big. $90 I think is possible. 100 I don't think is possible yet.
is that the industry just hasn't kept pace. Over the same time period, from 1990s to today, wages, marketing, and development costs have all skyrocketed. Game studios are spending exponentially more money than they ever did in the 90s or early 2000s, so the profit made on the sale of a single game has shrunk year over year. If we were to adjust
Item
the line
complete,
10 years
Commander.
ago,
After those kids fire everybody from the
Military
federal
research
government,
complete.
EA
Plotting
needs to
jump
hire
coordinates.
Blizzard needs to hire those 21-year-old racists and have them go into Blizzard and just take care of it, right?
from the early days of gaming to today,
bring in big
AAA games
balls.
would be priced well over $100.
Yes, Commander. At once.
To be able to match
Ready
today's financial
for battle.
realities. Now, all of that makes sense with nuance removed. However, we don't live in a world without nuance. The fact of the matter is that the vast majority of games that are released today make far more money past the point of sale. something that didn't exist back when games were being made in the 90s and early 2000s, while they still had merchandise, toys, and clothing and other...
There's infinitely many different... Like, you can never step in the same river twice, right? And so now you have way less production costs, but you have higher distribution costs in some cases through things like Steam. You also have microtransactions, but you don't have deluxe editions that are as big of a component to sales as they used to be when they were physical copies. You're not selling physical copies anymore, but you also have microtransactions. And so you're comparing
times of war are upon us.
It's very hard to say whether it's
military research complete.
And at the end of the day, it's not relevant.
Good day, Commander. Ready to provide cover for the fleet.
As to whether people are willing to pay that price or not.
Item complete, Commander.
Because you can justify it as much as you want, and you can be right. Being right doesn't mean people have to agree with you.
Our orders, Commander. Hostile forces have arrived.
Now today, games have
So
DLC,
foolish.
loot boxes, gotcha and gambling mechanics, microtransactions,
what a waste of
expansions,
money.
collector's
This bitch
editions,
sucked.
and more. I'm sorry, but you can't convince me that video game companies aren't making enough money today, or there aren't enough ways for them to make money. However, games journalist and industry analyst Matthew Ball are going to try to tell us otherwise. In an article written by Eddie Mack,
ready for
GTA 6
battle.
could cost as
We
much
are
as $100
entertaining
for some
offers.
players. Analyst
Can I do
clarifies
out?
comments. If Take-Two raises prices to
I
$80,
love how also, like, I hope that
I'll
all
never
of these other
fail.
companies that are
Ready
like
for
slot
battle.
farms don't
Yes,
think
Commander,
that
at
now that
once.
GTA 6 breaks the glass ceiling, that now they can charge $100 for like their piece of shit. I really hope that they don't think that's what's going to happen. Like, people pay $100 for Baldur's Gate 4. They pay $100 for Elden Ring 2. They're not going to pay $100 for, you know, fucking generic, you know, fucking random.
Comlink active. Military research complete. Diverting power to jump engines. Item complete, Commander.
Apparently follow suit. Eddie writes, veteran investment analyst and researcher Matthew Ball of Opinion has released a gargantuan 219-page report about the state of video gaming in 2025, and some of the presentation looks at how the video game industry could possibly grow in 2025. In a section titled How Player, Playtime, and Player Spend Might Return to Growth, Ball mentioned a variety of opportunities, including
You
Grand Theft
opted
Auto
out of
6
bidding.
costing as much as $100 when it launches this year. Ball said that there is hope among some in the game market that Take-Two will price GTA 6 at $80 or even $100, which could prove as a
We have wiped
turning
out an
point for the
enemy
video game
colony.
industry. This could break a key price barrier.
A
and
new
allow
colony
developers
has
to
been
raise their
founded.
prices as well, he said. Before this, a Baldur's Gate 3 developer said
It's not going to happen. People still complain about $70. And also, like, the other issue is that people don't...
The
like,
item is ready.
You can make these sales, and one day video games will be an average of $100. But I don't really think that we're there for the average customer yet. I just don't really think so. People will only spend that much money for insanely good once a
Hostile
year
forces
games.
have arrived. Item
To
complete,
act like you can
Commander.
make this the new normal is peak delusion.
Military research complete. Good day,
GTA
Commander.
6 could prompt a
I'll
shift
never
to more
fail.
expensive games
not
if
gonna
Take-Two
Standing
decides
by.
to price it above $70. In a series of follow-up posts, Ball shared further key updates, including how GTA 4 was priced at $90 in real terms, with GTA 5 costing $83. Ball added, your rent is up, movie tickets have doubled, minimum wage, Spotify, Netflix, bus fare, gas, etc. Indeed, nearly all categories are up, not just flat in real terms.
And the worst part about it is that he's right about everything that he's saying. Everything about this is accurate. All of these things are true, but none of it matters if the consumer isn't willing to spend the money. You can make
The
economic
strength of the
arguments, you can
coalition.
show people graphs, but showing somebody a graph doesn't make them give you $80. That just makes them say, wow, damn, that's crazy.
Mining upgrade complete.
While games are at record lows. He went on to say Rockstar's cost isn't sufficient to set the price, but the argument games should be the only thing never to adjust for inflation and thus be, in the strictest terms, worth less every year is not healthy either or a good argument, in my opinion. Ball was not making a prediction himself.
Planet
that GTA
item
6
complete.
would cost $100, only that there is a belief in the market by some that it could happen. For his money, Ball said that GTA 6 will cost $70. I can't believe I have to say this, but customers only ever care about inflation when said inflation affects them and their money. $100 is $100, whether it's 1990
The
or
strength of the
2025.
coalition.
No matter how you spin it, what excuses you make, or what numbers you point to, the vast majority of people just
Civilian structure complete.
Prices, and
Well, it's also that like there's a psychological marketing, right? I mean,
Good
it's
day,
like
Commander.
pricing. I mean, this is something you learn. You take one business class.
The
in
item
college
is
and
ready.
You learn this. They probably teach this in high school in some places. That's why
Item
everything is
complete, Commander.
$9.99
The
or
strength of the
$7.
coalition.
And it's because
Comlink
people just
active.
perceive that to
This
be
should
less
be a
money.
routine combat mission. Military research complete.
Far more difficult
Times
time
of
justifying
war
buying
are
games
upon
day
us.
one or buying
Good
games in
day,
bulk.
Commander.
My friends with kids
The
buy maybe
strength
1,
of the
2 games a
coalition.
year, or they just spend their
No
money on
enemy
indie
will
games
get
because
by
they're far
us.
cheaper. They tend to have more
Civilian
replay value,
structure
and they don't
complete.
take as long to complete.
My friends that are like, these are like my long-term 20-year friends. They play Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk,
Comlink active.
Factorio, Elden Ring.
The item is ready.
And he's playing the new Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic game again because we played it growing
Our
up.
fleet is under attack. Commerce upgrade complete. Ready for battle. Planet item complete.
Terraria, yeah, I've got another friend plays Terraria. Had to play Terraria with his girlfriend.
Item complete, Commander.
Our kids, well, they work too much and they can't even justify buying a $70 game, and they just choose to play free-to-play games instead. Gen Z is so maladjusted and ambivalent due to the pandemic that they can't even find work, and even if they do, they can't hold jobs for long. The vast majority
Diverting
of them are
power
choosing
to
become
jump
needs out of
engines.
choice.
Times of war are upon us.
Base?
Military research
And they sell
complete.
these games too, and where are they
Times
going to
of
find the
war
money?
are
When
upon
Bob mentions
us.
how GTA 4 was priced at $90 in real terms, he's talking about how the price of GTA, adjusting for inflation, was priced above inflation at the time, making $59.99
Times of
feel like
war
$90
are
at
upon
the
us.
time.
Yeah, it was a lot of
and
money.
that's why it should be
True
completely
to the
sold.
cause.
Like my mom was like, she's like, you think I'm gonna buy you a $50 fucking game? How long are you gonna play that
Commerce
game?
upgrade complete.
I remember back
Planet
in the day,
item
like,
complete.
Super Nintendo and N64 days. Like, she was like, you've got to really convince me on this game. You got to sell me on this game. Now, I mean, there were the easy ones. Like, I just say, Mom, Legend of Zelda. She says, oh, okay. We buy, and I remember it wasn't Majora's Mask. So you had to
Yes,
get, like, remember
I don't
the
have all
N64,
day.
You had to get that memory
Item
thing, that
complete,
red shit.
Commander.
And then, wasn't Majora's Mask $60? Because it was like a gold cartridge or some shit. I remember we bought it from like a Walmart. Yeah, like that was it. Cause damn, was it 70? Yeah, I forgot. I have to go downstairs. I still got the box.
For games to be $90 or $100 today.
I actually remember
Here's
the
the
day
other
that we
thing they're
bought that.
missing. $100 isn't just a number. It's a cultural touchstone. It's a psychological threshold that makes consumers think twice before making the purchase.
fucking bucks.
Crossing that $100 mark makes a statement. It's saying that this product is now a luxury tier item, something that isn't just an impulse buy, but an investment, whether it's worth it or not. And that's when that feeling
You want
hits.
to hear a really fun inflation fact? The purchasing power of $3 in like the early 1900s is roughly equivalent to $100 now.
The hardest. It's not just about the price tag.
Isn't that
It's about the
cute?
perception of value and what people can
Civilian
reasonably
research
spend
complete.
in an already
Right?
stretched economy. Look, a $100 purchase feels like it demands a justification. I can't tell
Good
you guys
day,
how many times I
Commander.
had to overcome dread.
No
when I was
enemy
wanting
will
to
get
upgrade
by
from
us.
a $30 webcam and a $50 microphone.
Military
For
research
many,
complete.
This is going to be a
True
breaking
to
point,
the
moment
cause.
where games start to feel more like
I'll
an exclusive
never
club for the
fail.
people that can afford it, and less like a pastime accessible to anyone who
No
loves the
enemy will
medium.
get by
That's
us.
another really big problem he's bringing up is that video games
Ready
are
for
young
battle.
guys, and young guys
Easily
care about video
done.
games the most
Item
because video
complete,
games are the
Commander.
first place
Defense
that young
upgrade
people have an
complete.
opportunity to prove
Civilian
themselves on
structure
an even playing
complete.
field with other people that are not just their peers. So, like, for example, when you play a video game...
Civilian
Fortnite,
structure
like, let's say
complete.
You're playing Marvel Rivals, and you're 14... You're not going to get gapped by some 30-year-old.
We are entertaining offers.
The reality is that you actually have an advantage over him, not just genetically because you're younger.
Civilian structure complete.
Faster reflexes, but
Make
also
it
because,
fast.
like, you don't even
Planet
know
item complete.
what a mortgage is.
Military structure
You have
complete.
An income tax.
All
What the
power
fuck
to
is an-
jump drive.
So a 401k, what is that? You're 14 years old. All you know about is, you know, playing this character and being good at this, right? You don't even know, like, a 1040. Like, what's a 1040? Is that like a, you know, is that like a Fortnite move or something? And so, yeah, you don't even know shit. So you can, like, 100% zero in on a video
Hostile
game.
forces have arrived.
And so, yeah, is that the new graphics card or something?
Item
And
complete,
so
Commander.
That's really,
Defense
a
upgrade
big difference,
complete.
too, is that young guys
Good day,
and people
Commander.
without a lot of resources
Military research
look
complete.
to video games as an outlet for them
Prepared to
experience
engage,
life
but
on
we
a
might
bigger
need some
platform.
backup.
And I think that that's
This
a
won't
really
be
big
so
component
easy.
that's not discussed
Military
enough.
structure complete.
And I think that
Ready
that
for
desire
battle.
is partially naive.
The
but
item
it
is ready.
exists.
Barrier that not only reflects inflation, but also sets the tone for how the industry views its
You
audience.
opted out of
One where only
bidding.
a select few can afford or truly engage with what the industry has to offer. I just hate how disingenuous all of this is. Ball says the prices for all things are up, and the idea that games need to stay the same price isn't fair, conveniently ignoring the fact that while
The problem is that he's right, but it doesn't matter. That's the issue.
No enemy will get by
When we are
us.
old, we are going to look back and say, "You remember back in the
Our
day,
planet is under
it was
siege.
only $100." We're going to do that one day,
Done and dusted.
but not yet.
Can we still turn the tide in our favor? This won't be so easy. Item complete, Commander. Defense upgrade complete. I hope we're ready for this. We must take down the enemy or die trying. Military research complete. Military structure complete.
The strength of the coalition.
It's an entry point to truly experience whatever the game has to offer.
It's
Players-
like whenever you pay for a girl's OnlyFans, and then you find out that everything
Good
in the
day,
OnlyFans
Commander.
is actually pay-per-view. So you have to pay a subscription to be part of the OnlyFans, and then you have to pay for the content on top of that.
You got the full weight of a star base at your disposal. The strength of the coalition.
Good day, Commander.
You got the full weight of a star base at your disposal.
Our fleet is under
Users are often
attack.
pressured into spending
Aye.
far more in additional content. Customers aren't
Our
just paying
shields are
more,
down,
they're paying
Commander.
far beyond what they originally bargained for, and that's what should be addressed, not just the price tag on the box. And what's even more funny about all of this is the fact that the writer of this article actually ended up using the Baldur's Gate 3 developers' words out of context. And by the way, if you guys have paid attention at all to
I
journalism
love how
over
they
the
like to compare like Baldur's Gate 3 to like the new Assassin's Creed.
The item is ready.
Like,
Ready
yeah, this is,
for
like,
battle.
These are both AAA games. Like, yeah, these are both AAA games. Yeah, like a
Item
a
complete,
fire,
Commander.
Like a black cat and a grenade are both explosives. They both explode.
Military research
Yeah, for
complete.
last couple of years, they've been using Baldur's Gate 3 developers out of context constantly because they think it adds some type of emotional weight to whatever their words are. Like, oh, look, here's this great developer that made a game that everybody loves saying that they agree with us, when 9 times out of 10, their words are completely out of context. They used it here saying that everybody's just waiting for GTA to
Our
increase
shields
the
are
price,
down,
acting like the
Commander.
Baldur's Gate 3
Civilian
developers
research
want GTA
complete.
to increase the price. When
Civilian structure complete.
But I don't think we'll get there with DLC promises. Yeah, so that's a really
the original tweet that they had made was talking about how
Yeah.
much they hated artificial price structures and gouging that we see in today's gaming industry. The original tweet actually said, "I don't love the artificiality of pricing structures post-retail. Use the inflated base price to upsell a subscription and use vague content promises to inflate ultimate editions to make the base price look better. It all seems a bit dangerous and disconnected from the community. I think
Good
the game should be
day,
priced
Commander.
according to its quality, breadth, and depth. I'm not against higher prices, but
That's how it used to fucking be. And they stopped
No
doing
armor!
this in the game.
Comlink active. Ready
Before
for
that,
battle.
That's how it used to be. And this guy's
Easily
you can tell,
done.
Look at his hairline. He remembers that.
this arbitrary uniformity just doesn't make sense to me. It feels so unserious. I'm gonna go off for a second. Don't you guys love how
Good
every
day,
single time
Commander.
things to be able to
Planet
see whatever
item
their narrative
complete.
is, and everything is always
Ready
coming
for
from the
battle.
perspective of the industry and
Civilian
never from the
structure
perspective of the
complete.
player, of the customer, the people that are actually spending money on these things to begin with, because we are never a priority. We are never at the forefront of discussion. We are never at the forefront of their mind when they're making these decisions. And then they sit back and they wonder.
It's actually crazy how
Aye.
you can have people that are visionary product designers and visionary.
Our shields are down, Commander.
Like innovators.
Military
in the
research
industry.
complete.
I think two great examples
Civilian
are
structure
Michael Dell
complete.
And Steve Jobs for computers recently.
Civilian structure complete.
Both of them looked explicitly at the consumer experience and worked backwards from that. And then you have these clowns.
Good day,
that
Commander.
somehow, like, you literally have it written out for you. They wrote a book
Shields are
on how
down.
to do it. It's not like you don't have to reinvent the wheel. Just start rolling.
Comlink online. The item is ready.
Use the fucking
Our
wheel.
shields are down, Commander.
That's why Jobs are great.
Good
salesman. Yeah,
day,
nobody listens to
Commander.
fucking customers. It's
Yes,
nuts.
Commander. At once.
Why games are failing and studios are closing. I don't
You've
know
got the
how
full
could that
weight of a
possibly
star
happen?
base at
The
your
prices for everything
disposal.
is going up.
Item
Absolutely
complete,
right.
Commander.
Now that I think
Aye.
about it, you know what hasn't gone up with inflation? The general quality and day one performance of video games. Even some of the best games that we've seen released over the
Comlink
last few
active.
years can't
That's a
even
fact.
hit
The
the
item is
standardized
ready.
level of quality. We are spending $60 to $70 on brand new day one video games that we have to sit there and hold the bag because the game's not even finished, because it's always the minimum viable product that's being
Yeah, the MVP.
Military research complete.
Bro. Most valuable player? Minimum viable product. That means the biggest piece of shit that we can get you to pay for. And Avowed, they just come out and they say, they're like, yeah, we know this is going to be fucked on release. And it's like, yeah, I get it, right? But you can't go and say that and then be surprised if people don't want to give you $90 for a deluxe edition.
Released to us, and we have to
The
wait for them to
item
finish
is
the game
ready.
for us to be able to play it. But let me take a wild guess and say they're probably going to try to blame the price of things on that as well.
For sure. It's Trump.
They want to
that's
talk
gonna
about
make
how
it
expensive it is to make games today.
Good day,
my question
Commander.
is,
That's what
why
game
are we
developers are going to try and do. They're going to try and blame. They're going to say Trump tariffs
Military
are making
research
our video
complete.
Games too expensive, and so now we have to charge you more. So you have to hate Trump.
the ones that
That's
need
what
to
it's
keep
gonna
up
be,
with
for
you
sure.
and your spending? We didn't sign up for that. When I look around the industry, I see some of the most successful games over the last few years: Baldur's Gate 3, Black Myth Wukong, Space Marine 2. These games are made with a quarter of the budget of some of these big
Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Look at that. They said they made that game for like $41 million. Huh. How'd that happen?
Actually, AAA games that nobody ended up buying in the first place. You guys
We
are
have wiped
making
out an
tens
enemy
of
colony.
Billions of dollars. The vast majority of the money that is made in this industry is coming from microtransactions. This is not my
Place
problem.
your bids, you scallywags.
The sheer cowardice.
You've got to stop asking the consumer to take on the accountability. from the
Comlink
business.
online. A new colony has been founded.
To do that. That's not how you run a business.
The item is complete.
You run a business by creating a product, creating value that people are willing to give you money for. A lot of things beyond that, almost everything beyond that, is noise.
Hostile forces have arrived. Ready
These
for
companies to
battle.
Sit by and wait
I'll
for
never
somebody else
fail.
to increase prices because they know it's a game or they think it's a game that everybody's going to buy and it's going to be the best way to just sneak that price change in. And that is so telling because you are pathetic and you realize that your games wouldn't sell.
That's right, because they suck.
Asmund, thanks for unpausing. Eddie continues with $70 is
He was right. I mean, shit, he was right. I mean, fuck. I don't know what to say. Yeah.
the current market rate for new AAA releases, and in fact, it was Take-Two that was among
The
the first to
item
raise
is
prices
ready.
from $60 to $70 back in 2020. Many are naturally wondering if Take-Two might raise
Comlink
prices again
active.
for GTA 6's launch. But it remains to be
No
seen if
enemy
that'll
will
happen.
get by
Beyond
us.
updating the sticker
Military
price,
research
video publishers
complete.
have found other
Next
ways
time,
to be able
place
to
a
make
bid.
more money out of players, including expensive editions, microtransactions, and battle passes, just to name a few. GTA 5, for example, has sold 205 million copies
That's a lot
and
of
brings
people.
in a lot of money in microtransactions in GTA Online.
Shark
Early
cards.
predictions have said that
Ooh.
GTA 6 could sell 40 million copies and earn more than
Insufficient
$3 billion
metal.
in revenue during its first year alone.
Wow.
Ball said that GTA 6's launch this year will have mixed impact on total player hours and revenue across the gaming industry because it'll only be available
Commerce
on console.
upgrade
The
complete.
PC release is expected after the console launch.
Oh, really? I
However,
didn't even know
Ball
that.
said that GTA 6
Our
will
planet is under
severely
siege.
cannibalize total hours and spending that would go to other video games when it launches. For its part,
Of course, that's what happens. It's the same reason why this game killed Overwatch. Like, you see this game going like this, you see Overwatch going... It's dying.
Ubisoft said GTA 6 is a good thing for the video game industry overall because a huge game like that may help more people turn to gaming.
It is.
Some of the other areas that Ball listed off as having potential for growth in 2025 included further expansions into non-core markets, user-generated content, social game services, the Nintendo Switch 2, other new handhelds and devices, AA, AAA, mobile gaming, app store regulation, new game releases, generative AI, and advertising. Make this make sense. I do not understand how GTA
Can I
6
do
projecting
out?
40 million copies sold and $3 billion in revenue in its first year is somehow a footnote.
You've got the
in a
full
discussion
weight of a
as to
star
why other
base
games
at your
increased their
disposal.
prices to $100. They are failing to realize why GTA 5 did so well, why GTA 6 is likely to do even better.
Military
or why
research
it didn't
complete.
sell for $100 in
Mining
the first
upgrade
place.
complete.
People that think that, like, they see one person who's successful, and they
Planet
look at the
item
person go
complete.
through the finish line, and they say, "Oh,
Your
okay, I'm gonna start
influence
running
is
this
noted.
race."
We
But
have
they
a
don't realize
deal.
that this person trained for it
Comlink
for like
active.
20 years.
Item complete, Commander.
Like,
Let's
yeah,
show
if
them
you
our
remove all
strength.
context, this makes sense.
Our fleet is under attack.
How it stops making sense.
Even thinking about what the impact
True
Think
to the
about how many-
cause.
That's a good example, right? Is streamers. Think about how many streamers there are. Oh, well, all you do is just sit there and play video games. Well,
Military
I can
research
do
complete.
that. I'm gonna
Civilian
stream
structure
and be a
complete.
millionaire.
The item
And
is
then
ready.
You do it, and nobody watches the show. I think that's the
Diverting
that's another good
power to
example in a
jump
way it worked
engines.
before. Yeah, exactly. That's just how it is.
Civilian structure
Easy,
complete.
Right? Yeah, it's easy. People just want to sit there and they don't understand a lot of the context about it. It's the same as crypto.
Military research
Or
complete.
like investing in general. They don't understand anything about how to make money. They just think that if they
Our
put
fleet is under
$300 in
attack.
the Hawk Tuah coin, they'll be a fucking millionaire.
a price increase
Mining
would be on
upgrade
other games and
complete.
other studios outside of one of the biggest video game franchises of all time. $70 is the new current market rate for AAA releases? No, I think it's the going market rate for trash. The best releases on PC over the past 2 years have been $60. I mean, take a minute to think about it. If game prices were $100 today, what games
It's actually a
would
really
have
good point. Like Elden Ring and I think Baldur's Gate 3 both were $60, right? They weren't even 70.
realistically come out at $100? Suicide
Planet
Squad,
item
Ghosts of Justice
complete.
League, Assassin's Creed Shadows, Skull and Bones, Star Wars Outlaws, Dragon Age the Veilguard,
I'll
Diablo 4,
never
Call of Duty,
fail.
The Sims, sports games, trash, generic slop, and in some cases, absolute dumpster fires. And while some of them still would have reached an audience, they wouldn't have reached an audience of the same size because they would have cut off their leg to save a foot in regards to the game's price. I mean, think about what you're saying here. Even Ball mentions how GTA 6 is likely to cannibalize the sales and playtime of other games when they're released. Now imagine these morons raising their prices to $100. Good games sell well and bad games don't. And from my perspective, if the price of games were to increase, it's going to price a lot of players out of a lot of games and the entire market is going to shift. Good games.
Another really big component to this that's not considered enough is the effects this has on second world and third world country markets. And I think that the biggest one is
Military
South
research
America.
complete.
South America
Item complete,
are some
Commander.
of the most dedicated and invested communities online for video games in the entire world. And so when you make games like that and you don't have regional pricing for people like that, you lose this massive fan base that you could potentially
Mining
have.
upgrade complete.
Big numbers, yeah, exactly. Like
Military
it's
research
insane.
complete.
Will sell well, and bad games
So
won't
it's like
sell
we're
at all.
only thinking
Which
about
means
this
a
from, like, a
minor
Western
mistake could have
first world country
catastrophic
POV.
consequences for some of these studios, and the
So for
gap
everybody
between
else, it's
successes
like
is
10
going to
times
become
worse.
an ocean
Good
that many
day,
studios
Commander.
cannot cross. I do not understand why the conversation isn't focused around how much money these companies are spending on games. Companies that cannot properly budget their own projects, set
Military
realistic
research
sales
complete.
projections, or even target an audience's needs properly. Ubisoft spends hundreds of millions of dollars on a busted-ass pirate ship simulator. EA invested hundreds of millions into an educational HR video disguised as Dragon Age.
Item complete, Commander. Military research
That's about
complete.
right. And we
No
have so
enemy
many
will
more
get by
studios that are
us.
torching millions of dollars on bloated games filled with busy work and realistic eyelashes. What are we doing
Exactly.
here?
Nobody gives a fuck. Original remaster. Like, I'm sorry, but like, nobody asked.
Commerce upgrade complete.
And also, let's say some people asked.
The strength of the
Who asked
coalition.
for more?
The item is
Which
ready.
of people had more askers? This or Bloodborne?
This
The
industry is
strength
in a
of the
state entropy
coalition.
where they just keep
You got
pressing
the
forward,
full
they keep
weight of a
spending more
star
money,
base
they're
at your
adding nothing to the core
disposal.
experience, and the customer is the one that is expected to keep up with their spending. They want to blame the failures of the industry on
Luckily, there's a Chinese knockoff version of that game coming out that looks like it's going to be way better. They stole everything from Elden Ring, so I'm going to assume it's going to be pretty fun.
Comlink active. True to
Yeah,
the
if you can build
cause.
mechs and shit like that in the game, it's going to be awesome. Total fucking knockoff.
Military
making enough
research
money, only to
complete.
distract from the fact
Item
that it's
complete,
their fault
Commander.
People
Yeah.
are losing their jobs.
They
Studios are
stole
closing
everything
and
from
sales
Verizon.
are dwindling.
I can't wait to
I
play
actually
it.
read through Matthew Ball's 223-page presentation, and he
200?
unwittingly proved it himself. In 2020, IDC, Google, ARC, and SMP
The
all made
item is
projections of what
ready.
they thought the
Commerce
industry would look
upgrade
like with its
complete.
growth in the coming years. They viewed the pandemic boom as an accelerant, not an anomaly. Yes, these idiots thought that COVID was the future. ARC Investments forecast
Let the bidding commence.
forecasted that the industry would grow by 50% in 4 years, from $200 billion to $300 billion, meaning that investors, blindly trusting speculators,
Jesus, man. I feel bad for those investors. They really got hoodwinked.
ran to invest in
Jesus.
these companies and publishers, and in turn, those companies, flush with cash, invested heavily into their new future.
Yeah, I
only
bet
for
they
them
did.
to be met with the crushing reality that none of those predictions would come true outside of Ampere. So if you're going to use them for investment, they're actually probably the better bet. They don't want game prices to increase for inflation. They want game prices to increase to make up for the
Item
colossal
complete,
financial
Commander.
hole that they've dug themselves into.
Yeah.
The pandemic led to a wave of overly optimistic projections. Popular forecasters and analysts predicted that gaming would experience
Military
perpetual growth,
research
an assumption
complete.
that was rooted in a brief surge during lockdowns. These predictions were reckless, overlooking the fundamental truth. Once the pandemic subsided, people had to return to the working world. Inflation would
And
then
it's
hit.
also
Commerce
like,
upgrade
during the
complete.
pandemic, that's whenever you had like all that DEI shit and all these other jobs that got added into the workforce that actually
Diverting
didn't
power
contribute
to
the
jump
end
engines.
product.
Ready
So whenever
for
you bring in
battle.
20 people
The
onto the
item is
table,
ready.
You really bring
No
in
bid.
about 25
You
people.
missed out.
Because you need to have somebody manage those people. You need to have somebody account for those people, literally, with the money. And then you have to have somebody that deals with the people that deal with them. And so,
Good
like,
day,
there's
Commander.
like a pyramid that happens with every type of addition into a company. And so these things don't exist in a vacuum. So you add in this like massive
I'll
amount
never
of people,
fail.
and you're going to be in a bad spot.
Hard. I think a lot of people forget just how much of an impact stimulus checks had in the U.S. You had people that were low-income and middle-class earners that were making more money through unemployment than they ever did while they were employed. This ended up leading to a lot of unrealistic and excessive spending, especially given how the hell
Our
could you
fleet is
believe
under
that
attack.
the sales and engagement gaming saw in 2020 and 2021 would stay the same. Then I found out how delusional they are when I came across the slide that was talking about the
Commerce
spending, and how
upgrade
players were spending
complete.
less money, and how there were less hours that were spent in games, and how
I'll
that
never
led to an
fail.
unprecedented number of commercial disappointments.
Planet
and
item
flops.
complete.
Forspoken, Skull and Bones, Concord, Halo Infinite, Redfall, Star Wars Outlaws, Avatar. These games didn't fail because of some esoteric lack in spending. It's because these games sucked. Now, after I saw this, it got me thinking. I can
Well,
spend
you got
it.
this one.
Military
People
research
suck dick.
complete.
This one sucked dick. This one sucked so much dick they're having to shut it down. I don't even know what
Civilian
this is.
structure
this is
complete.
Like, you know what I said about building 100 bridges and sucking one dick? Well, these people, they sucked, let's see, I don't know, what's
Civilian
this, 15
structure
plus 9,
complete.
24 dicks. Yeah, what happens when you don't build any bridges and you just suck 24 dicks?
The item is ready.
Not so good.
Aye. The strength of the
It's because these
coalition.
games suck.
Civilian
Now, after
structure
I saw this,
complete.
it got me thinking. I'll admit
In
that I
a
was
row?
taken aback when I saw just how much
As a matter of fact, yes.
the industry had receded after 2020. I had expected a decline, sure, but not to that extent. It took me a while to
Comlink
process it, so I
active.
started comparing some of the numbers with some of the other charts in the presentation. and then I
Diverting
stumbled upon
power to
something
jump engines.
eye-opening. For a while now, I've had this ongoing theory in my mind that the
Logistics
so-called
upgrade
silent
complete.
majority, those unengaged, uneducated masses that the industry often points to,
They're
doesn't
like, we're gonna get a bunch of these like stupid fucking like Walmart Americans to pay all their money for this game. Like, I'm sorry, but unless you're making a basketball or a soccer or football game, that's not gonna happen. Maybe a gun game, but that's it.
actually exist in the way they think they do. I've always believed that the controversies
Repel
and the
the
complaints that we see from
invaders.
gamers are more than just
The item
noise of
is
a
ready.
toxic local minority. They have a real, tangible effect on how players spend their money and engage with games. And as much as these developers...
Well, here's how you know that's true. If they didn't have an effect, you wouldn't have companies paying streamers to create the effect.
And journalists would try to dismiss
Military
it.
research
I think our
complete.
collective opinions hold more
What do you
weight
mean?
than they give us credit for. The slide in the presentation that caught
It's
my eye
literally
was the one
marketing.
that showed that while U.S. GDP and world GDP were on the rise, indicating
Military
that global
research
overall
complete.
spending was up, player spending dropped 13% from 2021 to 2024. That's a
Good.
pretty
Military
significant dip.
research
And it made
complete.
me think, what other industry exploded alongside gaming during this period? Social media.
Streaming, yeah.
And guess what? Social media didn't take the same dive that gaming did.
Military
So,
research
think about it.
complete.
Players who would have normally not been involved in gaming communities suddenly found
Research
themselves
rate
more
upgrade
connected than ever.
complete.
The silent
See about
majority.
that. So my understanding is it did a little bit.
Military research complete. We have wiped out an enemy colony. A new colony has been founded.
Average is like 3.1.
No enemy will
And then
get
you look
by
at this
us.
to 2.4. So a 3.1 to 2.4 drop, that's about 33% drop, you know, just like average, about like 1/3. I actually think it's pretty similar.
The item is ready.
That's
Military
totally- that's
research
the point,
complete.
right? Is that what he's saying is that extrapolating COVID data to be an indefinite trend is retarded. It's a 20% drop? Yeah, well, a 20%, let's say it's a 20% drop. Okay, so I might have done the math wrong. My point is that that's about the same, actually.
Time to bid. Place am I.
I don't have access to that data as easily as I have access to Twitch. You could be right with Instagram.
Commerce
or
upgrade
another
complete.
platform.
Done
All I
and
can look at is
dusted.
Twitch as
Good
like
day,
one
Commander.
point on a graph.
Those once quiet and unaware of the
Military
broader gaming
research
world
complete.
became a part of it.
Civilian
during COVID.
structure
Because they were
complete.
Engaging with games on a deeper level, and their awareness grew. They didn't buy into what was just being fed to them. They started thinking critically and evaluated their purchases.
We have wiped out an
participating in
enemy
some of these
colony.
online communities and sharing their thoughts
A
on
new
other
colony has been
Reddit,
founded.
Twitch.
The item is ready.
Oh wow, good chart.
I'll
There's also
never
a metagame
fail.
of this too. There's a psychological metagame that's going on, which is that in times of recession and in times of problems, people actually
Civilian
spend
structure
more money
complete.
on entertainment to distract themselves. This is a observed phenomenon. So like, not only is it stupid in one way, It's observably stupid based off of psychology that's been tested.
I think that Twitch is a really good example of this because while their viewership has dipped a little bit since 2021, they still retain
Let
a
this
lot
be
of
a
audience that they
lesson.
captured
Next
during
time,
COVID,
pay
and
up.
they haven't
Planet
found back to
item
their
complete.
2020 numbers. That
Ready
shows a community
for
that stuck
battle.
around that was once passive consumers is now much more active and informed. You have a
I think that's what's happened with all of these. They have grown, but they haven't continued to grow. And the problem is that prospective investment is banking on continuous returns and continuous growth, which is what's concerning them. It's not that they haven't retained some of the growth, it's that they haven't continued the growth. And that's what's hurting the value of these companies. It's because it's all about basically hoping that you can take your $20 and turn it into $30.
The item is ready.
It's about whether the graph is
Commerce
going up or down.
upgrade
likely
complete.
picked up on a couple of YouTube channels or Twitch
Diverting
streamers
power
that are
to
talking about
jump
different issues
engines.
that are going on in the industry,
What an idiot.
and they're still
I shouldn't have
watching. They're
peeked.
still engaging with that content. This isn't just a trend; it's a fundamental change in how we, as consumers, as customers, as players, engage with this industry. We're not just the ones buying games anymore. We are shaping the conversations around them. We are shaping what their sales look like at the end of the day. And I think the developers
hate that. They hate the fact that gamers
Civilian
actually have a
structure
voice
complete.
in terms of what they buy and what they want in games. And I think that developers resent that a lot because that's why they turn off comments and disable replies and block people, and they try to shut people down that say the wrong things.
journalists
Planet
are
item
starting to realize
complete.
this, even if they're reluctant. to
Civilian
admit
structure
the players
complete.
Really are the ones who
Insufficient
control the power.
metal.
Yeah,
When you
they
look
are.
at the growth of social media and you see how many people are connected to it, it's at a point where it's oversaturation. We're still seeing the same levels of engagement during the lockdown days. That they're still the same. A lot of the channels.
You've
probably
got the
seen
full
even
weight
more
of a
since
star
then.
base
I
at
guarantee
your
you, by now, I
disposal.
started polling some of the people
Insufficient
that
metal.
blew up or got
Can I
big
do
or
out?
anything like that during COVID,
Comlink
they probably still
active.
retained a lot of their audience, except for some of those Minecraft.
Yeah, a lot of people on Twitch totally fell the fuck off. I'm gonna be
Item
honest.
complete, Commander.
Like all of those people that were like the Among Us streamers.
Mining
literally
upgrade
basically
complete.
Every single one of them is totally irrelevant, and nobody cares about them anymore. And there's like maybe 2 exceptions.
We
and
have
that's the
wiped
same
out an
time.
enemy colony.
Total fucking like.
A new
people
colony
just,
has been founded.
You know, they went
For the
from middle school to high
coalition!
school, and I guess they
Military
spoke about
research
Moscow
complete.
translation.
Planet item complete.
I'm not giving any
They did that
names.
themselves for the
No
most part,
names.
but I think what the industry doesn't realize, or maybe they just don't want to realize it. That's probably
Civilian
what it
structure
is
complete.
that players are still engaged.
Don't put XQC. That's my boy. XQC took a golden parachute worth $100 million, sailed off into the sunset. He still gets over 20, 30,000 viewers every day. Don't talk shit about my boy. Absolutely not. I'm thinking about the people that are trying to, hustling around that 2,000 range.
Item complete, Commander.
All the views are still coming in on videos, all the tweets and all the Reddit stuff is still getting updates and all that good stuff. People are talking about the industry.
Commerce
They're not buying
upgrade
the games, and
complete.
They're not playing the games. So what does that mean?
Comlink
That means they're out
active.
there involved in
No
this community
enemy
and
will
they're
get
avoiding
by
games.
us.
You cannot tell
The
me
item is
that all
ready.
the controversy that was surrounding Dragon Age: The Veilguard didn't
True
affect
to
its
the
sales.
cause.
People waited for reviews. They felt the general vibe
The
of the game.
strength
and they
of the
avoided
coalition.
game. As such, the game failed. In most cases, a game
We
with
killed
that
it.
name, a game that has that much cultural weight, Dragon Age, should have sold regardless. It still should have did really well, but it didn't. And why is it?
Position sold
Because
20
people
million
are
copies.
paying attention to videos or watching videos or keeping up on previews
True
and
to
stuff
the
like that.
cause.
They're going off of the vibe before they actually go to buy. And as such, they're avoiding stuff that they don't
The
think is worth their
strength
money.
of the coalition.
You know,
Planet
what
item
the analysts
complete.
and the journalists are
I'll
talking
never
about is why
fail.
GTA could
Let's
sell for
show them
$100.
our
Because the reason
strength.
why is it's
Our
because
fleet
it's
is
a
under
cultural
attack.
phenomenon.
Yeah,
It
it's a
has
good
been
Civilian
game.
structure
Wow.
complete.
a massive game. And
What a surprise.
The thing is that there's a lot of players that are out there that have overhyped the game in a lot of cases, but it's one of the most anticipated releases in forever, it feels like. And people are
Good
some
day,
people are
Commander.
confident the game is going to deliver, but I think a lot of people are going to buy it even if it doesn't, because they're just going to do it. Simple as that. And there's a level of confidence there.
Ready
Consumer
for
confidence that I
battle.
don't think exists
The
anywhere
item
else
is
in the industry
ready.
right now. Maybe there's
Item
other
complete,
things
Commander.
out there.
Defense upgrade complete. Military structure complete.
Fucking, and
Military structure complete.
Now with Kingdom Come, Saber Interactive.
Weapon systems primed.
Grinding Gear
The
Games,
strength of the coalition.
Business Unit 3, fucking CD Projekt Red. I'm gonna be honest, they're still on my
Planet
list.
item complete.
Like any
The
of these
strength
people
of the
have this
coalition.
fucking other great
Good day, Commander.
These people make a game.
Let's show them our strength. Weapon systems primed.
Work to get me out.
Other people are like pretty sure about that.
Civilian structure complete.
Like that for a lot of people. Larian's now become one of those studios as well.
Yeah.
I'm sure that people will probably pick up on Game Science or Saber or whatever it might be. But outside of that, the vast majority of games, most people are relatively
Let's show
leery.
them our strength.
I mean, there's not a lot of studios. Anytime any game comes out, I'm pretty nervous because I'm like, I don't know if it's going to be day one. I don't know if it's going to be worth my money. I don't know if they're going to deliver on all the promises, even with the gameplay trailers and stuff like that. Because we've had games in the past that
For the
showed us gameplay
cause!
trailers and the game didn't play anything like it.
Let the bidding commence.
Sure, you're going to have some people that are out there that are going to be habit buyers. And they probably the same thing will happen for like sports games and stuff like that too.
Military structure
To
complete.
be honest with you, there's just a lot of people that are out
Mining
there
upgrade
that are
complete.
video games. And this isn't a shot at people being like, oh, look at this broke boy. Or
Military structure complete.
even like,
There are a lot of people who can afford things, but they just simply, like, there are people that make $100,000 a year, but they have a wife that's maybe a stay.
No enemy will get by us.
2 or 3 kids, and they have to budget their money.
True to the
That's just the way
cause.
it is. And also, just because people are like, I have friends
Comlink
that make a lot of
active.
people like this.
Easily
They
done.
make a lot of money,
The strength
but
of
they're
the
still
coalition.
with their money.
Good day,
I
Commander.
have some of my
The
friends
strength of the coalition.
these are not even
That's
streamer
more like
folks.
it.
They do not have
Time
streamer
is
money.
short.
They go out and
Ahead slow.
$100,000.
You got the full weights of a star base at your disposal. Good day, Commander.
But I mean, for a lot of people that have a lot of money, many of them have a lot of money because they're prudent with their money.
I don't like spending that kind of money on something. I could write it off on my taxes.
No bid. You missed out.
With the rise in popularity for PC gaming, I wouldn't be surprised if you saw a return to pirating. Just like in the early 2000s when it was CDs. They were overpriced, they were bulky, they were hard to store, they were easy
Our
to
orders,
damage.
Commander.
20, $30 for
True
a CD?
to the cause.
Bro, it was too much money. Everybody flooded to LimeWire and Napster.
And we
and
would
stuff.
buy like a few of them, right? Like you'd buy like you know, the new
Aye.
Coheed and Cambria or new fucking back then like AFI, My Chemical Romance.
Item
Tools,
complete,
right?
Commander.
Like Dragon Force, but there are just like so many other
Hostile
albums
forces have arrived.
that were
Aye.
just not worth $20. Linkin Park, yeah, exactly. You buy Meteora for sure.
Stuff like that. And
System
I
of a
guarantee you'll
Down,
probably see the
yeah.
same thing here because a lot of it is based off of convenience.
Comlink
Well,
active.
General customers,
Let's
I don't really
show
think
them
are
our
interested in
strength.
pirating games, just general consumers.
this one,
they
2005?
will be if the industry prices them out of it
At a
because they
Walmart.
were at one point in time. With
We have
music.
wiped out an enemy
Back in the day,
colony.
nobody had any problem downloading movies.
A
TV
new
shows, and
colony
movies.
has
Still
been
in a lot of
founded.
cases People do. The only reason why they do it today is because it's convenient and relatively cheap in their eyes because they're spending it on subscription programs or whatever it is. This is going to be devastating to the industry if they make this choice because, like I said before, listing off some of the games, think about the games that they would
Military
actually sell
structure
for $100.
complete.
The vast majority of games that release in a year aren't worth that kind of money. And you know
Military
that.
structure
Anytime
complete.
there's some
Item
type of just
complete,
generic-
Commander.
They're not worth that entry fee, and that's another.
The
really
item
big
is
component,
ready.
that for some people that get into a video game, they will pay $100 in a video game through microtransactions and other types of fees. But in order, it's like a cover charge, right? Like there would be a lot of bars that, like, I remember this is like going back 10 years, and actually, oh my God, more than 10 years now. That I would go downtown and I would go to bars and clubs. with
Commerce
friends of mine,
upgrade
right? I know you
complete.
might not be able to believe this, but this was in another 3,000 years ago, right? And so on 6th Street, downtown Austin. we would
Good
just
day,
never go to
Commander.
places that had a cover charge. We just never would.
I'll never fail.
And so, like, if you
Aye.
have a high enough cover charge, there are going to be some people that are just not going to go in. And the higher the cover charge, the higher the probability is that you have people that just don't even go in. Yeah, Cody knows. Yeah, exactly. He's in chat. Yeah, facts. Exactly. No, for sure, right? And you know, some of those fucking places, it's not worth.
You got the full weight of a star base at your
to spend
disposal.
$20 on a
Planet
shot.
item complete.
You might as well just go somewhere else and spend $20 on a shot anyway.
Blanket price increase.
What's the cover charge? to get inside the
They're all going to go
establishment.
For it. And they're all going to fail. Outside of a handful.
Acknowledged.
1, 2, 3 games.
Item complete, Commander. Mining upgrade complete.
Even those games are going to suffer because most people aren't going to be able to justify $300 on 3 games. That's crazy. You out of your mind? That's half a console. What are you thinking?
Well, it is now with the Concord
Even
tax.
a price increase up to $80, I think, is going to be too much. It's just, I don't care what people say about, you know, how realistic money feels today because of inflation or anything.
Can I do out?
$80 to $100 is a lot of money.
Military structure complete.
They're just going to pass on it. There's other
Can
games
I
that
do
are
out?
there that are far
Planet
cheaper,
item
that are
complete.
much more worth their money,
Insufficient
and they're gonna
metal.
support them
The
instead.
item
So
is
if these AAA
ready.
companies wanna go ahead and do
Comlink
it, these
active.
the biggest publishers and studios that we have that are out there, go for it. I love to make videos about it.
Yeah,
The video I
exactly.
want to make for BioWare. Man, that's gonna be. That one's a long time coming. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you
Item
guys did,
complete,
like the video,
Commander.
subscribe to the channel,
Mining
share it to your
upgrade
friends,
complete.
Share it on social media and things like that. Boost my engagement.
Yes, I don't have all day.
I'll link you guys the
Military
video.
structure
Yes, this is a
complete.
great
Stay
video.
cool, stay righteous, stay safe.
I love this video. Great, amazing fucking video. Fucking incredible. Absolute cinema. There it is. Give them a like. Give it a sub. We've watched a lot of Legendary Drops videos over the years, and I think they've all been great. And so this guy's always...
Ready for battle. No enemy will get by us.
Civilian structure complete.
Yes, I don't have all day. The strength of the coalition.
Civilian structure complete.
Comlink active. The strength of the coalition.
Commerce upgrade complete.
For the cause! Going in hot. The item is ready. True to the cause. Time to bid. Place 'em high. You got the full weight of a starbase at your disposal. Aye? Can I do out? Good day, Commander.
Commerce upgrade complete.
I'll never fail. The item is ready. The strength of the coalition.
Insufficient metal.
The strength of the coalition.
Diverting power to jump engines.
Let this be a lesson. Next time, pay up.
Defense upgrade complete.
True to the cause.
Civilian structure complete.
You got the full weight of a starbase at your disposal. Comlink active. The item is ready.
Civilian structure complete.
The strength of the coalition.
One of our enemies has finished a Titan.
Weapon systems primed.
Our fleet is under attack.
The strength of the coalition. For the cause! Ready for battle. Weapon systems primed.
Defense upgrade complete.
I'll never fail!
Military structure complete.
The item is ready. No enemy will get by us. Diverting power to jump engines. All right, you twisted me arm. All right, you twisted me arm. You plain silly beggars, you have to sweeten the deal. Done and dusted. The item is ready.
Defense upgrade complete. Military structure complete. Our fleet is under attack.
Let's show them our strength. True to the cause. True to the cause. The item is ready. I'll never fail.
Our fleet is under attack. Research rate upgrade complete.
I'll never fail! No enemy will get by us. The strength of the coalition. 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 Aye.
I am listening, my friend.
Aye. The item is ready. Can I do out?
An enemy empire has been destroyed. An opportunity presents itself.
You got the full weight of a star base at your disposal.
Point way to next conquest. Research rate upgrade complete.
The item is ready.
Let the bidding commence.
Good day, Commander.
True to the cause. Diverting power to jump engines.
The item is ready. All right, you twisted me arm.
No bid. You missed out.
You got the full weight of a star base at your disposal. Aye? Can I do out?
Ready for battle. Point way to next conquest. Hostile forces have arrived.
The item is ready. Aye? You got the full weight of a star base at your disposal.
Ready for battle. No enemy will get by us.
Done and dusted.
Good
Good day, Commander. The item is ready. Ready for battle. Item complete, Commander.
Acknowledged.
Our planet is under siege. To protect and serve. Comlink active. Shields down. Can I do out? Good day, Commander. Diverting power to jump engines! How? They're through our armor! Defense upgrade complete. You got the full weight of a starbase at your disposal. Shields down. Comlink active. The item is ready. Our fleet is under attack. Shields up, we're going in. Repel the invaders. Shields up, we're going in. For the coalition! How? They're through our armor! Ready for battle. We've been crippled! Comlink active. Aye. Can I do out? Can I do out? Ready for battle. Good day, Commander. That's more like it. The item is ready. Our shields are down. Our orders, Commander. I'll never fail! Ready for battle. That's more like it. Good day, Commander. Defense upgrade complete. Done and dusted. No armor? We won't last long! Yes, Commander. At once. I've got your back. Another structure is in the way.
Another structure is in the way. Another structure is in the way. Ready for battle. Place your bids, you scallywags! Good day, Commander. Military structure complete. Comlink active. I'll never fail! Military structure complete. Military structure complete. Next time, place a bid. Military structure complete. Aye? Can I do out? Hostile forces have arrived. Military structure complete. Our fleet is under attack. You got the full weight of a star base at your disposal. Good day, Commander. Military structure complete. I'll never fail! Military structure complete. We're underway. Military structure complete. I'll never fail! No enemy will get by us. Good day, Commander. The item is ready. Can I do out? Defense upgrade complete. Comlink active. We're underway. Military structure complete. I'll never fail! Ready for battle. Reporting in. We're underway. Ahead slow. Comlink active. How can I be of service? We're underway. Ahead slow.
Military structure complete.
Comlink active.
Military structure complete.
Yes, Commander. At once.
Military structure complete. Military structure complete.
I'll never fail. No enemy will get by us.
Can I do out? Aye.
Good day, Commander. Weapon systems primed.
The item is ready. Military structure complete.
Acknowledged.
Military structure complete.
Going in hot.
You got the full weight of a starbase at your disposal. The item is ready. Can I do out?
Ready for battle. True to the cause.
Time to bid. Place am I.
Good day, Commander. Diverting power to jump engines. I'll never fail.
The strength of the coalition.
Weapon systems primed.
The item is ready.
Let's show them our strength. No enemy will get by us.
The strength of the coalition. Planet item complete. Sorry, mate. Better look in the next auction. Shields down. You got the full weight of a starbase at your disposal. Weapons at the ready.
Ready for battle. For the cause!
Done and dusted. Aye. Weapons at the ready.
Good day, Commander.
The item is ready.
Comlink active.
Our fleet is under attack.
Weapon systems primed.
The item is ready. No enemy will get by us. I'll never fail. The item is ready. Ready for battle. Plotting jump coordinates. Shields down. Good day, Commander. Comlink active. Ready for battle. Item complete, Commander. I'll never fail. Need something destroyed? One of our enemies has finished a Titan. The item is ready. Ready for battle. Can I do out? Our fleet is under attack. Comlink active. Our shields are down, Commander. Let's show them our strength. Item complete, Commander. Comlink active. No enemy will get by us. The item is ready. Aye. Can I do out? Aye. Hostile forces have arrived. You got the full weight of a starbase at your disposal. Aye. Can I do out?
An auction is underway.
Comlink active. Diverting power to jump engines. True to the cause. The item is ready. Done and dusted. Hostile forces have arrived.
You failed to place a bid.
Good day, Commander. I'll never fail! Good day, Commander. The item is ready. Our orders, Commander. Good day, Commander. Diverting power to jump engines.
Acknowledged.
No enemy will get by us. The item is ready. Another structure is in the way. Another structure is in the way. Ready for battle. Done and dusted. Weapon systems primed. Our fleet is under attack. The item is ready. Good day, Commander. Civilian structure complete. Let's show them our strength. Civilian structure complete. No enemy will get by us. Military structure complete. You got the full weight of a starbase at your disposal. Military structure complete. Can I do out? Defense upgrade complete. Another structure is in the way. Hostile forces have arrived. Ready for battle. Military structure complete. Aye. Can I do out? Military structure complete. Military structure complete. Comlink active. The item is ready. True to the cause. Military structure complete. Defense upgrade complete. Civilian structure complete. Military structure complete. True to the cause. No enemy will get by us. Time to bid. Place am I. Diverting power to jump engines. Military structure complete. Defense upgrade complete. Military structure complete. The item is ready. For the cause! We've claimed the metal market. You've won the auction, mate. True to the cause. Military structure complete.
Defense upgrade complete.
The item is ready. Good day, Commander. No enemy will get by us. Diverting power to jump engines.
Military structure complete.
Let's show them our strength.
Military structure complete.
The item is ready.
One of our enemies has finished a Titan.
Repel the invaders! Comlink active. True to the cause. Diverting power to jump engines. Going in hot. Maximum civilian orbit slots reached. Maximum civilian orbit slots reached. Civilian structure complete. Civilian structure complete. Civilian structure complete. Civilian structure complete. Ready for battle. Civilian structure complete. No enemy will get by us. Civilian structure complete. 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 Place your bids, you scallywags. Civilian structure complete. 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 Diverting power to jump engines. Civilian structure complete. Hostile forces have arrived. Civilian structure complete. Good day, Commander. Let's show them our strength. Next time, place a bid. Good day, Commander. True to the cause. Hostile forces have arrived. Aye? Can I do out? You got the full weight of a star base at your disposal. Another structure is in the way. Another structure is in the way. Ready for battle. The item is ready. Comlink active. Hostile forces have arrived. Good day, Commander. Comlink active. Reading you loud and clear. Ready for battle. I'll never fail! Can I do out? The item is ready. You've won us over with your fancy words and your coin. You've won us over with your fancy words and your coin.
Your arguments are compelling. I shall stand with you.
Done and dusted. Another structure is in the way. Comlink active. Military structure complete. The item is ready. Military structure complete. Military structure complete. Diverting power to jump engines. Military structure complete. No enemy will get by us. Aye. Military structure complete. Ready for battle. Place your bids, you scallywags. True to the cause.
I am listening, my friend.
Military structure complete. Comlink active. The item is ready. Can I do out? No enemy will get by us. Next time, place a bid. Ready for battle. The item is ready. Diverting power to jump engines. For the Coalition! Our fleet is under attack. Targets in sight. Repel the invaders. For the Coalition. Shields up, we're going in. Our shields are compromised. For the cause! We're wide open! Armor's been breached! No enemy will get by us.
I am listening, my friend.
Comlink active. I'll never fail! Good day, Commander. That's more like it. Comlink active. Easily done. That's more like it. Good day, Commander. I'll never fail! Diverting power to jump engines. Ready for battle. Comlink active. Place your bids, you scallywags! Diverting power to jump engines! Ready for battle. True to the cause. Next time, place a bid. Comlink active. Going in hot. For the cause! Good day, Commander. Comlink active. One of our enemies has finished a Titan. I'll never fail! Our fleet is under attack! True to the cause. I'll never fail! Diverting power to jump engines! An auction is underway. No enemy will get by us. One of our enemies has finished a Titan. Hostile forces have arrived. Good day, Commander. You failed to place a bid.
Diverting power to jump engines. Our fleet has arrived at a phase jump inhibitor and is now trapped. Our fleet is under attack. Repel the invaders. Our fleet has arrived at a phase jump inhibitor and is now trapped. Diverting power to jump engines. Shields up, we're going in. Our fleet is under attack.
You got the full weight of a starbase at your disposal. Aye?
We have wiped out an enemy colony. A new colony has been founded.
The item is ready.
Hostile forces have arrived. Mining upgrade complete.
Good day, Commander.
Shields are down! Armor down! We're taking direct hits now! We're crippled! You'll have to fight on without us!
Shields down.
Ready for battle. Planet item complete.
Comlink active.
True to the cause. Civilian structure complete.
Aye?
Commerce upgrade complete.
The item is ready. Can I do out?
Hostile forces have arrived.
Comlink active. Ready for battle.
Our fleet has arrived at a phase jump inhibitor and is now trapped.
Let the bidding commence.
The strength of the coalition. Can I do out?
Planet item complete.
Good day, Commander.
Our fleet is under attack.
The strength of the coalition.
Civilian structure complete. We have wiped out an enemy colony.
No bid. You missed out.
A new colony has been founded. Civilian structure complete.
Good day, Commander.
No enemy will get by us.
Carrier at the ready.
Civilian structure complete.
Diverting power to jump engines.
Commerce upgrade complete. Civilian structure complete.
The item is ready.
Civilian structure complete.
Ready for battle. Planet item complete. True to the cause. Good day, Commander. Civilian structure complete. Military structure complete. Shields down. Ready for battle. No enemy will get by us. Diverting power to jump engines.
Item is complete and online.
The strength of the coalition. Shields are down. Our fleet is under attack. Shields down. Military structure complete. Weapon systems primed. Going in hot. Let's show them our strength. I'll never fail. Defense upgrade complete. Military structure complete. The item is ready. Military structure complete. Military structure complete. Ready for battle. Diverting power to jump engines. Military structure complete. Military structure complete. Diverting power to jump engines. True to the cause.
An auction is underway.
Diverting power to jump engines.
You got the full weight of a starbase at your disposal.
You failed to place a bid.
Can I do out?
Military structure complete.
You got the full weight of a starbase at your disposal. The item is ready.
No enemy will get by us. Research. Military structure complete. Hostile forces have arrived.
You got the full weight of a starbase at your disposal.
Good day, Commander. Military structure complete.
The item is ready.
Diverting power to jump engines.
An auction is underway.
Our fleet has arrived at a phase jump inhibitor and is now trapped. No enemy will get by us. Diverting power to jump engines.
You failed to place a bid.
You got the full weight of a starbase at your disposal. Aye? Can I do out?
Ready for battle. One of our enemies has finished a Titan. Hostile forces have arrived. Diverting power to jump engines.
The item is ready. Can I do out?
Good day, Commander. Our planet is under siege. True to the cause. Diverting power to jump engines.
Shields down.
Our fleet is under attack.
The item is ready.
An auction is underway.